Where seats would be good, please.
I do have a quick update when we get to the start of it.
Alrighty, we're getting close. Firstly, I have apologies from Councillor Wiley. Councillor Ackland will be attending by Zoom. I have an apology from Councillor Vandervis. He'll be late, quite late getting here. And Councillor Gilbert will be an apology for this afternoon. That's a pretty well-founded assumption, I would think. All right. So I move we accept those apologies. Seconded. All those in favour say aye. Okay, so we'll get underway and we'll start with an introduction from the Chief. Some preliminary.
So, good morning, councillors. As you know, we're now starting with the funding requests, which is item 15. We've got a variety of staff here should you have any questions, but the plan is just to work through in an orderly way the page by page, the attachment to the report. And if we do it that way and ask questions of staff as we go, an update on where we are sitting vis-a-vis the rates rise following yesterday's meeting. Despite the best attempts and the offsetting of the decisions yesterday with the extra revenue, the rates rise is now sitting at 17.6%. Because it just ticked over. There was just enough in the rounding to tick it over. So that's where we currently are sitting.
Thank you. So in terms of the detail of that, 17.6, is that 17.56, which makes it 17.6 as a round? Right. Okay.
Correct, it is 17.56.
Great, thank you. Okay, well, we know where we stand.
And just the other thing, staff will keep a running tally for councillors of the impact of your decisions or otherwise, and remember there is the overarching resolution that allows you to come back and revisit things in the round once you've looked at the impact of any decisions you might want to make. So any things you do at this point are interim until you confirm them at the end of the meeting.
Councillor Walker has a question.
Oh, sorry.
Don't start that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question of process, and I think it's asked every annual plan in LTP. Those of us who may have motions, obviously we have the governance support. We send them to. At what point do you want that to begin? Can we do that as of now, so that Lauren there doesn't get a barrage?
Yes, I think.
The sooner the better, but again, councillors, I would urge you, if you're working on motions, to talk to each other, because the last thing we want are 3 motions, albeit essentially similar, from 3 different councillors. So it would be useful if you copied motions into both the GSOs and to your colleagues.
All right. Okay, so we're moving on to funding requests, which you got paid item 15 on page 128. And we've got funding requests from 24 submitters as shown in attachment A. Now, plan will be to go through the various pages and see if we can deal with a page in the whole, but then break it down as discussion is required. So, does anyone have anything to say about anything on this first page, which is page 132? So items 1 to 4. Councillor O'Malley.
Item 3, Mr. Mayor, East Otago Catchment Group. As is my general policy in this stuff, I don't want to move that we fund them this year, but I want them to be that funding request to be looked at in time for the next for the LTP.
Yeah. Sorry, it was just hard to hear you for some reason.
Sorry, I just didn't speak into the mic. I'm not a great fan of funding something straight up because there's no report to go with it, but I believe that the Otago Catchment Group are doing good stuff and their footprint goes across 2 territorial authorities, and that's roughly close to the proportional footprint. So I'm going to ask for it to be considered for the LTP.
And so, Lauren, have you captured that? Yep. Yes. Yep. Yep.
Great, very good. Who else? Councillor Benson Pope.
Similarly, I think the Dunedin Environment Centre Trust, Hendrik Koch, presented. They do some excellent work and I believe they deserve support.
You'll see, Councillor, that the parks have an allocation from operating budgets to fund that work. But
I didn't notice that. Thank you. At that level requested?
Yes, it's written on the page.
Yeah,
10 and 10.
what we do think, though, and it'll be useful if councillors agree, if you see there, we recommend that we need to develop a framework where work is done by community groups on council land. It's different than if it's done on private land, because there's real value for us. We couldn't get that work done, but we don't have a policy framework, so recommending a review of that would be helpful.
Okay. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. For me, the Wakawaiti District Museum falls into a bigger conversation of how things like the district museums and various grants and fundings is done. So I would also like that to be considered more for the LTP as part of a wider discussion on grants and fundings.
Thank you. So that will be captured. Councillor Barker.
I was just wondering, is this an opportunity for asking questions or? Okay.
Yes.
So it was just about the museum request. Someone just brought that up. I see that annually Toitu funds $5,000 each to Port Chalmers Maritime Museum and the Strathtyre Historical Museum, and I just wondered if there's any background to that about how we fund those smaller museums.
Sorry, I don't know, and Mr. McCracken isn't here, but is he scheduled to be here today? No. We'll follow that up. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer.
Okay. Councillor Benson Pope.
Just so that both hands know what the other one's doing, the Waikawaiti District Museum has on a number of occasions received financial support from the Heritage Fund, and I'm thinking that that sort of support from the DCC needs to be captured in these comments where possible as well.
Councillor Nally.
To that point, they've also got funds from the community board.
Councillor Walker.
And also to that point, it's worth probably noting now that the Port Otago has taken over running of the Maritime Museum in Port Chalmers.
Wholly and completely.
Yep. Councillors, I'm just going to get Lauren to put up on the screen essentially what appears to be the things we've agreed to, that you've agreed to for this page, just so we can be clear. And it'll take a minute, because I think otherwise we might lose things, and I think if we do it page by page, probably better than doing it all at the end. So if you just bear with, and they won't necessarily be captured as perfect resolutions, but it will be actions that are agreed actions potentially. Don't run, you'll trip. But the item 4 will require some kind of resolution from council if you wish that work to be done.
Sorry?
I think, I think otherwise, yes, I think probably we're recommending that, but we need a council endorsement to undertake that review.
What are you talking about? What about item 2?
The Environment Centre Trust.
I mean looking at a policy framework where community organisations undertake work on council land. Because because
Right.
it's random at the moment.
Yeah, so you're saying the general policy to go forward for the 9-year plan
Yes.
needs a resolution?
Yes.
Not the funding?
Not the funding.
No. Yes, just Councillor Walker.
And just making people cognizant of the fact also that Smales also falls under that as well, as you'll see in the papers. Yeah.
Yes. And everyone else? No one's got anything further to say? Councillor O'Malley, did you have something further? You've got it covered.
So apologies, Councillor, we've just got a technical glitch.
Yes.
Probably for you, Councillor Walker, with the Maritime Museum, do we have an official opening day, do you know? For the museum, because last time I was out there, it was still being zhuzhed up.
My understanding that date is still being worked through, and I presume will be invited, I imagine.
Does Councillor Mayhem know?
Yeah, I was going to say
No,
Councillor
not
Mayer's
as
the
yet.
council.
But our chair of the board is very much involved, so as soon as she knows, we'll know.
Good. Righto. So at this point, we're just waiting. Does anyone want to step ahead and look over the page to see if there's anything you want to talk about on page 2, items 5 and 6?
Yes.
So, not quite, so, it's 2 6. We need
That's a pretty big one.
we need a
A resolution.
resolution for the,
Someone drafting that up? Have we got a draft for the
it's
resolution?
in the comments,
Yeah. Funding from,
requested staff develop a policy framework.
yeah.
Right. Over the page. I wonder if Councillor Ackland can see the screen, the monitor that we can see in the room.
Is it the correct one? Yeah.
No, I can't actually.
All right.
Is that one? Share the screen. Can you get some? Yeah, it's that one.
So it's,
So that one was. Can we just, 2 minutes just to get that sorted, see if we can share the
so we
screen?
just, okay, can we have an adjournment for 5, just to get it technical?
Sorry.
Okay, I move we have adjourned for 5 minutes, second to Councillor Offiso. All in favour, say aye.
Thank you.
Carried.
So just so that we can get it.
No. So you can see what's happening there. Fringe Arts Trust. We have, yes, questions?
Can we do questions first?
Yes.
I've got several questions about this. So some of them are just some initial questions. So the Fringe Festival currently leases 2 properties, which they get effectively rent-free. Is that correct? Their offices and Te Whare.
That's correct.
And the as you in the commentary here, the estimated market rental for the offices is, or is it Te Whare, is 75,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so they don't pay so the majority of Fringe events are in Te Whare, which they don't pay anything for the use of, because that's part of what they're running.
That is correct.
And as part of their agreement with council is for the operation of Te Whare. Is that part of the agreement?
That is correct.
So what I'm trying to understand is, so when did staff find out that the Fringe were no longer operating Te Whare?
So Fringe have signalled to staff over quite a long period of time that if they weren't able to get operational funding to manage Te Whare Urakutia, they wouldn't be able to continue to do that. So that has been known by staff for quite some time last year. Towards the end of last year, they had a community hui to discuss this with the community, and I think some councillors may have gone along to that hui. And an email was sent to all councillors and many staff, including Rob and myself on ELT, that this hui was going to happen. Also reiterating that if they weren't able to secure operational funding, then Te Whare Urakutia would close. That's their words. So at that level, we have known for some time that has been signalled. Fringe have been discussing with property staff their lease arrangements, and we've all known that the lease arrangements were coming to an end at the end of March, and that the property staff were working with Fringe to try and work out, how to kind of continue on. Because of this, because of Fringe kind of saying very clearly up front quite early that if they didn't get any more funding, they wouldn't be able to do this. There's only so far that sort of staff could go in having that conversation, because we couldn't be responsible for providing that funding. So that we sort of got to a place, I guess, where there's a bit of a stalemate. I met with Fringe possibly around February, to kind of discuss that there wouldn't be a 10-year plan, there'd be a 9-year plan next year, and that the option now for any funding from DCC would to come to annual plan. I also let them know that there's quite a realistic possibility that there isn't any funding in this annual plan this year. And I also let them know that there was a grants review, that information was publicly available, and that could possibly be an opportunity to have a conversation with council about arts funding. So there has been a lot of signalling that if there wasn't any operational funding, they would close. They wouldn't be able to operate Te Whare Urakutia. That has been going on for quite some time. I think we found out that, staff found out that Te Whare Urakutia had closed at the end of in April, after Te Whare Urakutia closed, having signalled for some time that if they didn't get funding, they would close.
So basically it was confirmed when we all found out, I mean, around the table we all were quite surprised when we heard from the submitters and read the submissions. But it wasn't, I just want to clarify, because a number of submitters very clearly stated that it was DC, because of DCC, or that from our, I don't know whether it's from our instruction, but because of DCC, Te Whare was closed. But there wasn't actually specifically, it was because the Fringe have chosen to close it. It was their choice from using the way that they're using their funding.
Well, that's correct. We haven't asked them to close.
And as far as you're aware, they haven't received any less, or they haven't, none of their major funding sources, whether it be from DCC grants or Creative New Zealand, they have received funding from the majority of their funding sources, as they have from in previous years, up to date. I mean, obviously these grants in the pipeline.
I ask Lisa this question. Throw this over to Lisa.
Kia ora, Councillor. For the Creative New Zealand funding for Te Whare Orokatia was part of Creative New Zealand COVID funding, which the government had put a lot of funding into supporting the arts. It was specifically for the pilot program, which was intended originally, if you look at the original application, to run a professional performing arts venue that supported professional theatre in Ōtepoti, Dunedin. I am not sure if, I believe they also got one-off funding from the Ministry of Culture and Heritage, and a lot of that went into the capital outfit of Te Whare Orokatia, so that's lighting trusses, sound equipment, things like that. As I understand, the ongoing operational funding was something that Fringe would explore over the pilot time, which was, well, is now sort of 2.5 years. But in terms of CNZ funding going forward, Fringe applies to Creative New Zealand for operational funding to support its production of Fringe Festival and its other two main operations, which are the AMPT program and the Dunedin New Zealand Young Writers program. CNZ funding is likely to decrease in real terms this year, or it has decreased in real terms this year due to changes in the way the New Zealand Lotteries Grant Board does its funding. So we could say we don't know what sort of funding CNZ will be giving Fringe this year. I'm sure they will be applying for as much as they can, but DCC funding has not changed measurably since the beginning of Te Whare Orokatia.
So,
Thank you. That's helpful. Well, nothing. I might have another question. Shortly.
okay, so it's a fait accompli, it's closed. Do we have someone else to run it? Someone else interested in taking it up? Or what is that? It's just going to sit empty? Is there a plan? Is there a...
So I guess Te Whare Fringe are waiting until this process to see if they are going to receive any further funding to see whether or not they can continue to operate. At this stage, they haven't re-signed any leases. That's correct? Yep. And so there's no lease arrangements in place. There's no management arrangement for Te Whare Orokatia in place currently, and we will sit down and talk with them, I guess, after this process. There have been some indications from within the community that others may be interested in running Te Whare Orokatia.
Right. So we have further questions. Councillor Walker? Yep.
I think we can hear already from the answers this is quite a complicated situation, and thank you, Jeanette, for clarifying some points here. Is it fair, though, to say in terms of the 75,000 that they've requested, whether or not they get funding, rent relief or not, it means they still don't have enough money, in essence, to run the operation? That's the first question. I mean, they've made that clear in the submission.
Yes, they have provided that in their submission.
And the second thing is,
I was going to say, we haven't been able to test that though. And so I think it would be useful to have an opportunity to test that.
Yeah, I understand that. I think we all understand that. And is it fair are we in agreement that part of the reason we're here with Te Whare is to do with the closing of the the fortune, I mean, I think it's accepted that was part of the solution. I know that was part of the solution when Te Whare was set up. It was an option for council to try and support the creative community.
That is correct. The original plan was that this would be a project, and I'm quoting from application forms, that this would be a project that would embed a collaborative model of professional performing arts practice in Ōtepoti. And that's the premise of why the DCC started having conversations with Fringe around Te Whare Orokutia.
And I think, again, couldn't we all agree that in a perfect world, gosh, if only, at this point now we would have found a new solution for the fortune. I mean, that was the aspiration, was to have something up and running. I think we've all desired that, but and again, are we in agreement? We still don't have that.
Correct.
And by fluke or by coincidence or by design, Te Whare unwittingly has morphed into filling a space. And I mean, I'm thinking particularly around what's happening with our youth. It's one of only two, and I think many submitters pointed out, it's one of only 2 youth spaces for places to go. And it's filled a niche for other things it probably suspected it wouldn't have. Not in the overall aspiration of doing something about the fortune, it's actually filled other voids. Would you agree?
I do agree. So, as I said, the original premise of why DCC entered into this arrangement with the Fringe was for a professional performing arts space. It has morphed into other things, and I would say it is true to say that Fringe has morphed into other things, along with it. And also that there are possibly, opportunities, as you say, with youth, considering what's just happened, that space could provide some. There are opportunities for that space with youth.
My final question is around the suggestion that somebody else might take it over, and correct me if I'm wrong here, or ask a question. The assets and infrastructure for running the venue, so things like the ticketing platforms, do they not belong to DAFT? In essence, we as a council can't unilaterally decide to just give them away.
There are assets that belong to Dunedin Fringe. This is where it gets a little tricky. If Fringe doesn't get the funding, they won't operate it, is what they've said to us. They still own some assets that are used in the space, so that would have to be arranged as to how they want to store that, if they want to sell it, if they want to lease it, that kind of thing, if they were to pull out of the arrangement and not operate Te Whare Orokutia.
That's all for now. Might have some more in a bit.
Okay, so those assets, they belong to Fringe rather than to Whare Orokutia. Okay, very good. Councillor Gilbert. And then we have Councillors Houlihan, Barker and Gary.
Thank you. A few questions. Am I correct in saying that 100% of the door sales go to the artist under the current arrangement?
That's correct.
Am I also correct in saying that there is, or rather, is there any charge or cost passed on to the artist from the Fringe, as in is there a hireage fee or anything like that?
I might pass this over to Lisa. She knows more details than I do.
Kia ora, Councillor. Just give me a moment to actually find the paperwork. This is quoting from the hire fees. So there is standard community and what's termed rehearsal rate or low fuss hires. Let's just say for a day, a standard rate is, these are ex-GST, standard rate per day is $400, community rate is $200, a rehearsal rate is $50 per day. But it does say that community and rehearsal or low fuss rates are at venue discretion, so we're unsure how that's determined.
Thank you. Another question is, in the 23-24 financial year, over and above the 145-ish rent rebate, what else did Fringe get? What other funding in way of grants, etc., did it total?
In 23-24, the following funding was received. This is DCC funding. Fringe received a major community events grant that was allocated in June 23. That was to run the 2024 Fringe Festival of $56,000. They were granted an Arts City Service Projects grant in June 23 for operational costs, including for Te Whare Orokatia. And it is worth noting that they're the only event provider that has been allocated OpEx in city service grants. They also received community events grant this year to run the New Zealand Young Writers Festival in, I believe it's August, September. And although this isn't strictly DCC funding, they received a Creative New Zealand Creative Community Scheme grant, which covers personnel costs for the AMPT music program of $5,000. So including $145,000 of rent rebates, the total funding is $231,788. My maths isn't quite good enough to subtract that on the fly, but it's around $90,000.
Lovely, but the total is 231,788. Perfect. And the last question for now is, reference has been made to the Fortune Theatre, which is an appropriate thing. Does anybody in the room know what funding Fortune Theatre was getting during operations from the DCC in a financial year?
Yes, Councillor Gary.
If Ms. Waikawa knows anything else.
The Fortune Theatre was a Toi Te Uru Kakatea funder, and I don't have the exact figures, it was before my time. I believe they received in the vicinity of $300,000 from Creative New Zealand per annum, and they also received regularly approximately $95,000 from Council.
Councillor Gary.
Yeah, I would concur with that, but I just remind people that the Fortune Theatre was a company, not a venue.
Yes, and that was a full-time professional company, which is quite a lot larger, I would think. Anyway, thank you. You've done, Councillor Gilbert. Okay, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions as well. Can I ask Lisa? Or? Yeah, okay. Well, and it's around the CNZ funding that the Fortune had. Is it correct?
Sorry, Councillor, can you just move your microphone round? Just move it round.
Yeah. Is it correct that Te Whare Orokatia received some of that funding that was left over from when the Fortune closed from CNZ? Did that carry over? That was my understanding, but
I don't believe so.
Microphone.
Do they get any from CNZ like the 300? I mean, they don't get 300, but so that I think they get 95. Did you say that's it? That's.
You'd need to check with the Fringe accounts for that. I'm not sure how much funding they receive from CNZ each year. It would be, I can find out what they had in their budget last year, but I don't have that to hand, I'm afraid.
At the moment, when people hire the space, who keeps that money? Does that come back, the hireage fee, does that come back to council, or does Fringe get to keep that?
That goes to Fringe.
Okay. So they have an opportunity to make money from hiring that out. That isn't new income, is it?
As I understand, that's the way it operates.
Okay, you're done?
Previously, was Fringe paying rent prior to us donating, the space for them to have for free? Have they ever paid rent, or they've always had it free?
Do you mean the office space? As I understand, Fringe received some rent rebate for the original space they occupied, which is now the community gallery, but I'd need to confirm that through rental agreements. I'm not 100% sure.
Right. Councillor Barker?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My first question, somebody brought up the Fortune Theatre, and there was $95,000. So I believe that money was put into professional theatre grants. Are those grants still going, or is that money not available to anyone now?
There is still currently $95,000 that is considered each September round for professional theatre funding.
So is the opportunity there, just thinking, for the Fringe to apply for that funding, or is it that the parameters are very strict on what that funding is for?
The funding was intended to support practitioners, theatre practitioners, in the development and production of theatre work, of creative theatre work, not operational expenses, as I understand.
So is that money also part of the grants review as well?
Yes, that's correct.
Next question is just around, do we know how much the space was used for public programming, and how much occupancy, like how many events were being run?
I have that here. So Te Whare Ora Katia ran from the beginning of May 2022 until the 31st of March 2024. So in total, it was occupied by Fringe projects for 152 days, and it was occupied by other public programming for 139 days. I did have the percentages, but they've dropped off somewhere. So the average would be approximately 40, I believe it was about 42% occupancy over time, and of that, probably I think it's about 40% of that programming was Fringe programming.
My next question is just around there was a comment there that that all of the proceeds from Fringe went back to the artists 100%. But I think that Councillor Gilbert asked this, but I do think it's possibly in the budget that artists pay a fee. I'm just looking that one up. Sorry, I was. That's part of the concern is do the artists who are coming to Fringe pay like a $500 fee to partake in the Fringe programming?
That would be something, I don't know, that would be something that we would have to ask Fringe. The 100% of ticket sales are returned to the artists, and that is not industry standard.
And when we look at what we fund other theatre spaces, do we fund any other theatres for their running costs, either through the city service grants or anything else?
Yes, I can answer that. In the years I've been doing city service, we regularly receive requests for operational funding from the New Athenaeum and from the Mayfair. They're usually in the vicinity of requesting about $30,000. The Mayfair owns its own building, the New Athenaeum pays rent. They don't receive that much because of pressure on the fund, but we have funded, I believe last year, I'd need to clarify this, I believe last year the Mayfair received $10,000 and the New Athenaeum received $20,000 for operational costs.
And I'm just looking back at the city service, city project grants, hopefully your memory's better than mine, that they had operational costs including Te Whare Ora Katia, and that they were the only event that was receiving those. Was that primarily because they were running Te Whare Ora Katia?
No, that wasn't. Fringe had started requesting city service grants. It was a bit before my time, but I believe from around about 2018. and that was premised on the fact that they were providing a Fringe HQ creative hub, and they requested operational costs to assist with supporting staff to run that.
Right. Councillor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify, I think that this has already been answered, but just want to be sure. So my memory and understanding is that when the Fortune Theatre Company closed, that in professional theatre there was a gap. The 95,000 was ring-fenced, as has been described, and Te Whare o Rakatia was put in place as an interim measure before a performing arts venue was established. Is that correct? Have I got that correct?
Sorry, yes, that's correct.
And does anyone have the same memory that I do, that in the previous iterations of Fringe, following the close of the Fortune, that there have been issues with operational funding and hiatus, and issues at other times prior to the current management of Fringe, and where we have got involved and we've been asked for operational funding. Do other people have that same memory?
I don't have any memory of that. They applied for operational funding through city service projects, and operational funding for the events that they run is included within their events grants.
I think, to be honest, it might be before your time, Ms Wilkes, and before Ms Waikaira's time. But I do have that memory, so I don't think it's a new problem. And does anyone know approximately what the equipment is worth? Because I'm just thinking, golly, if we have to purchase the equipment, it's like this merry-go-round of money, really. In the worst-case scenario, do we have any understanding of the worth of that equipment?
I'm sure it's contained on the asset register of Fringe, and of course that will also include depreciation.
Sure, thank you. And final question is a more sort of high-level one, which is it important to the arts ecosystem that Fringe and the running, even if they're not the same thing, and the running of Te Whare o Rakatia is successful for the arts ecosystem in the city?
I would say that having the space and venue is important.
Thank you.
Right. Councillor O'Malley. Then I've got Councillors Mayhem, Walker, Gilbert and Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Just a booking question, really. I mean, so fundamentally, one of the roles that the Fringe is running is the booking that and maintaining the booking systems. What do we have inside the council? I know that Parks and Rec book fields. Presume who does property book things like the Duddingham Suite and others? Who does that part of?
DVML now, but I'm sure we have capability for booking things. I'm looking at Lisa. She's nodding.
We are currently putting in place the booking system to book the community gallery, and that has been done before by property, and also prior to that I believe it was held in the events team.
So we have the internal capability then to effectively run the booking of that.
That's correct.
Councillor Mayhem.
I don't so much have a question as a statement about the registration for Fringe. Historically, it was $500 if you had a free event, and up to several $1,000s if you're running a ticketed one. So under recent management now on this year's registration, if you have a free event, it's $50 plus a $50 bond. The bond is refundable once you've completed an artist event report following the festival, so that they can get data around attendance and feedback from the artist. So the most expensive registration fee is for a ticketed event. If your event is over $10, it's $275 registration fee with the $50 bond. So that's $325. and I looked up the paid positions. So the two directors' roles are $75,000 each, and the 0.9 part-time position is $63,000. So that adds up to $213,000, and I assume that comes from the city service operational fee, goes mainly to staff wages. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct from the last application.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a number of questions noted down here, but I'll just follow on from Mandy to make a couple of comments. Just back to Councillor Marley's point, the booking system run by Fringe is absolutely phenomenal, and I'd say that as somebody who buys lots of tickets for lots of events. And also just to everyone, I think we can agree we're all trying to do the best here, support our ailing creative community sector here, or creative sector. And which is about obviously creating a strong creative infrastructure, and I think that speaks more to maybe those people who've moved this motion getting together briefly. So I don't know who wants to answer this one, maybe you, Lisa, but would it be fair, is this a fair comment, do we all agree that the creative community are probably amongst the lowest earners in the city and actually throughout New Zealand, and many of those people in the creative sector actually are also on benefits?
I can't speak to whether they're on benefits or not, but the latest CNZ data does indicate, I believe, that the average income for a creative practitioner is $39,000. Thank you.
And again, I've got 4 more questions, and whoever wants to answer them can. First one is the council, I've got another motion around the Ōtepoti Live Music Action Plan. We adopted that plan and the implementation plan, and in those documents that we adopted, it says that council will look to make Te Whare more accessible to the community. That's a fair comment, isn't it?
Te Whare Orokatia was mentioned as one example of one space that would be investigated as being available for the community.
Thank you. And if we don't decide to support the request for $75,000, is it a fair assumption that, or there's a fair likelihood that the higher fees for the venue will have to be put up? And is that in the context of a lot of people who came around this table talking to us about the inaccessibility of our current DVML-run facilities?
I can't speak to that. I do believe that the performers and artists that use Te Whare Orokatia are quite in quite a different sector from those who would use DVML.
Also a fair comment to state that Te Whare is absolutely one of the cheapest performing arts venues currently available in the city.
As I understand, I'd need to look at data from all the other places.
Thank you. And again, going back to that DVML question, those facilities are very often, sadly, sitting there empty, which is very sad. Is this also a fair comment that in the last 6 months of the pilot at Te Whare, the place was booked solid?
No, the booking was about 42%.
That certainly differs from the conversations I've had with them, so maybe somebody needs to clarify that one. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Just another couple of questions. Was any fund? Do we know whether any funding from the DCC was provided specifically to purchase the assets currently held?
We did not provide funding for the assets.
And Ms. Wilkie, you mentioned that 100% back to the artists is not of door sales back to the artists is not industry standard. So my question, I guess, is a compound one. What is it? 90%? Is it all of door sales?
10%. The New Athenaeum takes 10% of ticketing sales, and I believe for other fringe festivals it ranges from maybe 10 to 15%. It does depend on how high the ticket price is.
Which then leads me to another question. Do we know of a financially sustainable model for a fringe festival anywhere in the world?
That would need to be investigated.
And my last question, hopefully completely last, what would add up to 220,000 with the rent rebate as well as this additional 75,000. I'm assuming that is made on the or is on the assumption that the other grants would continue. Am I right in that?
I can't speak as to whether they would continue to apply for city service grants. I can only assume that they would, that Fringe would still expect to get events grants, which is for a different sort of activity.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Some of my questions have been asked. I'm just thinking here, and I just want to pick up on the question about did DCC pay for any of the assets, but did we pay? I'm looking at Anna. Did we pay anything in terms of more fit out in the for Te Whare? Is that correct?
From memory, and it was a little bit before my time in this role, we did enable the fit out and the changeover. So the community gallery moved into what was the office space, and we did some improved lighting work and changes to the venue to allow them to make it a theatre space.
Thank you. I think I've read somewhere maybe 150,000, maybe something in that ballpark. And then maybe questions to Lisa. In terms of other events in the city, and I appreciate that the Fringe put on 3 events. They put on the Fringe, they put on the New Zealand Young Writers, and they put on AMPT. But they're receiving of, let's call it 230,000 from DCC, the support and cash. That would be at the high end of any support for any event that we give in the city by a long way.
I understand that their events funding sits within major community events or major events, so it is different from premier events, and there is a different commercial rationale between something like ID or the Rally or the Otago Arts Festival, and they operate, and I believe they receive higher events funding. With regard to the funding for the 3 Fringe events, if you exclude the rent rebate, it's probably relatively commensurate with other citywide events, but including the rent rebate, that's a game changer in terms of how much support they receive.
And premier events, there's not a single premier event that would get over 100,000 from DCC. Is that correct?
I'm not involved in those decisions.
And my other question, and I don't know whether you know this, but in terms of staffing for any event in the city, to have almost 3 full-time staff, that's the exception. My understanding is most events wouldn't not even have 1 full-time staff. Yes, so they may only put 1 event on in the year, but not that staff member wouldn't even work full-time.
I can't speak to that with any authority, I'm afraid.
Right. Councillor Hulan.
Dunedin Arts Festival has...
Sorry, microphone.
Dunedin Arts Festival has 1 director, doesn't it, Charlie?
Yes, I believe that's the case.
Sorry.
And Gareth McMillan was the director. Were there any other directors, or was it just him?
It was Gareth, and I believe he had administrative assistants as well, but he was also very overworked.
Hang on, councillors,
Councillor.
excuse me, but I think we do need to be a little bit careful about bringing personalities into this, because we should stick to things in the round.
So,
Microphone.
you turned it off when you... Was there funding in the previous Fringe for a director or directors?
There isn't specific funding for specific positions through any Fringe funding. It's not specified.
I believe, but I don't know if this is correct. You might be able to say that. I think one of the Fringe directors said they got 600,000 in funding for the equipment and stuff for the theatre. Is that correct?
I don't know the actual figure at the moment, I'm afraid.
My understanding is that funding that they got was for Te Whare Rakatia, is that correct?
They did access funding for the Te Whare Rakatia pilot scheme from Creative New Zealand and the Ministry of Culture and Heritage.
Right. You done?
Is it, so from what we've heard from the registration details that were read out before, does that mean they've dropped the registration fees from $500 and $1,000 to $250? Have they halved them or quartered them?
I would need to check that in a fringe budget, and the registration fees are different from the high ridge fees.
Is it fair to? It looks like also that they've cut the prices
Microphone.
on.
It's a microphone.
I've got it on.
Microphone. Sorry, Councillor, you finished? Councillor, have you finished? Have you finished? Great, thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Can I just pick up on a point around the bookings, and I'm just wondering whether that includes pack in, pack out time?
I assume that it does.
I thought so. And can you tell me, taking bookings is quite a different matter and only a part of managing a facility. One of the things we heard about here, and I'd be interested in your comments from submitters, was around the way that the facility is managed and artists are supported. Do you have any comments on that, Ms Wilkie?
There are different models for running a venue. You have the professional theatre model, such as the Fortune or the Court Theatre in Christchurch. At the other end of this, or in the middle of the spectrum, you would have a community performance venue where it might be expected that there is some support. You would have a venue that might have a curated program of a carefully curated program of work that might be in place 6 to 12 to 18 months sort of into the future. And then you have potentially also a model which would be booking the space as a space with maybe access to technical support as required.
Thank you, that's helpful. My final question is, correct me if I'm wrong, when grant applications are put in, and I recall that there is a part that talks about accessibility, and it isn't just about physical accessibility, but the events that are being run, for example, being accessible to a wide range of people. Can you just concur or just comment on that, please? And I'll ask.
I'd need to check back into the grants criteria to determine how.
That is my memory, that accessibility. And is it correct that in the latest Fringe Festival, for example, the events within that festival were extremely accessible? There was charges for many of them, some were free events, that's normal, but that the charges were very accessible to a wide range of people. Would that be your view?
As I understand, and I do understand that fringe arts in general and across the board tend to be more economically accessible than other sorts of arts events.
And finally, was it a highly successful festival on this occasion?
I was told it was the best fringe ever.
I concur.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you. That segues in nicely now that we're talking about fringe and money. And I will point out here we're talking about impoverished artists, we're not talking about corporate bankers. It's incredible sometimes how we can conflate those things. Okay, Councillor Gilbert, by the way, there is a successful money-making fringe. It's called the Edinburgh Fringe, where I first started at Fringe. Unfortunately, now to attend it, you have to be in the landed gentry. So it's incredible how that's morphed into something that defeats the whole concept of fringe. My question is it correct of me to state that the Dunedin Fringe 2024, which was described as the most successful ever, generated at least $1.2 million for the city of Dunedin, and for every $1 invested in that, it returned $5 to the economy?
I can't answer that myself.
Microphone.
Thank you. Going back to the question I think Councillor Gilbert posed around the 100% of revenue going to impoverished artists, is that not been accepted this year, that was one of the reasons why performers from across this land and Australia decided to come to this Fringe, thus making it successful, and of course, while being here, staying in hotels and eating in restaurants, made it one of the most successful Fringes ever? That was a very attractive. That was a very attractive part of the package.
I can't comment on that, I'm afraid.
Would it seem logical to assume that that would be quite attractive to artists?
It could be logical to assume that, but I don't have access to the data.
Thank you. You finished? Councillor Barker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, when we were talking about some of the other venues that are used, I was wondering whether the impact of Te Whare Orokatea had been felt at other venues around the Octagon, Morrow Place area, e.g. New Athenaeum Theatre, which I think we fund as well, and perhaps this is anecdotal, to ask whether the new, shiny, New Athenaeum Theatre, Te Whare Orokatea has impacted on New Athenaeum Theatre?
I'm afraid I can't answer that. I haven't heard from the New Athenaeum.
All set?
When Te Whare Orokatea was set up, was there a council meeting and a resolution to set it up, or was this done at a staff level?
I will have to dredge back into the memory banks. I can't remember. Yeah, councillor's new, but I'll...
Sorry. There is an MOU. I believe it's... Jeanette, you've got it sitting on your desk.
That was signed between Property and Fringe, 2021, but prior to that I don't know what the decision was that might have kicked that off.
Hang on a minute. Golly. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Do you have a any idea of the amount that was made overall by the shows that were put on? Like, I'm just wondering what 10% of that total would be if...
No, that would be in Fringe's accounts and budget. I don't have access to that.
Do you have any idea of previous years of what the total amount, just to get some comparison?
The only way I would have to look back through audited accounts that they've submitted as part of their city service applications. That's the only access I have to their budgets. It would be best to get that from them directly.
Can I answer that? So, Councillor Houlihan, from their 23 financial statements, which you can find online, it says here in the notes, it says the Trust helps facilitate artist ticket sales and then passes this money back to the artist net of any fees. These ticket sales are not included within the financial statements. In 2023, the artist ticket sales net of fees were 97,504, and in 2022 it was 36,714. So I think is that what you were asking?
Right, so 97,000.
Great. Councillor Gary?
I just wanted to check with colleagues if people's memories, if people had any more detail about this, but my memory is that following Fortune Theatre Company's demise, that there was a period when there was nothing in terms of venue. We knew it was going to take a while, this is my memory, and Te Whare was put in place in that time. And council certainly knew about it. I don't recall if there was a resolution or not, but certainly council was aware of that development. Yes, I just wonder if anyone else who was around the table at the time has any other memories of that. No.
Right.
Oh, and then, of course, I'll just check the date with Ms. Wikaira. 2021 was the MOU. And so, of course, that was following COVID. So, COVID, as you'll know, had a huge impact on the arts. And that memorandum of understanding came into place following that post-COVID period. So, just interesting to know if there's any more detail. I know the Chief is checking.
Okay, so are there any further questions? Okay, so, sorry, yes.
I just want to check, is Te Whare o Rokatira, I believe the name was gifted by Mana Whenua, and I wanted to see, just to ask if the Fringe Festival worked with Mana Whenua in a collaborative way as part of the programming strategy. Do we know about that?
I can speak to that. I have had a conversation with Te Whare o Rokatira around their partnership approach with Mana Whenua, and provided some advice around that. I believe they are still working towards having a working relationship with Mana Whenua. You're correct, that name has been gifted and it does come with a responsibility. And from what I know, that the relationship is still a work in progress.
All right. We do appear to have exhausted questions. All right, so thank you very much, Ms. Wilkie and Ms. Wikaira, for your patience in answering all those questions. I think what we'll do is have a break for 5 minutes at this point and then come back to begin the 15 we need? Okay, because there will be a bit of discussion of stuff. Seconded, I move that. Seconded, Councillor O'Malley. All in favour say aye. Aye. Carried. we have Councillor Ackland back online? He's probably gone for a cup of tea too. Oh, good. I hope someone's microphone's on so you can hear all the various conversations. We've taken a wee bit around the room.
It was off then, I missed everything.
Oh well, it's all right. Okay, so I'll just wait for the chief and then we'll be set. So, just before we resume and go into the debate, and we talk about that, I'd just like to make a point, and that is, we have a clear mandate. We consulted with the community on a 17.5% rates rise. And now I thought that we would get into balance yesterday with the museum, but we're just a little bit shy of that. If we find a saving of $50,000, then we'll be back to a 17.5% rates rise. So we'll be back to what we consulted with the community on. And when we did that consultation, there was pluses and minuses, people that wanted more for their things and people that wanted less, a rates cut. But I don't think, personally, it would be my preference not to increase the rates as a result of today's proceedings. And so, in keeping with that, I think if you want to propose an increase in funding for something or allocate extra funding to something, it would be appropriate if you could determine where the funding for that would come from, so that we endeavour to balance that up and have no increase in the rates rise, possibly even a decrease. Anyway, I just thought I'd put that out there, and I'll take any questions on that if you want, Councillor O'Malley.
Well, and on your last line, wouldn't a decrease also be no longer maintaining the mandate then? But my question would be, when in the past have we followed that rule?
It's not a rule. It's a suggestion.
I know, so I'm just suggested, but I don't believe that we've ever achieved that in previous years.
So what?
So I don't think it can be and perform the function of this item. But anyway,
it's just a suggestion. It's not a rule. Neither a rule nor a ruling.
I was just concerned about the use of the word mandate, because we do go out to consultation for those reasons, but we are the elected members, and it is if there is a mandate, it's our mandate to make decisions on behalf of the community, and I just really want to clarify that. So whether, every year the rates goes up and down a little bit, we haven't actually confirmed that it is 17.5%. We've consulted on that. The community have come back to us with the suggestions about things that they may like to focus on, and that is the purpose of today. So if it goes up and down, then that is a natural part of the process which we're elected to do.
So we have a consultation figure of 17.5. There we go. Anyway, to this. We've had quite a lot we've had half an hour of discussion on this, and the conclusion is we're going with the motion above. So the first motion you see on the screen, I believe. Is that correct, Councillor Walker? We're going with the motion on top of the screen.
Well, I think I just told you before we sat down that I've discussion with Sophie and Sherry. I've now withdrawn my motion.
Great. So we can remove the lower one on the screen, and we have the first one. So, speakers to this, we'll start.
Is there any chance we can get these blown up?
Yeah. Yep. But you have seen it, so.
Yeah, I think we agreed not to.
There we go. So
sorry. Just a point of a clarification of process. When we started the meeting, it was suggested we were going through all these items, then coming back to motions. Now we seem to have changed what we're doing.
Well,
you did say earlier.
No, we had a motion from. Did we do a motion for the first one? But that's a motion to set up a thing for the long-term plan.
No.
Yes, commentary was captured, whereas this is.
I just think in terms of equity, it would be Psych 101, if we start doing this now and allocating or not money, the further we go down the list, it works to the detriment of people further down the list. I agree with your suggestion that we went through them all, then we come back to the motions. That's what you said.
Yep. Look, I think it would be good to have an equitable process. I certainly agree with that. So, anyway, yeah, it's not about funding, it's about doing something, which is reasonably straightforward and doesn't need much speaking to, I would have thought, because we have a general agreement. So, I'm not sure what the point is. I mean, you've had half an hour of discussion on it to get to this. Can we just...
Can I not be clearer? All I'm saying is when we started the meeting, and correct me, Councillor Malley's shaking his head as well, we were going to go through all of these items up until number 24 to discuss if there's any issues, and there might not be, and then we would come back to the motions. That's what you said, and now we've changed that. I just wonder why.
Well, I don't know that I said that, the chief said that, but be that as it may, I'm just interested to have a process that does actually flow through. And I'm happy to leave this till the end or do it now. It doesn't bother either way. But if you think it's more equitable to leave it at the end so we can see them as a group of motions, then I'm happy to do that. So we get general. So at least we know what the motion that is sitting to be done. Are there any? We don't have any other motions so far, do we?
We're only on page 2 of the...
That's right. But you know. That's right, with page 2. So that is in fact the first motion. Right, page. Just hang on a minute. Item 7. 7 to 11. Item 7 to 11 on page 134. Does anyone wish to speak to any of these? We'll start with Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Yes, item 7, Dunedin Gymnastics Academy. A question for, I'm not sure whom. If they do not get funding for the geotech work, therefore, in terms of the 9-year plan, will they be in a position to come back to council, which was the original intention of us funding the 5,250 for the initial geotech report? Will they be in a position to come to council with what they think their budget will be for a new regional facility at Society Park? Somebody?
They haven't, sorry, Councillor, they haven't indicated to us whether they would put them in that position where they could come back to the 9-year plan. That was just the next stage for them, was to get the geotech done.
Would they be in the position that they could apply for funding from any grants provider for geotech work that wouldn't then affect their application for a larger amount for the actual facility, if you understand what I'm saying? I know some grant providers that if you have, say, got 10 or 20,000 to do some preliminary work, that almost goes against you when you're wanting to apply for a significant funding for the actual project that you want to develop.
The projects that have come to us for funding have always told us if they have our backing, they find it easier to get further funding. So I'm not sure if that's the case just for the small part or for the large part, but generally if they've got council behind them, they say that they get looked upon more favourably.
I'm just wondering, whether they can get any. I don't know that they have any money in the bank for this work, and whether they could get that funding from anywhere else. That's where my question's going.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure about their current finances are.
Okay. So so in either way, can they apply for funding for this from the Grants Committee? Great, they can. Well, I got a yes from Heath. Anyway, moving on. Anything else on this page anyone wants to say anything about?
Yep.
Councillor Malley, you appointing or you wanting to speak? You're appointing.
I've circulated a motion which I'll move in due course about the Wildlife Hospital Trust, and I wanted to make a comment about the Therapeutic Pool Trust. Shall I go ahead with that?
Yes.
As you know, I've been a supporter of the reinstatement of the existing pool for a considerable time, and I've been very disappointed, and you'll recall some of my questions to the Secretary of the Trust when he was here about the pathway that they've followed. I'm not on my own. Councillor Bezet, former Councillor Bezet, will have spoken to a number of you about his concerns about the operation. I know that they were offered tenure, a long-term lease, and were offered assistance from the DHB before it went into whatever DHBs go into when they're decommissioned, and they didn't take that opportunity. And the idea of yet another new pool somewhere in the central city with a cafe and possibly a gym and the rest of it, I think is a cuckoo land proposal. So I won't be supporting what's been asked for, should anyone advocate it. But I am supportive nonetheless of initiatives to reinstate the existing pool with the support of the ministry, which, as I say, was offered. That's just for the record.
Okay. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I just want to speak briefly to the Tomahawk Smales Beach Care Trust. Well done and staff for funding this. I think place-based funding, this is probably some of the best bang for our buck in the city. Two things. It says that here the trust grew and planted 1,063 plants. That's actually 1,000 short. It was 2,000, over 2,000. But secondly, the staff recommendation, this goes back to the Shetland Street stuff as well, around developing the policy framework. Can I urge staff, certainly in the context of what's going to be a busy year moving into the 9-year plan, that this is done well in advance of that? Because I don't want to be sitting around here in a year's time and again we're just looking at developing a policy framework and having to do this carryover stuff. Doesn't require commentary.
No, we've just noted that, I guess.
Yep.
Great. So that's it. We've covered that page. Yeah, we've got the motions. We've got 3 motions to come back now to policy on community. Yes.
Sorry, just while you're still on that page, can I just quickly ask a question in relation to the pool? I'm inclined to agree with Councillor Benson Pope in relation to the fact that we don't need another Brooman pool in the city, but to have this one up and running again would be great. The numbers here are suggesting that the group were looking for 600,000 from DCC for the physio pool, 200,000 in the 24-25 year for design and consenting. So what's the design and consenting? If they're looking to reopen the old pool, what's the design and so on required there?
Thank you, Councillor. From what I understand from the submission, they're looking at changing the depth of the pool. So they'd have to do some design work around that in hopes to bring down operational costs. And whether that triggers consent or not, I'm not sure. Modifications to the building.
But nonetheless, they're looking at 200,000 in this next financial year to get things underway. So obviously it's not a quick fix to have that pool reopened.
I agree. That's my understanding.
Thank you.
Right. Page 135, items 12 to 15. Any commentary from anyone? Yes, Councillor Mayhem.
I've put a motion about item 13, the Dunedin Tracks Network Trust, requesting 30k towards Section 1 Waikawaiti to Karatane, with a specific focus on the the bridge work that's being done at the moment in Waikawaiti, and I feel that this is, because the bridge is under construction right now, it's important that we are able to put, to advance section 1 and put that clip on into the budget there, and also because if you think about our city and its city limits, it's very infrequently that we allocate any money to the North Coast area, and we've had Emily come and speak to us on a lot of occasions about the coastal cycle community connection, and I feel that she really has all of her ducks in a row and has been working really hard on the design work and the consents and making sure this was in the land transport plan. And I think she just came back with an email to say that ORC have agreed to the $50,000 for year 2 of their long-term plan.
Right. Anything else? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I just have a question regarding cosy homes. And I note that there are other organisations, and Wildlife Trust being one, where their service level agreement have ceased by 30 June 2024, and their funding was not rolled over into the budget. And Cosy Homes is in that situation where their 1 year service level agreement expired in this current year, but we've already budgeted the 110,800. So I'm just wanting to understand why that's the case, and exactly what our I don't know, responsibility or what's the case. If somebody could answer that, I'm not sure. I'm looking to someone.
The Cosy Homes draft budget, it was put in the draft budget. It hasn't been approved with Cosy Homes, so there's a decision to be made here as to whether or not it is included. It was put in there to support the work that we've been doing in terms of our housing implementation plan, social wellbeing advisory group, objectives, and it originated from the Mayor's Task Force for Housing and the Housing Action Plan.
So have we? I mean, it was a 1 year service level agreement, so we've only given it to them in the 1 year.
There had been an earlier service level agreement that expired in June 2023 that was rolled over for 1 year to June 24. It hasn't been rolled over again.
So if we didn't fund them, what would be the consequences of that? Does anybody know that?
Sorry, Nick's unwell, but I can follow up and find out if someone can. Would someone mind just contacting someone in that team to find out?
Okay. So we'll leave that there, but that's actually currently unfunded. So it would not.
It's actually in the budget.
In the budget, but the agreement has expired. Yeah, can be reallocated. Anyway, what do we have? Any other? Oh, Councillor Ackland has got something to say, I'm sure, about DSO.
Yeah, and it is a question. Just number 15, which is the Dunedin Symphony Orchestra. And I have sent through a motion in regards to this, but I won't talk about that at the moment. All I really want to know is that in the staff comment, it is recommended that the status quo remain, which is, I assume, the 88,122 that they had last year, albeit less than what they've asked for. But nonetheless, with that recommendation of that the status quo remain, does that mean that that is actually in the budget, or would that be being added to the budget, should that be the will of council?
Excuse me, the 88,122,000 that was allocated to the Symphony Orchestra last year was through the contestable city service Grants Fund. They have reapplied, they apply for this every year, and they have applied this year for city service grants funding of $133,000. Because it's a contestable fund, there's no guarantee that that will be what's approved by the grants subcommittee.
So based on, is this a request for funding that perhaps doesn't belong in this conversation? It belongs with the grants committee.
That's correct, councillor.
Thank you.
Do we have any, Councillor O'Malley?
It's the staff comment relating to DVML. What guarantee can we get that the review will in fact be completely in place and executable by the 9-year plan?
It will be.
Are there any other questions for this page? Great. Then we can move over the page, items 16 to 19. Councillor Barker.
Just had a question on number 18, Adrian Clifton from the Scenic Hotel Dunedin City, and he asked that more funding should be given to implement the new destination marketing plan and better promote the city. Did I see $100,000 in a budget for the destination plan? I think that it's somewhere, and I just wonder whether there's someone that can answer that question.
Carolyn, are you able to find that? Yeah. Carolyn will have a look at that, sorry.
People are searching.
Oh, good.
Oh, you've got it.
Sorry, we just...
Is the answer yes or no?
I'm just checking the budget because I was asked when was the last time the Enterprise Dunedin marketing budget went up.
Oh.
And is the answer, I guess, just checking the figures. I'm not quite sure who answered this question. Is it going up from 760,000 in 23-24 to 878,000 in 24-25? And does it include $100,000 for the implementation of the destination plan? I got an email back, but I'm not quite sure who answered it, whether it came from finance or whether it came from Enterprise Dunedin.
Your questions all went to the relevant activity areas for an answer.
Okay, we have further questions. Councillor Gilbert, then Houlihan, then Walker.
Thank you. Mine is in relation to item 20, the Sunnyvale Community Centre. Given how many activities and services they support, with 42,000 requested, it doesn't seem like much. However, I'm wondering whether there is budget in either parks or buildings or anything that would be able to support this rather than coming at it this way.
Yes. We'll hold that thought. Wishful thinking. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions around the surf lifesaving. Clearly they do an amazing job, and like everyone in here, everybody does deserve funding, and they may not get it, but doesn't mean they don't deserve it. It looks like they've asked for 50k in the budget. It looks like there's budgeted 157k for them. Is that correct, or am I reading that wrong?
You've almost got it right. They've asked for 207, and we currently give them approximately 157, so the difference is 50k more.
Yes, so can I just, to verify what Councillor Houlihan has asked, what is budgeted is the same grant as last year?
Correct.
And is it Surf Life Savings getting $64 million from the government? Is that correct?
That is correct.
We'll go Councillor Walker, then Councillor O'Malley.
Yeah, just a question around number 17 and the place-based fund there. The question relates to a motion I've seen asking for that not to be increased. I'm just wondering if the mover of that motion is aware that that's a standing motion of council would need to be revoked under another process.
I am councillor, and I've since forwarded you another email saying that I intend to bring a notice of motion to the June council meeting asking for that to be revoked.
Excellent.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
And continuing with that, do we have any place where we look at the footprint of these place-based community groups, the relationship to other community groups such as community boards, and a mechanism of understanding return of activity relative to the amount of funding?
The short answer is no, but it's a good question because initially when they were set up, that crossover with community boards was a really interesting discussion, if you recall, and now there does seem to be overlap. The Civic Affairs Committee...
Can I butt in? Chief, sorry. There's been talk in our Civic Affairs pre and post meetings that there be something come to Civic Affairs in relation to the place groups, their funding and what they're doing. And in fact, Sullivan may be able to answer more accurately than I, but I think there's going to be a report in the first instance from each of these groups coming to Civic Affairs. Is that where we got to?
It's a overall report from staff, just giving councillors an update on the groups and the types of work that they do, and then from that, whether or not the committee then wants to meet with them on a semi-regular basis, the way that they do with community boards.
Does that help?
I think for something a bit more fundamental than that, and that would be whether or not, in fact, they are performing the role that we're paying them to do, and how can they demonstrate their representation of the community that they represent. I'm not saying that it's not happening. I'm just saying that there doesn't appear to be a mechanism of determining the validity of the statement that you're a place-based community group.
Look, and if there's a report coming to Civic, there might be an opportunity to frame it slightly differently based on this discussion. So I'll work with the chair of Civic Affairs to just make sure that report, as best we can, addresses some of that, because there's a level of analysis potentially required that would be reasonably difficult to do without having a clear framework about what outcomes we were looking for.
That might be because I would like us to head towards a framework as to what it is we're looking for. Because there's also another set of people that receive under this head, and that's one-off grants to groups that are in the community, but they themselves are funding themselves and they get grants from this. I'm just thinking, I know One Coast got it at one point. So there's things in this grant system that work really well, and I think we just need to have a look at the whole. I would like us to look at the whole system before we determine the funding, as opposed to determining the funding and then looking at the whole system.
Sounds good. Any further questions on the page? All right. We'll turn it over and come back to Sunnyvale.
So, as I was saying, is there any way that any assistance can, given that John Moyle has presented the reason looking at this seems to fall under either buildings or parks, whether there's any scope in there in either way?
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I agree. Sunnyvale was a really important sporting asset, but unless we drop something out of the parks budget, we've condensed it as much as we can.
With Councillor Wiley not here, is there anything we can drop out of golf?
I've got a question. My reading of this paper says that they will in fact be getting 157,000 this coming year. So the year in front of us, starting on the 1st of July, the 24-25 year, is the last year of their service agreement. So what they're asking for is a negotiation between now and the 9-year plan at the end of this year for what's going to happen thereafter. Is that a correct assessment of the situation? Oh, yes.
Yeah, and I'm sure they would love 157,000,
Yes,
but
yes,
we're not
I
giving
was.
them anything.
I was. It's right there above. And so, yes, I got that completely wrong. So, in fact, this one ends on 30th of June. Well, where would you find it from? Anyway, questions? Councillor
Another
Stewart.
question regarding Sunnyvale. My understanding is their SLA, which was for 10 years, was to pay for principal and interest for 10 years. It wasn't, that's what it was, and that I would imagine after 10 years that loan is probably paid off. Okay, just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Right. Okay, well, I'm sure they'll make representations for the 9-year plan.
I guess that was going to be my question. So is it the mood of the room to tell them to come back to the 9-year plan?
I think so. Councillor Barker.
Just because we're not looking for money, but looking for money. The Dunedin Budgetary Advisory Services, and I understood they lost their contract with central government, and we granted them $185,000, and I just wondered, is the money now available for other groups in the 24-25 year, or did they have a service level agreement, or what was the process / funding behind that? Does anyone know?
Does anyone know?
Oh, you did get one.
As I understand it from the advice we've had, the service is in the process of operating under a new entity, and the national body has lost their contract. The Dunedin service is making the arrangements to continue operating. This is the best I have, the best advice I have. Does anyone else have any update on that?
For what it's worth, I'd heard that their contract was being transferred. It was still going to be in operation, but by a different provider. So I
guess it's just around how much money is provided, how is it negotiated. So it's like, do we ring fence the money, or do we? Yeah, it's a very difficult one because it's not provided for in the. Oh, it is provided for in the next year's budget. However, there's a big change, and could we shift the money into another pool, or?
Yeah. Councillor Gary.
I think there's some confusion amongst providers even around who's got the new contract and so forth. So I think we really do need to establish that in relation to Councillor Barker's very relevant question.
Yeah, look, I agree with that.
Can someone arrange to make? Yeah, I don't know who answered it, but if someone can arrange, Sharon, and maybe to follow that one up, and we'll provide some further advice later in the meeting.
Okay. So
can I ask a question about predator-free Dunedin? So from the staff comment, there are currently, number 21, there are currently 2 staff employed by the DCC that are funded by Predator Free, and just confirming until the end of 24-25. So we need to, they're signalling that this needs to be a further discussion as part of the 9-year plan. I just wanted to confirm that.
I can answer that as a trustee at PFT. So that funding, so Predator Free 2050 that funds them, that funding runs out next year. And the reason there's no amount specified here is they didn't ask for anything, and it won't be clear until Predator Free 2050 decide how they're structured and which projects they're going to support nationally, and some will fall. So that'll be clearer once we get clarity from 2050.
So will that be clear by this time next year? Thank you. That's very helpful. I just wanted to know where that was. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. We can turn the page, I think, for items 22 and 23. Choir and Coastal Communities. So, any comments on that? Councillor Gary.
I just noticed in several instances there's consideration around waiving resource consent fees as a way of us supporting several groups. At what point would we know if that support was going to be carried out, Chief?
What do you mean, Councillor?
Well, it says it will be considered, and we're trying to make a decision here around how we might support these groups or not support them. I just wonder how likely that is, or if you could like to comment on
that. Various groups contact the office at various times seeking support, and where we can, we do. But there are some costs that we won't waive, so if council has incurred costs around, but we do waive them on occasions, but we're reasonably scrupulous.
So this is likely to be a potential way we could support them. I presume if it's written in here, that's likely.
The chair of the community board has been in regular contact with me about this one, for example.
We don't need a motion on that, do we? No. Very good. Councillor O'Malley, question.
What I would like, though, is that this is captured along with the stuff that was right at the start about groups that are working on council land, but I would say also just extend that to or achieving council objectives. In other words, this is not on most of this is not on council land, but it's providing a cycleway system as part of. So, in other words, I think it can be captured on the earlier one, and I'd like to spend some time writing that one when it gets here, when we get to the end of this list.
Righto.
Yes, I concur with Councillor O'Malley on this as well. And again, I'd just like to point out it's with infrequency that we allocate any money to our North Coast community. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert, question.
Thank you. Question around the City Choir is bringing it up, but just with the DSO and the comment about the review of the operating model of DVML in time for the 9-year plan. At what point are we included in that discussion? As a fait accompli, or?
If you recall, you've asked for it. And so the terms of reference are being developed at the minute, will come back for approval. So at that point you're involved.
All right. So no further. One more question on this page.
Yeah, just wanted to follow up that question. Chief, are you able to give us any kind of time frame for that process?
Not at this stage, but there's a degree of priority for it from both the community and from DVML.
That's great to hear, because this has been, as you know, an ongoing concern.
Right. Okay, so we can turn the page to one code.
Okay. My hand was up.
Oh,
You're not free.
sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, it did escape my attention. I'm sorry.
Very, very quickly. City Choir, understand the work needs to be done for the in relation to the operating model of DVML, but the staff comment here is such that they recommend that the level of grant funding remain unchanged for 24-25 while the grants review is undertaken and the work in relation to how DVML operates going forward. Does anyone know how much that is? So, and it obviously, is it in the budget?
That could potentially be amended. Excuse me, amended, because it's the same situation as the Symphony Orchestra. They apply for contestable funding through the city service grants. I believe this year they've applied for $21,000. Last year they applied for something similar but were granted, I believe, $10,000. So that could potentially be amended to read that the status quo is kept, and that they apply for contestable funding in June until decisions have been made about DVML.
Just like this request for funding really doesn't belong in this particular conversation or process.
No, probably not.
Thank you.
And I have spoken to both submitters, both the orchestra and the choir, about the upcoming review, so they are aware of what's in train.
Yes. Just waiting for
Following-
Councillor Action to finish. Go, away you go.
right.
Yes.
Following on from that, just the whole thing with DVML does affect budgets because, for example, DSO said that if they have to pay the full price, clearly that's, it's double the cost to them, if not more than double. And so if they get a community rate for those DVML things, then they know. But there's, at the moment, the way it sits, there's no surety. Is there any way we can get this some sort of resolution on this quicker?
As I've said previously, Councillor, we've got the council direction to undertake the review. The terms of reference are being developed. It'll be done with as much speed as you can, but it is complex.
So following on from that, will that review look at, because the big problem for them is if they do get the community grant, that it can be taken away from them if the DVML organisation gets a booking?
The review is for the operating model of DVML, so...
Right, so have we covered questions? Great. Over the page to the final item, page 139, item 24, One Coast. And that's really straightforward, but Councillor O'Malley would like to speak to it.
Oh, only to say that this again is another one which I think goes to that more omnibus resolution.
The omnibus, which is the first resolution about community planting and...
Yeah, like how do we
Such
interface
like-
with these groups when they're performing functions that relate to the council?
Okay, so I'll have that back, please. Okay, so now we're moving to resolutions.
We've just had 5 minutes, Mr Mayor, to check, because a couple of these are now slightly more complex.
Okay. Okay, so I move we adjourn for 5 minutes. Seconded Councillor Mayhem. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Here we go. To resume. Okay, so I've looked at the various motions and I've shuffled the order slightly to do the easy ones first. And the easiest one, I think, is the Broad Bay Boating Club, because it's really straightforward to move it to the 9-year plan. So, Councillor Benson Pope, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, I think briefly this is the most appropriate way to proceed, and it's unlike some of the other requests for funding for facilities. These people are well down the track and have demonstrated their creds, if you like, and I think it's more appropriate that whatever support we might give them is by way of the 9-year plan rather than this annual plan.
Rightio. So, anyone else like to speak? No? In which case... The seconder, yes. Councillor Walker. In which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So, our next one is the policy on community planting and such. Because once again, that's a referral to the 9-year plan. Now, I presume Councillor O'Malley is going to propose that, put that forward. Who's a seconder?
Yeah, we'll just pretend the spelling's perfect.
Yeah, is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Mayhem. Councillor Mayhem. There we go. We'll get the spelling right, and then Councillor O'Malley will speak to it.
I'll proceed the spelling check.
Yeah.
Basically, this is just something we get a lot of these, and I think, and all the ones in that list is, going back to their submissions, and I believe they're all valid. So my real thing is, we often get very good value for money on these place-based groups doing their thing. We have to have a policy on how good that value for money is and when we want to use them. And if they're creating a new asset, we also have to have a policy of then integrating that asset into our asset management plan. So I think this will get us a good way, and I think we'll end up getting good outcomes from it.
Very good. Anyone want to speak to it? Councillor Vandervis?
Just wondering if council land also includes council buildings, community halls, etc.
Community halls will be covered in a separate report that will be coming to the 9-year plan about halls, community halls generally.
And what about other intermediate structures that are neither halls nor land? Sheds. No. I mean, there's warehouses. There's all sorts of things that exist on council land, and I'm just wondering if it's bare land that's considered, or are we considering?
I think it's all encapsulating.
We'll do our best, I'd imagine, in the development of this, because this is an interesting framework, that there'll be an opportunity for councillors to provide some input as we develop it. We'll probably bring it to you in a draft and workshop it. So that way we can look at if we've captured the sheds or not.
Okay.
I'd argue that maintaining a shed might be a council objective, so I think the second part of that is fairly loose, and we could change council land to council assets.
Yeah. Yeah, or land or assets. Mm.
Can we leave it brief in the meeting? Can we keep?
Yeah, land or assets. Can we just put those extra words in there? Yep, there we go, extra words. And did you have a question or comment, Councillor Walker?
I just had a point. I just said, but say timely, long overdue, but can I urge us as an organisation to make sure we get on top of this one and not be sitting here in a year's time doing the same?
Well, we will, except we'll be passing it, maybe. So, okay, land or assets, there you go. That covers that. Yep, Councillor.
One more question. Is there any indication of where this funding might come from?
I would say...
The purpose I'm asking is actually establish that framework so we can answer those questions.
There is some funding being allocated currently, which is one example in here, the Smales Beach. So,
Is it not around the not being ad hoc but having a coordinated approach? Is that not what we're looking at? Thank you.
yeah, exactly. That's right. So there's some being allocated, and we got an application from Mr. Cock at the submissions. So anyway, there we go. We're all happy. We've spoken. Does anyone else want to speak to it? No? That was Councillor Mayhem. I did say it. So, in which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. There we go. And now to, well, the one with the most questions. Staff have come over to answer questions about cosy homes because there's a chunk of money there. So, and there is a motion to not fund that. However, let's have some staff to the table, or can we just answer questions where you're sitting? You've got a microphone there, I believe. Yeah. So we have a range of questions. Who has questions for this? So, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I have a number of questions, and I apologise that I hadn't actually realised that the SLA had finished and that we had funding in the budget, and I probably would have asked more questions of Mr Hawken when he came to submit last week. So can you just explain how the process works? Because when I look at the Cosy Homes annual accounts, they don't have any grants funding in there, and I don't. If you could just explain the process and whether all the funding was used in this or will be used in the current financial year.
Thank you, Councillor. In regards to the Cosy Homes, they have an agreement with us up until the 30th of June that comes from our contestable grant. How they account for it in their own trust documents and in their own non-financial reporting, I can't comment on that aspect, sorry. In regards to their grant, what it helps, it's a contribution to the installation of 80 homes, although they delivered on 135, which is helping homes become warmer. They also, I'm just reading here, as they provide a grant of 64,000 to contribute toward funding the installation component of the wider project. And so there is quite a detailed agreement with them around targets that they need to meet each year.
So would the intention be that agreement would roll over? So, and of the 100...
Sorry, there is no, and sorry to interrupt, there's no intention that this rolls over. It's a new agreement each year, and they're told that it's from a contestable grant, so therefore it's not, there's no multi-year funding with this one.
So if it's from a contestable grant, is that allocated by the grants subcommittee? So this is not a matter for us to be discussed. It's not a matter for here, it's a matter that comes from the grant subcommittee, is it?
Apologies. This agreement, together with other agreements that fall under non-contestable, they used to be, negotiated with the manager of community development in the past, with agreement from general manager, and we used to have them in the annual budget. And then once the annual budget is approved, we would, issue the agreement in place for them.
So, in the apologies, Councillor, that's non-contestable. Sorry.
Non-contestable.
Non-contestable. So
they're SLAs. They're service level agreements that have been made for a period of time. That it's come to an end, and they've had one rollover, but they understand that it's come to an end.
Can I ask a question? Is this kind of non-contestable funding captured in the grants review that we're doing?
Thank you, Ms Graham. Yes, I can answer that. So in the previous paper we took to Council updating the grants review, yes, that was captured in that. All the service level agreements have been captured.
So is that the right place to be discussing it rather than here?
So in the grants budget that's essentially been ring-fenced, there's an allocation of 110,000 there, ring-fenced for something like this potentially. Right.
It sounds fuzzy. Councillor Benson Pope has a question.
So 2 questions. The first one is, am I correct in my perception of the way the Cosy Homes Trust works is that it's a sort of a clearinghouse, if you like, for managing applications and other funding that's coming from central government and other sources to keep people warm and dry and healthy?
Thank you, Councillor. To the best of our knowledge, that is correct. Then we do know that they also receive money from the likes of Otago Community Trust, so also philanthropy.
The second question is just, I wasn't clear about some of the toing and froing here. There's no question about the intention of the city to continue with funding at the moment by the way that the sort of funding that historically they've had. It will be the intention that that would be rolled over as part of, or not, as part of a further application for contestable funding.
That is correct, and it's quite clear within the paperwork that there is an expiry date and it discontinues.
Yeah, so it seems, so am I right in thinking it doesn't belong here, it belongs somewhere else?
The what, sorry?
Yeah, it does seem very confusing because in the submission there was no request for funding, and now it's contestable or non-contestable. I heard both contestable funding and I heard non-contestable funding. Could be the microphone, but I heard both, so I don't know which is which.
As Ms Weekhider has explained, this is a service level agreement, so they've been paid to deliver certain obligations within that 1 year period. It is, to be clear, it has been noted in the budget, so that if that would continue, we could do that. But if the council does not want that to happen, then that money could be allocated to other groups.
Well, yeah, but it also sounds like a good one to go to the 9-year plan because we don't know what, the whole scenario as far as that goes with a range of other things. Anyway,
Councillors,
have
just
you
for your
finished with your questions?
Yeah. Sorry, councillors, I have circulated the service level agreement to you from Cosy Homes that I've just received so that you can see what it is that is being delivered as part of the agreement.
Right, and Councillor Benson was still carrying on with his questions.
Well, my concern is, Mr Chairman, Mr Mayor, that there be any suggestion of this service level agreement not being rolled over, especially at the beginning of winter, when it is providing, this organisation is providing invaluable services to our community, and I'm gobsmacked actually that we're even discussing it, let alone considering stopping funding of this kind, which is what I take the Deputy Mayor's notice to be.
Well, my observation of insulation is most people do it in the summer so that it's ready for winter, but be that as it may.
If I can please answer to reply to the councillor, the reason for my proposed notice of motion was that I read the Cosy Home submission and I heard from the submitter and they didn't actually ask for funding, and I was not aware that their service level agreement had ceased or will be ceasing as at the 30th of June 2024. So based on that, and that's my reason for the questioning, and that I had put that up because I wasn't understanding of where it was at, and also the fact that they didn't clearly ask for funding when they came to council, so I did not know their funding was ceasing.
So then I have to ask what the status of that motion is. You now withdrawing that?
I think the intention is that I will withdraw that, but I needed to have the questions answered, and it's been very helpful that the Chief has supplied the service level agreement because we had no knowledge, well, I personally had no knowledge of what we were funding Cosy Homes for.
So you are going to withdraw the motion?
Yes, I just said that. Yes, I'm going to withdraw the motion.
Councillor Houlihan.
Can I just clarify? So it sounds like from what we've heard that there's the agreement, the SLA agreement for this Cosy Homes ends on 30th of June. So there's no more funding after that. But it sounds like, if I'm correct, please, I'm not sure if I'm correct or not, that there's funding put in the budget for it, but it hasn't been there out of their agreement. Is that the case?
Thank you, Councillor. That is correct.
It sounds like then, if that's the case, we need to put that in the mix with all the others to be divvied up to see if that has priority against some of the other motions that we have. Is that not fair to say? Why would that not be fair? Because that means there's the 110 or whatever it is K available then for any of these other motions to use if this isn't allocated because their ECLA is expired and it's in the budget available.
So that's exactly what this part of the process is about, but the staff, the information you have in front of you is that the draft budgets as currently presented include $110,000 for the continuation of this agreement. At the moment there is no resolution or otherwise to stop that.
So we need to decide if we want to continue funding that this year.
Right. Councillor Barker. And then I've got Councillors Gary and Ackland.
Okay, I'm just looking at the grants list that we have, and I see that the Cosy Home Trust was within a service level agreement, and that there's a number, including things like the Startup Trust, Sport Otago Core Services. So just to understand, do the budgets for the service level agreements sit within the budgets of community development, economic development, etc., or do we make those decisions during the long-term plan about what those budgets are going to be? I thought the things like, Startup Trust haven't come to us asking for money this year, so how does that work? Oh, it's got a number 8 beside it. It says number 8. Oh, no, that doesn't explain it.
I think I can't answer that question directly, but I think what this really highlights is that the need for the grants review is pressing because of the disparate way that things are treated, and your question just points to that. And I'm sorry I don't have a straightforward answer, but because we have SLAs and rates rebates and contestable grants, non-contestable grants, it's an opportunity to provide a framework, some clear direction, and then some guidelines.
Yeah, look, we've got all of those SLAs, and this is the only one that's here, which seems kind of weird. So I'll put a motion that we move it to the grants review and deal with it there. But we've got 3 questions coming before that.
Mr Mayor, were you to do that, you need to decide what happens with the budget. So, because this isn't a grants budget at the minute.
But so where does it fit in?
It sits in the
budgets
community.
in the SLA, for instance, Startup Dunedin.
So this one, as staff have said, sits in the community development budget as essentially a non-contestable grant that is used to deliver the objectives of the Cosy Home Trust, because that's something that council is committed to by way of a service they want provided.
But that service level agreement's finished, and what we have to decide is if we want to keep funding this.
Right. Well, we'll take these next couple of questions, Councillor Gary, and then Councillor Ackland.
I'm just trying to take a step back here. When we made the decision not to do an LTP this year, these are the unintended consequences, right? So we need to take responsibility for that. If we were doing an LTP, we'd be having the wider discussion. So I think we need to keep that in mind. And I want to ask staff, and you may not be able to answer, is what is the downstream effect of us not keeping that in the budget in terms of the delivery of those outcomes of warmer, drier homes. This is not a nice to have we're talking about here, folks. We're talking about need to have.
Thank you, Councillor. If I may, the anecdotal information we're getting from a variety of trusts is that all sources of funding are very tight. So I would assume, and not to speak on behalf of an independent trust, but they would have to review what they could deliver for the budget they have.
Thank you, and I'd ask my colleagues, is this one you really want to reallocate at this time in this cost of crisis living crisis and homelessness crisis, etc. I certainly don't.
Councillor Eklund?
Look, my question is quite simply, got a service level agreement here that was for 1 year that is expiring at the end of next month. Everybody involved knew that, obviously except us, until now that we find out that even though the service level agreement is to expire on the 30th of June, there's money in the budget there for it, $110,000, and we've been spending all morning nitpicking around $5 and $10 and $15 and $20,000, and all of a sudden this one just appears miraculously in front of us, and it's being suggested around the table that we wouldn't dare cut it, but they didn't even ask for it. So my question is quite simply, how did this get here? Who made the decision for this to be on here when it wasn't even requested?
I'll answer that because I don't know that all of that commentary is necessarily fair. In their submission, they did ask for continuation of the top-ups grants funding. It's the point number 1 in their submission. And so, and then to the point one of the councillors to my left made, this would have been considered in the round if we were doing a 10-year plan, but we're not. And so the various other things in the budgets have been rolled over rather than stop things and this is captured in the grants review. And so, and again, to be fair to staff, the commentary on this in the attachment very clearly says that the service level has expired. Service level agreement has expired, and it puts the money there for council to consider. And that's what this process is about.
Okay, so my question is quite simply, is that this money is there for us to decide today as to whether that service level agreement continues.
Absolutely, that's the entire point of this part of the process.
Only because I was hearing that automatically this should just roll over.
The papers show you that in the draft budgets, and Councillor Lucas has a hand up, that money has been allocated for a variety of reasons, mostly because this is an in-between year because we're not doing a 10-year plan.
We've got a question from Councillor Walker, then Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I'm feeling a bit more assured that the mover is intending to withdraw this, but I will ask the question I was going to ask. DCC, ORC, Presbyterian Support, etc. were founding members of Cosy Homes Trust. My question to the mover was, before putting this up, have you had discussions with people like Presbyterian Support and others who established the organisation?
No, I haven't. But looking at their Cosy Home website and their documents on the charitable trust, those organisations don't appear to be funding them anymore. It's us and Central Otago Lakes Trust, along with the government.
My point wasn't they were funding them; they were just founding members of the trust. But you haven't. Okay, you haven't discussed it with them.
Sorry.
Sorry, did you want
my question? No.
No, yes, your question now.
Thank you, Chief, for referring us back to the submission, which their submission says quite clearly, recommendation 1, that the DCC continues to provide top-up grants for the Warmer Kiwi Homes scheme, which is, in the current SLA, $64,500. Is that correct?
64,900, I think.
Sorry, 64,900.
To the best of our knowledge, yes, that is correct, yeah.
So that's actually what they're asking for. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, but that is to deliver the service, like, to fund the insulation component. However, there is also a contribution of $45,900 towards the operational costs.
Yep. But the government is also, I thought the government was paying that part of it. We don't have any information here on that.
We wouldn't be we have the information, the public information, as do yourselves, around their funding mechanisms, but we can't comment on their ability to attract more funding or not to attract more funding.
Right, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm assuming, and I think you've covered the point, but I just want to check in with you, Chief. If this had been as it was expected LTP time, we would have had a much wider discussion, would we not, on this? Would that be the case?
And ideally, the grants review would have been undertaken, and we would have considered these all in the round.
It's a chicken and egg. And the second point I just thought about was that I don't know if any of you have attended. We're always invited to the Cozy Homes AGM, and so some of you will have that wider picture of the organisation, but some of you may not for that reason. So I think that's problematic, perhaps, in showing up around the table.
Yes. What is the status of the grants review?
It's a work stream for the 9-year plan, and it will kick off immediately following this process, along with a whole range of other work.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. So has the motion been withdrawn or not?
No.
Well, I haven't moved it, but I said that I would withdraw it.
It's just
but
sitting
I've got
on
another. It hasn't been
it's just
seconded.
sitting on the
It's
screen.
just sitting on the screen.
Is that your question? Well, hang on a minute. We'll have a few more. We'll get the questions.
I have withdrawn it.
Councillor, we've got questions.
I have withdrawn it, but I do have a question, and I'm not sure whether staff can answer this. On the Cozy Homes website, it says Dunedin City Council contributes $62,500 annually, matching funds to leverage the EECA funds through the program, and that it administers the DCC's contribution with 100% of funds going to insulating homes. So I'm just, in relation to what the answer to my previous question was, there seems to be a mismatch there.
You mean that the website says 62 and what we've got in the contract is, I think it's 60, so I just have to bring it up.
62,900.
64,900 plus the additional 45,000, which brings us to the 110.
It's the question of it over the 45, whatever it is, when it says the DCC, Cozy Homes administers the DCC's contribution with 100% of funds going to insulating homes. That's, yeah, that...
Sorry, in the paperwork that I'm not sure if it's also being shared with you, but the what we have here is 64,900, which is the insulation of homes, but we also give them an additional 45,900 towards the operational activity of the budget. So it is broken up into two parts.
What I would observe is, having just read this, one clearly says it's a grant, which is the 65, give or take. The other one says a payment, which is interesting wording. So
yes.
Yeah.
So I'll put up a motion here that we'll continue our grant of 64,900 towards the cost of insulating homes, meeting criteria for the EECA run-in, right? Because that's what they've asked for in their submission to council, and that's what we've historically done, and that's the existing agreement. So that effectively rolls over the agreement. They are getting funding from government as well as Otago Community Trust for other things. So that means that we are continuing exactly what they've asked for, 64,900, and it is in line with what we've said on either our website or their website, that 100% of that grant goes to the insulation on the homes, and that just covers it off. Right? Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Houlihan. There we go. So any more questions before we finish with questions?
Can we see it up on the screen when it's...
That was, that's a bit...
It'll be close. So I think you need to say approves funding.
Yes, approves funding, yep.
Only because it's... and put the year. Please. 24, 25 years. Yeah. And homes is good, but maybe homes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. YAR at the end. There we go.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So the reality is that it's not clear, or can I ask, what are the implications then of a reduction of roughly $40,000 in terms of the funds that would go into the Cosy Homes Trust? I don't know what those implications are. I don't know the background of the service level agreement, but it seems pretty churlish to me to be reducing our support for an organisation that does so much good work for many people in our communities and makes their houses better insulated and warmer. And it is completely counterintuitive that we would sit here on a freezing day outside and remove support for the Cosy Homes Trust. So can I have some comment that's clear from staff, please, about what the implication is of that reduction, because a reduction is what it is.
Well, that's what they asked for, though.
Anyway,
Well,
comment from staff was called for. Is there a staff comment able to be made?
Well, actually, what's been in the agreement with them that they can fund and support the insulation for 80 homes. What we see with evidence from previous years that they managed to do that for more than 80 homes, and that comes in alignment with the social well-being strategy and the priorities days for warmer houses and access to healthy homes as well. So if the decision is going to be made to reduce the amount, this means it is a reduction in the number of houses that are going to be insulated, and the service is going to be cut, given into account that we are approaching winter and how important this service was for the households that benefited from the service.
Thank you. That's very clear. So I certainly won't be supporting a motion of this kind, which is, in practical terms, a significant reduction in the level of support we give to the Cosy Homes Trust, which for years has been providing a clearinghouse for people to apply to, get supported to, get decent heating and decent insulation in Dunedin's grotty, cold, damp houses.
Is there a question?
No, I'm speaking to your motion.
I haven't spoken yet. Anyway, Councillor Gary, we're still in question time. Councillor
I
Gary.
have a question. Is it the case that... sorry, I'm distracted. Is it the case that getting funding grants for operating costs for an organisation is very challenging because there are not many funds that provide that? Is that still the case?
From what we understand, that is the case. Thank you, Councillor.
So is there still government funding and OCT funding coming to the Trust?
That question's probably best answered by the Trust themselves, but that has been our understanding in the past. Whether that's continuing, given Councillor Lucas's comments, I'm not sure.
And I think, councillors, it's very difficult for staff to answer questions on behalf of the Trust.
Yeah.
The service level agreement says what's contracted. I don't think we can honestly say what the impact will be on losing the operational funding. And that would be a question we would need to ask of the Trust. And there's not much more I think we can add on that basis.
Questions? Councillor Houlihan, then Councillor Walker, then Councillor Gary.
Thank you. So I think, can I just clarify that the funding that they had would have stopped at the 30th of June had we not put this motion to say that they could get the 64. So that's more than what they would have, so their funding had actually stopped 30th of June, is that correct?
No, well, no, because of the 9-year plan, 1-year plan change, staff had put this money in the draft budget to be considered as part of this process. So if the draft budgets had been approved, they would have received $110,000.
But the agreement, the SLA had finished as of 30 June.
But again, as the staff have said, a new agreement would have been put in place to give effect to the budget decision to keep funding that work until the 9-year plan and the broader discussion.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you. And in the context of this discussion, the irony of what's going on behind us shouldn't pass any of us by. I'm just perplexed. I don't know if anybody else is. We've got 110,800 here, and now on the screen has appeared 64,900. I'm still confused as to why we've jumped from this to that. Can somebody in plain language explain that to me? Okay.
For funding for, and I haven't got the wording right in front of me, but towards the essentially the cost of the insulation component of the homes. The 64,900 represents that cost.
So why, therefore, and I presume this has been run through staff to appear in the amount budgeted, why is the 110,800 there?
I suspect that staff just took the amount that had gone to the cosy homes because realising that there's likely a cost to deliver the service that isn't met by just that element.
So the true cost of delivery is 110,800.
The previous service level had 110,800. Whether that's the true cost of delivery, I don't know, because there may be other funding. But what we had funded for the council's contribution to this service had been 110.
And final question, just clarifying what came from Dr. Mai Tamimi behind me, is that if it's not 110,800 and it's this amount on the screen, we're basically losing a significant amount of homes that ultimately we can insulate.
That I do think that may be the case, but we would have to check that with the trust, only because that as an assumption, and I think that isn't something we can say definitively without talking to them.
But as governors, we're obviously perfectly entitled to make our own assumptions. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Yes, I've got two questions. The first one is I would have expected us to, if we had questions around the true operating costs, etc., we'd be having that discussion around the 9-year plan, and I would have been really comfortable about that. So would that be the case, Chief, that that's the kind of question that we would have covered in a 9-year plan discussion?
Councillors are able to ask any kind of questions in an annual plan discussion as well, because this is still a budget meeting. So.
And my second question is to
sorry.
Second question to Chair is, when did you plan to take a break for lunch, Mr. Chair? And the reason I ask, there's many of us here who would like to be out there during our lunch break.
Well, yeah, we're in the middle of this, so once we've finished this.
Thank you.
This is the answer. So, Councillor Ackland, and then Councillor Barker.
Very simple question. We've been informed that 100% of the grant money that we provide to this organisation gets used for the purposes of insulating and making homes warmer. My question is, the $64,900, which is the grant to do that work, is costing us $45,000 to administer? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, look, Councillor, the service level agreement talks about a contribution towards the operational costs. Without having the trust here to be able to understand exactly what that's covering, I don't know that that's fair, because there's other funding sources that the trust will be getting as well.
So basically what we're saying, though, is out of the 110,000 that somehow managed to get into the budget as a rollover after a 1-year service level agreement, 9-year plan coming up or not, what we're saying is that about 60% of what we're providing is actually going in to do the work, and the other 40% is administrative costs, which may well be for other things. Is that the case?
No, there are two distinct payments that are being made.
Mm.
And so, and I think without having the relevant staff here, while this is a one-year agreement, it's been a long-standing agreement. It just happens, I think, that this service level agreement is a one-year one, but the agreement has been in place for many years.
That same level of funding.
I think it's changed slightly over time, but broadly at about that level. I think there's been a target number of houses that we look to achieve insulation for since the Mayor's Housing Accord, or whatever that document was, from the time of Mayor Cull.
And has that always been broken into two parts? So 60% of it a grant and 40% of it a payment, as you called it before?
I don't know, sorry, Councillor. This is the first time I've ever read the service level agreement, if I were to be honest. So,
Councillor Barker.
I'm just seeing that the Cosy Homes Trust was established in 2015, and I can't ask you questions about it, but I could tell you some information about it in my speech. However, if we are going to start looking at all the service level agreements, because we have no clarity on when any of these expires, well, would we like to spend the rest of the meeting discussing the $1.8 million in those grants, including 194,000 to the Startup Trust, all of the others that we have no clarity over? I'm just really concerned that we're opening something here, because if we start with the Cosy Homes Trust, then I'm quite willing to sit here for the rest of the week and discuss all of the service level agreements one by one. I don't know how I can ask this as a question, but back in 2015 there was funding to help with the operations. That extra funding would enable the trust to employ the staff. So that, I think, is the key of the funding, because if there's no one to administer it, sort of speechy, but I don't know how I can put that in the question, but there is a lot of information that we don't know.
There is. Why are there no other service level agreements here?
Because they've all been captured by the grants review, but this one, for a range of reasons, and because the trust submitted, and because it aligns with, quite clearly, with some of those, with the objections of council, because it links to the Mayor's Task Force for Housing, because it links to a whole range of things, this was included.
Councillor O'Malley.
I think this relates to the resolution I brought it right at the very start, and what I am hearing is that we've got a one-year gap to fill through that we have to administratively deal with. Is that it? Yep. Thanks.
Right. Right, well, look, I think we've covered questions. I'll just speak to the motion. We were from one end, obviously from one extreme of nothing to the other of paying it all. What the trust came and did is came and applied for their grant towards the cost of insulation, and the other is given as a payment. The other is, noted in their documentation as a payment, which sits outside. They also get money from government and community trust, and they state on their website that 100% of the money, or we say on our website that 100% of the money that DCC gives to them goes to insulation of the homes. So to me it's a reasonable compromise. Gives them 60%, or gives them 2/3 of the money that we had, and Councillor Ackland was looking to make another point about the cost of administering that amount of money, which does seem a lot proportionally. However, who knows? There's installation costs, or who knows what goes. It says admin. But I think this way we keep with what we've done, and we continue that amount that we finance with them, and we've done that across a range of groups. And some we have reduced, and others we have asked for money, have got nothing. And so they do have significant other sources of funding, being the government and Target Community Trust, which are much larger funders of community activity than us. And I'm nervous of this, the status of a payment as opposed to a grant. So we're sticking with the grant, which is what they asked for. I think it's reasonable. Who else would like to speak to it? Councillor Barker.
I don't think it's reasonable. We started off today with not knowing much about what the Cosy Homes Trust, and I think through questions we've established some information, but when we go back to our good friend the Otago Daily Times, which covered when the trust was set up in 2015, and the Otago Cosy Homes organisation aimed to establish a one-stop shop and to deliver and implement specific programs to connect householders with service providers. I don't think we can cut operational funding, so I do not support this. When Gillian Bremer, who is from Presbyterian Support Otago, who she's quoted as saying, Dunedin faced significant preventable illness challenges arising from its about 18,000, we've done what, 100 a year since then, older, uninsulated and poorly heated houses, with an estimated 47% of households experiencing fuel poverty. The DCC report noted that many houses in Dunedin were comparatively old and poorly insulated, and healthcare was one of the biggest costs associated with poor quality housing. Many young and old people were living with unnecessary respiratory conditions because of living in cold houses. And one of our measures in our annual report and in our outcomes is around mouldy homes. So we absolutely cannot cut the cut funding for this. I think that what we've done with the grants review is uncovered a whole lot of service level agreements. And as I said, there's $1.8 million sitting here. And are we going to go through them all? Because the Startup Trust did not come to us to ask for any money. What do? We cut that? Do we discuss that as well? I think that we don't have enough information to make this decision at this time, and we don't have enough information to understand the implications of making a decision like that, and that's what puts fear into my heart. We have a homelessness crisis. We know that. We need to do housing. We've just said yes to a housing action plan. We've employed someone to do housing action. I don't think we can cut funding until I don't think we should cut the funding, because we need to understand the implications of unfunding something that actually throughout Otago looked after 600 grants across Otago in the last year. This has been going since 2015. This was set up by Mayor Dave Cull and the Chief Executive of Presbyterian Support Otago. They were given money by our partners, the Otago Community Trust, and I think we would be acting in bad faith if we cut that.
Councillor Vandervis, and then Councillor Benson-Pope, followed by Councillors Walker, Gary and O'Malley.
The Otago Community Trust is still supplying money for this Cosy Homes initiative. It is still going to go along as it has done in the past. It is great that they can do the number of houses that they can do, but it's a wee bit like social housing as well. They can only do, and will only ever be able to do, a relatively small number of houses. And what we're doing here is asking everybody else to pay for them. I have been involved with one of the Cosy Homes installers and recognised the level of insulation that has gone into some of these houses, and it's been wonderful. It's quite a bit in excess of what I have in my own house, in fact. Underfloor, above, walls, everything. And when the Mayor suggests that we pay the $64,000 that was requested, and that we are then able to point out that this money goes directly to actual insulation rather than any associated bureaucracy, to me that is a much better defensible use of other ratepayers' money, most of whom probably live in houses that won't have the standard of insulation that Cosy Homes is actually able to provide. So I think what the Mayor has suggested is in fact entirely reasonable. It is other people's money that we are spending here, and to suggest that we need to throw more of other people's money at a particular group that the Cosy Homes targets and that everybody else can pay for it, to me it's a long bow to draw. So I'm entirely happy with the $64,000, despite the fact that we will have to borrow probably to fund it.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a procedural question that I'd like to ask. I'm giving notice that I plan to move an amendment to what's on the board, but can I ask the Chief Executive what would be the consequence of the motion as it stands up there now failing in terms of what funding the charitable trust would get?
They would get $110,000 as per the draft budgets.
Given that advice, while I agree absolutely with what Councillor Barker just said in terms of the confusion here, if the simple way is to vote that down and they get the money, that's the best procedure. So I won't move my amendment.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I agree with previous speaker and Councillor Barker, and I think we should be clear here that most of this money is grants to low-income families and households, and by cutting the recommended amount is sadly for me a continuation of this annual plan nickel and diming the poor, and quite frankly I'm sick of it.
Councillor Gary.
Colleagues, I'm frankly outraged at this discussion, and the irony with a protest taking part outside, which is about the most vulnerable in our community and what is happening to them right now, including Māori and Pacifica, is frankly moves me to tears. I'm angry. I thought better of this council, and at this time of year with the weather changing, it's particularly cold, we've wrung our hands around this table around the homeless situation. We've supported a housing plan that followed a very detailed work from the Mayor's Task Force for Housing, and was led by former Mayor Dave Cull and former Mayor Aaron Hawkins, who believed in this work. And this has simply happened because of a process that happened because of a government that doesn't seem to care about its people. And it happened because we chose, and we knew at the time, and I said this would happen, there would be unintended consequences of that decision. I supported the decision, but I made that comment at the time that not doing an LTP and doing a 9-year plan, an annual plan plus 9 years, there would be unintended consequences. So on that basis, we should be rolling things over so we can have these discussions. The discussions themselves are fine. I fully expected we would have these kinds of discussions at the time of the LTP. And it would be a chance for those who aren't familiar with this organisation to catch up. And I appreciate that not everyone has the same depth of understanding of the work done. But something as basic as warm, dry homes for our most vulnerable, I'm outraged, frankly. And I'll be voting against.
Councillor O'Malley.
I'm pretty much in agreement with all the previous speakers. I think we're really dealing with just an administrative issue that's come with the way that we're dealing with this. The actual number is 110,800. We've just got to deal with it and just get that funded. Back to that first resolution, though, this is all coming out of we really don't have stringent policies around what we will fund and what we won't fund, and when we get those in place, the ones we decide to fund can be given a far more stable funding environment so they can be more efficient. In terms of the $40,000 ministry, because I go with Councillor Barker, there's only efficiencies in scale, so when you're small you're actually relatively efficient, so you'll see the overheads quite high, but you can't administer a grant system without someone administering it, so you have to have the administrative side funded.
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. It's been very dramatic around here. I feel like I'm in a theatre workshop. What I would say is...
Point of order. I find that really insulting, that comment. I don't think that's appropriate.
Look, no, I'm not going to uphold that because, I'm not going to uphold that. Just carry on.
Withdraw the comment. I was just stating observation. I'm allowed my personal opinion. Let's look at the facts, though, rather than the other things. Is that we are looking, first of all, Ms. Wakaira, sorry, Ms. Wakaira, wherever she is, pronunciation, stated that the Trust knew the funding expired on the 30th of June and that they didn't know whether it would be renewed or not. That's what she said. That I was sitting here listening, we all heard it. So then we then looked and it said exactly, everybody said, oh, but people are going to miss out on, there's no question of missing out on the insulation because that amount, 64,900, is the exact amount for the insulation. And we looked it up on the website or whatever, Deputy Mayor Lucas looked it up, it's the exact amount for the insulation. So to say that the insulation's going to miss out is incorrect as far as I can see from there. Now I spoke at the first meeting of Cosy Homes in the Dunningham room in the library. I know the organisation well. They've done a lot of work. They also get a lot of funding from different things as well. The funding was initially, when it was set up, around insulation. It's actually, if you go on the site, it's there's a lot of people who can't get that insulation. A lot of that, doesn't play, but they have actually insulated a lot of homes. There's no denying that this trust, like many organisations in our city, does really good work. Does good work. There's no denying that. No one's saying that. I mean, making out that it is, it's not. We're not saying that by putting this motion to give them money for insulation that we don't have to do because their funding expires on June 30. And what you could turn around and say is look at all the other organisations that had no funding from us. And this group has had funding since 2015 or 2018. Why do they sit higher ranked than others that also desperately need money to operate? How do we sit here and say, well, you get, you don't? That is what we have to do as city councillors. So we have to decide. Like, for example, I would like to see the Wildlife Hospital get 75,000. I would also like to see some operational funding going to Fringe. So we have to weigh up who gets what. And that's where the hard decisions have to be made. And I will be supporting this motion.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to acknowledge Councillor Lucas for her grace in withdrawing her original motion. And I also will be voting against this. To me, this motion is basically saying let them eat cake to the poor. It's like, and
it's not true. The money's there for the insulation.
Let me finish my speech.
I'm not going to uphold the point of order. We'll just.
And also, for your information, the pronunciation of Ms. Wikaira's name is Ms. Wikaira.
Look, Councillor, just calm and proceed.
Again, to me, it's not, the work of this trust is not about whether it stacks up against the work of the other trusts. It's a vital area of work in terms of supporting as far as we can poor people who cannot afford insulation. And also, it's not about whether we can defend this or not. Who are we defending it against? And not only it's not like we have ratepayers over here and everybody else. People who are doing this work are also ratepayers. And as I've said in previous discussions, ratepayers have come to us and said, charge us more, or they've actually said in submissions, I can afford to pay more in my rates. We could be more creative instead of just complaining and cutting and slashing and burning to punish the poor. we could actually be in innovating a scheme that allows ratepayers who can afford to pay more to pay more.
Councillor Mayhem.
Cosy Homes delivers more than they have been requested to our most vulnerable. It's a charitable organisation and a vital service that supports our seniors and our lower socio-economic residents who have no choice but to live in our old, cold housing stock. I cannot believe the debate that we're having around this, and as Councillor Lafiso pointed out, we're just punishing the poor. The money is there and the amount is budgeted. I don't know why this motion came up. I will not be supporting it, but I will support a new motion to fund them the amount that's there in the budget for the Cosy Homes Charitable Trust. Let's just do it.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I have to apologise to my colleagues. I didn't realise that we would end up in this debate. I was just following, I thought a process by looking to be consistent with other organisations whose funding was finishing in 30th of June 2024, and I was just questioning why this was the only organisation whose funding had rolled over without any discussion, and I apologise for the discussion that has come from that. But I do go back to the original submission from Cosy Homes and their recommendation that the DCC continues to provide top-up grants for the Warmer Kiwi Home schemes administered by the Cosy Homes Charitable Trust. And as we have heard, and as we can see on their website, which is the $64,900, which goes 100% to topping up the subsidies from the government, which is 80 to 90% of the insulation. And that is what they are requesting. And I also support their other recommendations that we haven't discussed about investigating potential for Orange Sky and other things. And I do believe they do fantastic work. And as I say, I apologise for the hornet's nest that I seem to have created for asking a question.
Yeah. That's the end of speakers. And I think it's... I think what we've got here in this situation is a lack of information coming into this, and of course the critical elements of where the money is being allocated and what it's for, and I suppose the disconnect between what's shown on the website and what's asked for and what's shown in the agreement. And to me, it's a significant issue that the various costs and things were not explained, and we're here doing this now in the spur of the moment when we could be doing it as part of a grants review. We could be doing it as part of the 9-year plan, and so I do agree that it's a much more fraught situation, and especially since I am actively advocating for sorting out homes for trying to find some homes for the homeless, and we'll be meeting further about that tomorrow, golly. And in light of the information that we've had just in this debate, actually, from people and from staff, although it's a lot more fraught an issue than I imagined, looking for a reasonable compromise in the situation we've got here. But so at this point, if it's a feasible thing to do, I'd be happy to withdraw my motion, which will then revert to the 110. If I seek the leave of the meeting to do that, although some may object, but I think, given the situation, that's a better thing to do. All right. So there we go. Do I need to put that to a vote? Okay. So I'll leave it at that. And what I will do is move that we adjourn for lunch until 1:30. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried.
start, you'll have all done the numbers around the table. If you need to go in and out of the room, please be careful because we will run the risk of being in court, just depending who's here. So, I know, but were we to start now and someone left the room, we start to become close to being in court.
We're on quorum now at 9.
Still doesn't the rest of you want to
Yeah, 9 in the room.
Yep, 8 quorum.
3. Oh, 8. Is it 8?
Yep.
That's not said 9. So, what is the quorum? Is it 8?
I'm pretty sure it's 8. Please just check. I'm pretty sure it's a majority of the members present voting.
What does it say?
She's just getting it.
Yeah. Look.
We are
Look it up for himself.
guaranteed.
Sorry?
We are for.
Well, we've got 9, so we're over. But anyway, righto. Councillor Walker.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a question of clarification in terms of the finishing time. Just for I'm sorry, guys.
Can we all be quiet, please?
Sorry, I can't. Yeah. So I don't know if I'm alone in having an appointment afterwards. Is there any clarity or?
No, I don't think so.
Because just in that sense of us not being far from quorate, I will have to leave at a certain point. So.
Yes. Oh, no, well, my expectation is that the 2 computers that are sitting there will be manned by Brent and Lee in a matter of time. Councillor Gilbert's not here and Councillor Benson Pope's not here, so I've got apologies. Got apologies for those 2, and so we'll have 3 people missing, which is Councillors Wiley, Gilbert, and Benson Pope. Councillor Weatherall and Councillor Vandervis, I expect, will appear in due course. Their papers and their computers are on their desk. All right. So, moving on, we'll get started because, we'll try and keep it brief. Well, hopefully we'll have less contentious things to deal with. We've got a few. To the Fringe. So Fringe is next, and we've got a motion. Councillor Walker has withdrawn his motion, so this is the motion that sits there, and which is that we move it to a workshop and go from there. And so, the mover of this was, yes, Councillor Barker, and the seconder was Deputy Mayor Lucas. All right. Are there any questions? There are no questions. So, yes, would you like... You can,
No, I can't see it. That's no, it's just a bit small. Adjusting size, that's no problem.
And ignore the numbering will be right. So.
Yes, sorry, yeah.
Don't worry about it.
just got to get it on that.
Just look at the whole thing. Don't worry about the numbering.
The fraction's smaller. There we go. All right. So there are no questions. I'll invite Councillor Barker to speak to it, please.
I think we can tell from the questions earlier that there's a challenging situation to understand and unpick. We've had a lot of people come in submissions for it, but we have a challenge around councillors understanding how Te Whare Arokotea was set up, what are the parameters around it, etc. So Chair and I Councillor Lucas and I, Deputy Mayor Lucas and I worked on this motion to try and pick up some pieces and just push the pause button and take a breath on this. Because I think we need to think out a well-out solution. We can't be putting that band-aid on again. This Te Whare Arokotea does absolutely align with the Aratoi strategy, which is establish a central city hub for the creative community to maximise the opportunities by bringing creative organisations and individuals together. And we've not examined this action in detail, and we do need to turn our minds to it. I think Te Whare Arokotea burst from COVID, and then we haven't put the put processes and understanding around it to make sure that it actually works. So currently the DCC, I do want to state that we're not talking about the Fringe Festival. Love the Fringe Festival, amazing festival for Dunedin. I think that Councillor Walker talked about the return on investment for that. So that's not part of this discussion in my belief, but we need to talk about the venue, which is the issue at the moment, and funding is being asked for, so we do need to separate them out. So currently we're giving to Whare Rukutia, we've put money in to set it up. We're giving free rental worth approximately $75,000, and then a city service grant of $20,000 as well. We've also got a rental property agreement sitting there, which I think wasn't re-signed in March, so there's no current lease. I'm also unclear about the MOU and how that was set up and what the deliverables are, I guess. I just can't agree to a funding decision without all the relevant material to consider. We're being asked for $75,000 to administer the theatre, and I think we need to look really closely at the need and the execution of the administration before we make a commitment. And we need to find the right solution. We've heard some information about how the situation of the theatre arose, the funding, etc., but haven't been able to get to the bottom of the operational situation and the approach for the operational funding. And I sort of said, about the Band-Aid, we can't just be Band-Aiding stuff, because we've just had a great big discussion about another trust that we don't understand. So let's make sure we understand things before we fund them. And we need to do this in parallel. We're funding the Dunedin Theatre Network to $100,000 to look at the theatre networks throughout the city. We're doing the grants review, we're doing a strategic review, and we're doing the Dunedin venues review. But in this case, we have actually crush the timeline, condense the timeline to make sure that we could get a report back in August to try and pick this one apart and see how we can sort it out. Because what we've got is a festival group running a venue, and we need to look at the model for running a venue and also align it with the more strategic work of the long-term theatre solution. And we need to look at the landscape, and I mentioned the new Athenaeum just down the road. So it's how we, as a council, I guess, funding something that might impact another theatre, which I don't know if it will fall over or not, if this theatre's going or not going. And I think we need to understand that. And I guess they took advantage of some funding that came through in COVID time. The whole thing was set up, but the operational was not looked at. So it's time to do that. We also note that Mana Whenua gifted the name, and we've heard that the relationship with Mana Whenua is still a work in progress, and I do believe that we actually do need to be working with Mana Whenua in those conversations that we're having. We're a very, very strong supporter of Fringe. We've funded Fringe over $200,000 through grants, free rent, and the opportunity to come to city service grants, which they received last year. And when we go through the four things, numbered a little bit differently, I think and I hope that we've covered all of the issues that we need to look at: the operational model, the bookings, the cost, promotion, how much the space is getting used, comparing it to similar local and regional performing arts venues, that is like the Athenaeum, other venues around, and then a cost benefit analysis of how this is operated, if it's got a curated program of events or a venue operating solely as a booking community performing arts space like the community place next door, and then a workshop with the Fringe Arts Trust Board and councillors. And I think that's really important because we need to be working governor to governor, and we haven't done that, and we don't fully understand the thinking, the aims, etc. behind Te Whare Rukutia. So I hope that this is going to be a long-term solution while we are looking at the long-term solution about what do we do about making the best ecosystem to help the creative sector flourish.
Great. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'll support this motion. I think there's far too many questions that we've got that we don't know the answers to, and too many things in this whole debate that are completely confusing. And just to get clarification around some of the things that have been said, because it's very clear, and Councillor Barker raised it in her speech, and I 100% agree, the council has been very supportive of Fringe. But this is not about Fringe. This debate is about Te Whare o Rakatia, and that is the community theatre. It's a space that was made into a theatre space, and it ticks a lot of boxes because it is a place where underages can go. It is a place where people who want to play, bands and rehearse can go. It's where theatre practitioners can workshop. It probably hasn't got all the facilities that professional theatre practitioners want, but it fills a gap until we get something, like a professional theatre. But even if we do get a professional theatre, I think the space will be really good to keep because it's great for amateur theatre. It's really good for, as we said, underages. It's extremely good for those things, and particularly, I think, for young people setting out on their band journey as well. There's a lot of tick boxes that it fills, and I think there's a lot of questions we need to ask around this, and I'm really keen to meet the Fringe board and ask them some of these hard questions and see where they sit with all this, and which will be great to get to the bottom of it, clarify it and move forward. Because is it fair that we put the pressure on Fringe to run this area, because maybe it's better that it's a person or a group that is solely focused on just the theatre and not having to worry about a whole lot of other things. So those are some of the things we need to look at. And personally, I would love to see us have some action around the 17 million that was put aside for a professional theatre, and to look at options for a professional theatre in our city. Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I support the Fringe and I support Te Whare o Rakatia as a central city hub. Its location is perfect, but as Councillor Barker says, we can't continue to band-aid this space. We need to sort out the operational funding and the model for running this theatre. This project embeds collaborative arts practice in Otipoti, and it's one of our only youth spaces. It's accessible, it is inclusive, it's a performance and a rehearsal space, and it fits into our live music action plan. We cannot afford to lose it, but we just need to make a long-term plan for the ecosystem of all of our creatives as soon as possible. Thank you.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. Thank you to the mover and seconder. I actually don't support the Fringe Arts Trust or the festival myself. I am, as I've said before, I'm a bit of a Philistine when it comes to the arts. However, my sister has just been awarded some award from the King for her service to arts and the community, so I think I better speak up. I think what we're talking about, we're kind of delving into operations here, but for me, it's about relationships. And for someone as a Pasifika, Indigenous Pasifika person born here in the city and raised here, for me, the festival, the Fringe Arts Festival, the Festival Arts, they're still in white control, really. And to me, so is the Fringe Arts Festival. They pay lip service to mana whenua, pay lip service to Māori and Pasifika acts. So it's actually to fully understand relationships and how the Fringe Arts Trust people, whatever, how they actually conduct their relationships with mana whenua, tangata whenua, mata waka and Pasifika. And they're sorely lacking in that area from my perspective and experience. And, you know, there have been instances where they've competed with Māori and Pasifika arts organisations from the city, and they've got the funding, and therefore they make the control about how Māori and Pasifika arts are curated and presented. Kia ora.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I won't repeat what Councillor Barker has said, but I totally support all of her comments, and I And I hear you, Councillor Lefiso, and I think that is one of the reasons behind adding the comment about the workshop, that I think that we as governors need to absolutely understand what is going on at Te Whare, which I absolutely support, but I think we round this table need to be totally in the loop. And I do not know what has changed in terms of the operating, and that is what my question is, and it is also about equity of funding, and that is something that I'm challenged by, and that is the reason for these series of motions.
Righto. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I agree with much of what the mover has said in her overview, but I think that could have been done within a year of funding. I had a motion that spoke to that. I'm big enough around this table to realise when you're going to lose a battle, so I withdrew that motion. And I was happy to band-aid this for this space for another year while we sort out all the other parts. And I don't think there's any disagreement. We have to sort out all the other parts, not just this, lots of other things that are coming up today. And I think, in fact, when we spoke, the two motions largely agreed with each other apart from the 75,000 requests. And I respect that, and I respect the view of the rest of the council. But I just will say, let's not forget the large amount of people that made the effort to come and sit down and speak to us. I think that's really important. There was no shortage of people coming to sit there and tell us what Te Whare o Rukatia and the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust means to them, and their life and their whānau, and what it means for arts in general, and importantly what it means for the live venue or lack of live venue infrastructure in this city. It's under constant threat and pressure, but that's nothing new. That's always, I mean, the arts are an area that's always under pressure in most places, even big cities. We had school teachers come here, we had musicians, we had theatre employees and volunteers, we had children, professional theatre practitioners, normal members of the public, theatre goers, the list goes on and on. And they all had separate stories to tell, and I don't think many of them were pro forma. And I think we should be left in no doubt, and I think again we'll agree, I don't think we're left in any doubt of the role that Te Whare plays in it, and the overwhelming sentiment to keep it running under the structures that exist now, and that's from not talking about what we want, what this motion wants, but what the public told us. Looks like we've likely decided here today to let that current structure be disestablished and looked at in its current form. And I feel slightly, and I think it might have been you, Councillor Houlihan, who touched on it, I think we're slightly letting down the public on the promise around the fortune, but that's that now seems to be becoming something that fades every year as we move on through the structures, and that 17.1 million that sits there, whether we like it or not, it sits there decreasing in value year on year, because good luck getting a professional performing centre for 17.1 million. That ain't gonna happen. Sadly for me as well, I mean, one of the great things, I mean, I take on Councillor Lefiso's points there. I mean, I did attend a lot of events this year, particularly the closing event and the awards ceremony. The winners were dominated by Maori and Pacifica winners, strangely actually, but quite rightly. The shows were incredible. But this plays an important role for our vulnerable communities, whether they be the disabled, the rainbow community, our kids actually, and that shouldn't be understated. I think I've mentioned it a couple of times today. The places for kids to go in this city are becoming fewer and fewer, and unfortunately we're seeing the repercussions of that, and places like Te Whare and yours up round the corner are going to play a vital part in finding solutions for our rangatahi in this city. I don't have much more to say other than just a reminder again. And I think, Councillor Barker, you mentioned that, and I think it is right. I don't think anyone's suggesting we don't love the Fringe, and remember, everyone, that next year is the 25th, and it does bring it brings not only exposure to the city, but it puts bucks in the bank balances of restaurants and bars and cafes, and we shouldn't forget that. I am saddened around this decision, but how I vote on it is irrelevant because it'll pass anyway.
Very good. Do you have, sorry, you want to speak? Yes.
I do, Mr. Mayor. I feel a sense of sadness as well, but look, this is not unhelpful given our last debate. We need to all be up to speed, and that's the place to have the detailed discussion. But I want to express my thoughts. An overriding sense that I have often is the way we talk about sport and sporting venues is quite different to the way we talk about arts venues, in my humble opinion. And I do find that very frustrating. And we live in a country where sports is elevated to the heights. I have a husband who didn't know who the All Blacks were when he came to this country, so that's the household I live in. But I did note in the submissions that were made just the cross-section of people that came to speak about Te Whare and their experience in it, from the cross-section that Councillor Walker described. But it included both arts practitioners and also production people. And I was very struck by the two people that came to talk about their careers and the advancement of careers in terms of the support they had had in that venue. Now, I'm talking about the venue, not the festival, not the Fringe Festival, but there is an overlap. So I was very struck by that career path, because we don't often hear that from people, and I thought those were very helpful stories. And what I got out of that is that the Fringe Trusts are capable managers of the space. It's not just about having a booking system. There's a whole lot more to it than that. And what I heard was that people felt very supported when they were hiring the space. And that in turn supports the wider arts ecosystem. And if we refer to this document and the pieces in it, and I remember the very first consultation, and I went to every single other consultation event that then resulted in this, it ticks many of the aspects: open access, hunger for the edge. I mean, if you go through it, it ticks very many of them. But I think that Councillor Lafiso is right around relationships. And we heard about many good relationships, and if some work needs to be done around relationships with Mana Whenua and Pacifica, then how can we as a council support that? That's the question I'm asking. I heard about how important this venue was to youth and the Pride community, the Rainbow community, and that is a point of pride, actually. And it's also hugely supportive of emerging artists, art practitioners and production people. I would have to say, colleagues, and some of you may not be aware of this, but I do recall the economic woes around this venue are not new. And so our challenge is to find a model and a way forward which may retain the same management, or it may not. I'm hopeful that it will, because I truly believe that the Fringe Trust has done a really good job. But we clearly need to understand more of it, and that's how we need to proceed at this stage. And again, this is another unintended consequence of our annual plan plus 9-year plan, and we've got that interim year, and it is problematic. So I do hope we don't, by doing this, and I appreciate the mover and seconder in terms of the timing, because I'd hate to see us lose momentum around this, because it has been successful in many ways. It might not have been totally successful, as Councillor Lafiso spoke about, but let's not tear down what has been really good in the arts ecosystem, which is such an important part of our city.
I'll just say one thing, in that I'm very keen to retain a central city performance space just like this of a smaller scale. We've got the Regent and the Glenroy and the Town Hall, but this nice, small, accessible, easy space is very useful, I think, in the inner city. You're right of reply, Councillor.
I think we all agree that Te Whare Rokatea is a wonderful space. However, I think that during this process we have unearthed some things that we need to look at fixing. I think Councillor Fiso hit it on the head about relationships, and I think that's where we are going to have to understand those relationships and make sure that we build something solid as well as just the theatre. We need all the solid relationships to make it work. And we, as Councillor Walker pointed out, we can't forget the people that came and talked to us during the consultation period. And I think sometimes they open up more questions than we can answer. And I think this is part of the process, is actually answering those questions. What part of my hope, I guess, is if we have a workshop with the Fringe Arts Trust Board, and I would like that to be as soon as possible, then maybe we can find that short-term solution to get it open and running again, because it hasn't been open and running for a number of months. I also think we need to open up the conversations with all of the arts practitioners as well as part of that, building the long-term sustainable solution, because that's actually what we need.
Okay, with that I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Next, we have the wildlife funding. Is that the motion up there?
And
I'm
moving the motion because Councillor Benson Pope has had to go.
Yes, so moved by and seconded, Councillor Fiso. Have we got it up? Yep, Grant. Okay, would you like to speak to the councillor?
I would, and forgive me, colleagues, because I wasn't expecting to be doing this. However, I'm sure many of you will be able to contribute to the debate. We all know that there is a huge economic benefit to the city from the Wildlife Hospital. We're the wildlife capital of New Zealand, and you'll recall the trends insights into what attracts people to the city, and wildlife is right up there. If you ask any of the visitors that come, it's a very important part of the attraction of the city, and we have some very special taonga species. So the economic benefit, of course, comes from ecotourism, which is an important part of our tourist offering. It's an internationally recognised facility, and it has the amazing Dr. Lisa Agrila who leads that work. And you may or may not know that she got a Queen's Honour a couple of years ago for her work. So she's highly regarded, and we're incredibly lucky to have her there. One of the things that impresses me is around the collaboration with the DCC in this and the Polytech. So we've got vet nurses who are learning on the job, and there's a really nice collaboration there which occurs. There's also and I need to read this because I haven't got it in my head, I mentioned about working with native species, I think, but the figure in terms of tourism contribution is 276 million towards the city's GDP in 2022, which is significant. And if we look at the Dunedin destination plan, 67% of Dunedin residents and mana whenua are supportive of Dunedin being a destination where visitors learn about and enjoy local wildlife. 66% said they want Dunedin to be a global leader in conservation where protecting biodiversity and the environment are priorities. And 4 out of 6 residents said its must-do activities for visitors relate to the outdoors and the environment. So the Wildlife Hospital, in terms of particularly supporting our iconic koiho and other species, is particularly important to that. And we often see, I don't know if you follow the Wildlife Hospital and some of the extraordinary patients they have in there, often people all around the world are watching that. You all got one of these, so I'm assuming that you've read it and you understand what the Wildlife Hospital's about and the good work they're doing, and we need to continue this. And again, this is one of those consequences of annual plan plus 9-year plan, and so this is about an interim funding measure to take us through to the 9-year plan and see where it fits in, and having a wider discussion at that point if we so wish.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think this is also, and I will support it, another grant that we need to address through the grants review, because every year we get wonderful impassioned speeches about how much we love wildlife, how much it's worth to the economy, and how important it is to us as taonga. And so I'm not going to go into there. I will just add one more thing, which is the huge estimated advertising value of the work that the Wildlife Hospital do, which is all around the world and is really important as well. So we all know it's extremely important. I support it. We'll just try and work that one through in the grants review. And I think Councillor O'Malley has spoken in the past about when the Wildlife Hospital originally came to council, that they were looking for a sustainable solution to the funding, and I think we'll need to work with them about that as well.
Councillor Vandervis.
I completely get the economic benefit of wildlife, the 267 contribution to GDP. Of course, this is a contribution largely provided by services supplied by Dunedin businesses. And I've no doubt that wildlife contributes much to the economy. What I would like to know, though, is what the Wildlife Hospital does for tourism. How many tourists actually visit the hospital? Do we have any figures on the hospital, because this is what we're funding? And it would be nice to think that we don't confuse wildlife, the major attraction, with the Wildlife Hospital, which would deal with maybe 1 in a million pieces of wildlife that we have locally.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I think the Wildlife Hospital is something we definitely need to keep in our city. I fully support this. I am obviously aware of, I'm concerned about additions to the budget, that it might change our rates anyway, but so we need to work around that. But I want to see this supported. For example, the wildlife rescue program that was on through what's it called, the film place that comes from here as well. My mind's gone blank on their name. Yeah, Natural History, thank you. Through Natural History, I mean, they had an international, global audience of people seeing the work the Wildlife Hospital uses. Also, it is based through the Otago Polytechnic. It helps with vet nurse training. It helps with students who go through there. Obviously, people who find wildlife that are injured can also go there. Don't put a rush on though, they probably can't take heap of people. But it's the service that's offered is fantastic, and it ticks every box for, as we all said before, us being the wildlife capital of New Zealand, and you know, certainly up there in the world.
Councillor O'Malley.
I think when you're looking at wildlife in the hospital, you've got to remember things like diphtheria outbreaks and the hoiho are actually probably one of their biggest threats. And the hospital, in fact, did a major work this year to make those chicks survive. Yeah, I'm just looking for consistency on how we support these things, because I'm going to vote yes, but I'm hoping this is the last year I vote yes on this, and it comes in a different form in the future.
Absolutely. Councillor Mayhem.
Just very briefly, I believe that this rescue program is vital in the survival of our taonga species, particularly the yellow-eyed penguins, the hoiho, as Councillor O'Malley alluded to. Councillor Vandervis's point to without the hospital, we won't have as much wildlife.
Okay, I'll just perhaps say a couple of words, because we draw the parallel between people and doctors in hospitals, because having doctors in hospitals has made a huge difference to the mortality rate and longevity of people. Similarly, having a hospital makes a big difference to the longevity and health of our wildlife. And being able to rescue and diagnose issues with the wildlife that we have here is very important to their ongoing survival, and it makes a big difference to our tourist industry. So there is in fact a direct connection from the hospital to the tourism industry, because in particular with the huiho, as pointed out, a great many of them would have died this year without the intervention of the hospital, and they are a very significant visitor attraction. There's several businesses feeding just off them, let alone Little Blues and the albatross and the sea lions. So back to you, Councillor.
Thank you. And I have just had it confirmed that you recall there is 100,000 of grant money there, and so it is available. And I would suggest that that would be a cost neutral then in terms of balancing those two things out. It was with that knowledge that I was happy to put this up for debate and voting, because I know we're all very mindful of the rates increase, and we're very mindful of not adding to it. Just a couple of things. I don't know if all of you saw the wonderful documentary that was on the hospital, went worldwide, and so what a great advertisement for our city. Air ecotourism also does the same thing, but this is hugely supportive of that. And I was reminded by Councillor Houlihan around natural history and all of the interest there. I am certainly aware of the threats to our taonga species, hoiho in particular, and albatross at times when there is illness amongst our taonga species. Sometimes there is a while or a delay in actually working out what is wrong, and we have come to the cliff edge a number of times in recent years with some of these species, which is very worrying. If we lose the species, we lose that part of our tourism offering, and we lose, undermines our status as the wildlife capital of New Zealand. So all of these things have consequences. So there's a direct relationship between the hospital and the work being done and tourism. And the Mayor pointed out about the mortality rate, and I think that was a very good point. So I hope that you all have confidence in voting for this, knowing that there is $100,000 of grant money there that we can use for this purpose. And I do agree with my colleagues that we do need to have a holistic think about and review. And again, it's a timing issue, chicken and egg. The 1 year plan plus 9 year plan, as well as the grant review. So let us hope that when we next talk about this, that we have all of that information, we've done the review, and we have a way forward for so many of these organisations around sustainable funding.
Great, thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Division, please.
Division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Fiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Aye.
Councillor Walker. Oh, sorry, he's standing that back. Councillor Wetherall.
Aye.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried unanimously 11.
Thank you. Oh, did you get you got Councillor Eklund? Yes. Righto. Thank you. We've got quite a few to get through. Moving on, the Coastal Cycleway. Then we've got Symphony Orchestra, Young People's Action Plan, and Ōripoti Live Music Action Plan. Yeah, well,
Right.
I've got it here, but
It's
I
come
don't
from
think
Councillor Eklund.
Yeah, can I
Yes.
clarify, Mr Mayor, that based on questions earlier, there's no need for that motion, so please withdraw it.
Right. Thank you. Just mind 5 o'clock. It's only 2:15. Anyway.
We have two now.
Cycleway.
Yes, I'd like to speak to that. It takes the time it takes, Mr Mayor.
Were there any questions?
Would
Sorry.
someone second this for me?
Councillor Fiso. Okay, sorry, and just before that, in case are there any questions? Okay, Where you go.
I'd just like to point out that there's no dedicated safe walking or cycling between any of Ōtepoti Dunedin's North Coast communities. Cycling on the state highway raises safety concerns for young and for old. Emily Cooper has come and spoken to us on numerous occasions about the coastal community cycle connection. This proposal focuses only on Section 1, Waikawaiti to Karatane. So the key requirements at the moment are that the bridge over the Waikawaiti River is under construction or reconstruction at the moment, and there is an opportunity for the cycle clip-on to be established, and that would immediately connect Waikawaiti and Karatane without any of the other safety requirements along the coast road of Karatane. There are some other requests from Emily that I think we can address in the 9-year plan, but I would urge you all to vote for this simply because if you think about how many times we ask for any kind of funding for the north of Dunedin where, you know, a huge majority of our residents live. This is for active transport, for safety, for the children who live in Waikawaiti to be able to travel safely to Karatane School. And this is just Section 1 of the 5-stage plan that Emily has outlined. It's been 3 years that she's been working on this project already, and you know, to my opinion, next to the Outram and Tairi projects, this one is what I would call shovel ready. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak to it? Councillor Barker?
I find it difficult to support when we have had a number of groups come to us asking for money for cycle projects, and we're not considering them all together. So I'm just having a challenge with that because we haven't had the chance to ask questions about this one, which is probably through a failing again. Sometimes these things are, I won't say unravelling as we're going, but getting more information as we go. I guess I would like to hear the opinion of the Chair of Infrastructure around, well, just because I know I had a question somewhere that I asked staff about the strategic walking and cycling review. So I asked a question, I guess I can say it because I'm speaking. Is the DCC working on an overarching cycle strategy? Is there many groups wanting funding for cycleways? And the answer was staff are working on the strategic walking and cycling network review. An initial report will be available in time for ISCOM October the 14th. This will be informed to use to inform the 9-year plan. So I'm sorry that I hadn't pulled that question out earlier because I feel that we have quite a number of community boards, quite a number of communities coming to us asking for work on cycleways, and I really feel we need to weigh up the priorities one against another before we make any more decisions.
Councillor O'Malley.
It puts me in a slightly awkward place here because I do really want to support this activity because I do think it's actually probably the best community activity in the delivery of cycle systems in the city at the moment. They really are operating at an incredibly high level. The fact that they got into KiwiRail's offices and I can't amazes me. So I've got to take hats off to them. I think though we do have to be across the board consistent. And I'm inclined, what I would like to know from that group, and unfortunately they won't be able to give us the answer in time, is do they need it this year or next year? Because I would prefer that this goes in under the heading of, and that's why I listed them I think in that list of resolutions that were met with or requests that were met with my resolution of making sure we actually have a proper plan on dealing with community groups. This is definitely a community group that is delivering an outcome that is completely in line with a lot of our objectives. So I do want them to get the 30,000. I just don't know if we can give it to them in this financial year. And I think that's what it really comes down to. And what I would actually say is, so I am going to vote no, is if they get back to us and say, no, actually, we're not going to get the clip on the bridge unless we do that this year, then we would come back and meet again and have a discussion about that. But if it is not absolutely time critical that it's this year, I would be inclined to say that it would go next year and to match the ORC's funding, which I believe is next year.
Very good. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to Emily Cooper, who has been tireless on this project. And, it's almost completely community-led. And she has been such a champion for it. And she's been, as Councillor Mayhem said, she's been to see us and talk to us about it numerous times. And to be honest, she must feel like she's banging her head against a brick wall a bit, but she hasn't given up. She just keeps going. She's really tireless. But after saying all that, I'm not going to be supporting this. And the reason I'm not supporting it is, multi-levelled. One is, rates. Two is that we have a whole lot of other groups that want money for cycleways as well. And three is that Waka Kotahi has cut almost all our funding, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of the funding that we could get for these projects. And so that's my reasoning behind that. And it sounds like also by what previous speakers have said that probably needs to be put in, coordinated with a whole cycle plan for all these groups going in together, and maybe looked at in the 9-year plan. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you. There's pretty much not much I want to say beyond what Councillor Barker and particularly Councillor O'Malley have said. And like you, Councillor O'Malley, it puts me in an awkward position because I want this to happen, but I want it to happen correctly within the right strategic framework. And I think we definitely have to wait for that strategic cycling walking network review, which is due to appear at your committee, I believe. And again, that consistency with all groups. I just think doing this is something I want to do, but it sets a precedent, and I think it would be done to the detriment of all those other groups who are asking for relatively similar things. And I also agree with Councillor O'Malley that if that group can come and tell us in the interim that this is vitally needed because of reason X, Y, Z, that can be considered outside of this process, and I'd urge them to do that if that is the case. And unfortunately, and it pains me, I won't also support this.
Yes, no, I think we've spent our money and without getting into more rates. But not only that, I think they're doing a great job on their track up to Orokonui, and so that is well in progress. But this part of the track is still some time away, and I think it'd be premature for us to spend the money. And as so many people have mentioned, as part of a greater picture, a broader picture across the community, we've got a whole lot of people that have been coming for a whole lot of years looking for their projects. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think what Councillor Mayhem can take back to the group is that there is a desire to say yes, but it's just not quite the time. There's a sequence issue here. What we're all, and I'm included in this, wanting to see is that coordinated approach. And I think we're very close to it, actually. And I think once we get that, it'll be how a priority list of which cycle projects we support in what order. And I think that you will find that's when they will get the support. But they're to be congratulated, and patience is something in these kinds of projects that I'm very familiar with, and I just suggest to them that they keep on going. They will succeed, and there is a feeling around the table of support, just not right now.
Okay, we'll put the motion. We better take it by division because the right of reply. Golly, yes. So there is, sorry.
Again, I'd like to emphasise to the table, what does the North Coast community actually get from the city? Do you know, we don't have footpaths. We get some curbside recycling. We don't have beautiful gardens or any of the other things that the rest of the people in the city get. What we're asking for is some safety for our residents here. To what Councillor Houlihan said regarding Waka Kotahi, the section that will be funded by them is only the Evansdale to Waitati part that travels along the state highway. There is already a surface road that leads all the way to the bridge. If the bridge between Waikawaiti and Karatane could be finished with that clip-on, then immediately the children could start using what we would refer to as a heartland trail type of cycling surface that can take them all the way down past the chicken farm and over the bridge and into Karatane community. Emily's request was actually threefold, and she was requesting pedestrian safety improvements along the coast road from that rail bridge into Karatani, also being part of that Section 1 proposal. She also requested a start on Section 3, which is just Warrington to Evansdale, either through our budgets that exist or budgets for roading and transport, footpath safety improvements, or our budget for zero carbon, high to medium investment scenarios for roading and footpath, if the council decided to adopt that. The price tag for that section of the coast road was approximately $300,000 in safety improvements. For what I'm asking for here is a teeny weeny portion of the money just to kick off one of those sections. And I know that Emily will be back with all of those requests in our 9-year plan, but it would be wonderful if you could just throw a crumb to the North Coast area. Thank you.
By division, please.
I also wanted to add that the Orokonui section is privately funded and on private property. That's why it is progressing at pace.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
No.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Fiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Mayhem. Councillor O'Malley.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Wetherall.
No.
Mayor Raddick.
No.
Motion is lost. 9-3.
On to the Young People's Action Plan. Motion's up. Are there any questions? Councillor Gary.
Just checking out of that 100,000 we spoke of earlier, I'm assuming that there's 25,000 now left of that isn't of that 100,000. Yeah, and there's no other bits and pieces. No, 20. So we've already spent it. Okay, so 25,000.
If we find 40, we can keep the rates rise down to 17.5.
Yeah, to keep it at 17.5. Yeah.
No,
17.6.
No, we need
yeah.
this to contribute to the 40.
Sorry.
Anyway.
I'm sorry, Mayor. What were you saying?
There's 40. We need to find 40,000 to keep the rates rise to 17.5%.
Ah, so you're thinking the 25,000 would be part of that. All right, thank you.
Yes. But sorry.
I just have a question, and perhaps it's for the CEO about resource, whether there's resource within, I'm assuming, would it be policy or community development which would draft a plan like this, or would it be an FTE? I'm just trying to figure out if it's funding or personnel that's needed to do something like this.
I unfortunately haven't had time to talk with the relevant staff. It's likely to be a mixture. So it might be that we have half a person and then a little bit of a resource to support it.
So we could fund it within existing resources and staff.
Well, no, I don't have terribly many people who are sitting around doing nothing. So,
however,
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
I would make a point. Sorry,
if I may, I haven't stated it explicitly, but there's a hope that if we get the go-ahead, then staff will approach other potential funders such as the OCT, blah, blah, blah. But it just needs, because staff are continuously progressing, making little bits of progress as they can, chipping away at the strategic approach, strategic implementation of the Ōtepoti Youth Vision, then this would allow them the resourcing and space to actually get out there, partner up with OCT and whomever else has putia to sort of work on this draft plan together. But we're just taking the lead.
Yeah. Can I just understand, because I know the Otago Community Trust are putting quite a huge amount of funding in Whakangatahi. I think they put, was it over $200,000 into Green Island? Was it to do some? some work anyway. So I just want to understand the landscape, and when you're talking about that this could activate more partnership money and resources and time, about how that might work, and the commitment of the Otago Community Trust to getting this work done. Is there more information that you have on? I only know because I've got like a tiny bit.
Yeah, defer the whole thing.
Just till after smoke on,
We could, yeah, well, we could leave this till later on in the day. Just make a point that, to me, I mean, it's just an idea that's just recently surfaced. But one of the things that will come out of the meetings that ORC, DCC and police are having will be the formation of a community group to work on, which will essentially be youth issues, but, safety of the bus hub, and then could easily be grown into a wider piece of work that would incorporate this, and then a plan worked up, and then you'll have something with which to apply for funds, including from us.
With respect, Mr. Mayor, I've circulated to colleagues the rationale, and Dan Whitburn, Kai Whakamarama of Te Hauora Whānau Services, made a submission before last week's incident talking about the evolution of the bus hub as a de facto place for youth to gather. So, with respect in terms of the ORC and the DCC and the police, my proposal is to actually take the expertise of such people as Te Hauora Whānau Services, who work on a daily basis with the rangatahi and their whānau, and not just at the bus hub.
Right, are there any other questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Can I ask a question of Councillor Lafiso? Having read the submission and what you've circulated to us, is 50,000 the right number? And I read in the submission, and particularly talks about the youth intervention table, and what comes out from that. And I personally, I apologise, I don't know enough detail about that. But my question is, and I mean, we probably don't know what the right number is, but I'm hearing and what you're saying, and yeah.
Just to get the work started from a DCC staffing perspective, that enables already busy staff who are just doing this as they can. This would sort of allow them to operationally approach other funders and yeah. So I think 50,000 is would be awesome. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Another question for Councillor Lafiso. Councillor Lafiso, in your role as Chair of the Community Services Committee, and also in your role as Chair of the Social Wellbeing Advisory Group, when you have had agencies come together, most of the ones that the Mayor suggested, but all the social service agencies, young people and so forth, and then the incident last week, the tragic incident, is that what has prompted you to come to this place? It's not like it just happened from last week. It came from all of your depth of knowledge. Would that be true?
As I said on a radio interview with Radio New Zealand last Friday after the bus hub blessing, the whakawatea that was held there, I said this was just waiting to happen. And so, yes, and I acknowledge particularly the leadership of the Joint Youth Student Council, which is not the DCC Youth Council. They said they had been warning us all, and little action. So this here's the young people and also the professionals and experts who have been working at the coalface for a long time. And
thank you.
Strategic action.
Okay, so at this stage we'll defer it for a while because the Chief will be coming back with some further information later in the afternoon. Yes. All right. Moving on to the next one, which is Ōripoti Live Music Action Plan. Councillor Walker. What's it?
Took me by surprise. The motion's up there, I think. And there's a C on there as well that's not appearing. Okay. Can I just go ahead and speak to this, or would you? Oh.
Can we provide some staff advice on this?
Yep.
I'd ask Ms. Wikaira just to speak to this because some of this was covered at a committee meeting in April.
Kia ora. So I have sent an email, but not to everyone, just to Councillor Walker. I can send it to everyone though. But the report that went to Community Services in April this year covered off many of these elements. It covered off the existing, that I think there's 36 action points, 22 of those points have been covered by existing resource in the 23-24, but also the 24-25 budget. The report also said that staff would provide, we had originally been asked to provide an investment plan that would go to the 10-year plan that will now go to the 9-year plan. And I've just asked Lisa to provide a bit of a breakdown as to what of the action points are being covered in the budget, and she's just sent that through to me, and I'm happy to send it to everyone if you want to. So I'm just letting you know that many of those points have been covered.
You happy? Well, where does that leave us with the motion?
Well, the motion primarily is, and I'll speak to it when we proceed, is if we remember Dave Bennett coming here, it's around that particular singular point of contact, which is the way it's been raised. And originally I was going to move the motion to ask us to resource an extra person, and I've realised that fiscally that's not going to be tenable, so hence the reason that A is morphed into what it is. And I mean, I'm starting to speak to this when I shouldn't, but but I'm happy to, I'll expand when I speak to the motion.
Right, Councillor Gary.
So, Councillor Walker, can you tell us what you're thinking in terms of time frame? Like, is it like the film person, or is it like potentially one day a week where there's a staff focus on it? You're not talking about a full-time staff member, are you?
No, and again, when I speak to this, I think I mention that, I mean, that's an operational decision for the appropriate manager to make, according to how many of those 36 action points need to be actioned. And it's not so much a time for me, whether it's 6 hours a week, 3 days a week, or whatever. It's about having a consistent, singular contact. And we know from experience what can happen is we'll designate someone, they'll be doing other work, and it becomes somebody else. And I'm looking at this from having been on the other side of this as a member of the public, and also making it easier for us as staff to have to make sure we stop at the past before it happens, that confusion in terms of points of contact. And I think that's been a problem for us in the past, and we accept that staff come and go, but also ultimately remember here we're dealing, and Ms. Wikaira will know better than anybody else, dealing with the creative community is not easy because they're creatives, and that's what they do. But having somebody within our staff who is trusted by the music community and knows that they have their best interests at heart is going to be key to this also. That sort of answered your question.
Are there any further questions? I'm just I'm a wee bit confused about this motion, to be honest. Like, it seems to me that we have got existing resources on it. There is money being spent on it, and there is a single point of contact, namely Ms. Wikaira. Yes. So it seems like it's redundant, but however, there may be further questions. Yes.
I mean, responding to that, the group came and sat there only a week ago and told us that's not their feeling. So this motion responds to the sense within the group, and we've done such good work to get to this point. There's a sense now that there's fissures occurring, and this motion tries to this is supportive of the work we've done. It's supportive of our staff. It's just trying to make sure we don't let those fissures get bigger and bigger, and they may.
Yes.
In the live music action plan, there is an action point for the resource that Councillor Walker is speaking of, which is part of the investment plan going forward. It was never intended that that particular role be put in place straight away, because there's a whole lot of scoping work that has to happen in order for that role to know what it's doing. And so the work and the budget that is in creative partnerships, the money that's in creative partnerships to do this work is about scoping all of that, so that when we're ready to have that role, the role understands what its role is. We're not quite there yet, and that was kind of signalled in all of the work that's gone down so far.
Again, responding to that, and I don't disagree, and I have a number of quotes here from the group, and that's one of them. And I'll stop it speaking to that one. One of the quotes is, many aspects of the plan are still at the research and scope stage. Community engagement through the Music Advisory Group was key to advancing these points. Otherwise, they either don't get done or are done in a way that ignores the community's concerns and forces them upon what the DCC thinks they need, which will never work out. Hence the point again, the core to this is having that one singular go-to person who's trusted to avoid the very things. I think we're largely agreeing. The bit missing here, from what I'm hearing, and this is the centre of this, is that one trusted go-to person. I don't think we'll disagree on much.
Well, I don't know. To me,
we won't.
Seems like Ms. Bakara, but look, we've got some further questions, Councillor O'Malley and Councillor Houlihan.
Well, stop the mover. Feedback I'm hearing is that a lot of this is already in train, but would you think that anything you're moving here is counter to or would get in the way of that activity? Or it's really just confirming a commitment to timeline as much as anything else?
Not only that, but giving momentum to those things that are in train and actually being the force that can compel others to start moving.
Okay, Councillor Houlihan.
Well, it sounds like what Ms. Waikara has said in Waikara. I'm so sorry with pronunciation. I'm trying my best. So if you want, don't tell me off for that. Is that it sounds like it's written in, as you've mentioned, that it's written in the music plan. So maybe it's timing of when it gets actioned, and perhaps maybe it's sooner rather than later. But that's more an operational matter. So is that what the mover's trying to do?
I think it was a question for you.
Yeah, well, I think the motion is clear. It's about having a staff resource who, and I'm saying this probably for the fifth time now, who is trusted by, known by us, obviously, they're a member of staff. It's not going to cost anything extra, but it's most importantly the go-to person that is trusted by the music community to drive forward the thing we all agree on, which is a 36-point plan that we've invested time in and we're all proud of. We don't want to let this thing fade and die, and it's happened before. And
Councillor Gary.
So what I'm hearing, I want to just check this. What I'm hearing is that, in my perception, is that there's been some fantastic work gone on to get the music plan in place, and I too have seen us invest staff resource in doing these kinds of things, and then for whatever reason, including council's decisions, they wither on the vine, and it's always seems such a waste of resource. But on this occasion, such good work has gone on. It's part of the plan. I also heard when the submitters came that it was a timing matter and about momentum. The momentum is certainly there, and when I went to a meeting of the Creative Dunedin Partnership, I certainly heard a lot of positive stuff about the work that had gone on. But the community, the music community is telling us now, in terms of their relationship with us and this plan, that a dedicated staff member, no matter how small that dedicated time is what they are wanting now. I'm sure there is a way for us to work through this, the staff to work through this in an operational manner. I think what the councillor is trying to do is, if I'm right, Councillor Walker, is ensure that is what happens in a timely way. Would that be a fair point?
Correct, and that's why there's part B of this, which is reporting back to council or relevant committee. Sorry, Councillor Mallard, whoever that is, outlining how this can be achieved yet again, and that this has been the theme of this annual plan, is that we don't have good enough feedback loops. And I know what will happen here. It'll come to next year's annual plan, and we'll have angry members of the Save Dunedin Live Music coming telling us the same story. I could reveal much more. And listen, I am so supportive of this plan. It is not a critique of staff. In fact, that group loves the work that's been done. I'm just trying to make sure that this does not lose momentum. I'm passionate about this, and I think we all are passionate about this. That document is stellar, and I don't want it withering on the vine, to use your words.
Councillor Barker.
Is one of the issues perhaps, and I'm just trying to recall that there was supposed to be a advisory group set up? Is that one of the issues, that the advisory group hasn't been set up, therefore there is not the point of contact, no matter which staff member it is? And I know from, I guess, my days at economic development, we were all, well, I suppose I wasn't looking after tourism, is that there were all staff members were kind of equally available. But I just wonder, is it about one person going to a staff member, or is it about the live music action group having a process for being able to get together, talk to staff, because that's what I assume the meetings are about?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yes, that was also outlined in the report, that that the advisory group hasn't been set up because we've been waiting for advice from council as to how to set that group up. And so in the meantime, we've continued on with the working group. But because we don't have the governance of the live music action plan, it's kind of floundering a little bit in terms of direction. So I think if we could do that first, then that would actually give staff and the community that kind of way of kind of holding that plan together, and have more voices other than just staff members and community having a conversation around, all of it.
So can I just follow up by asking the CEO, because I think my brain's feeling a bit fogged by now, and I know we were looking at all of those advisory groups for there's other issues. The destination plan is the heritage action plan. We'll have that coming up. Zero carbon. There's a whole bunch of stuff sitting there. So how do we make that? This is not necessarily anything. How do we make that move faster so we can make the?
In my recollection, and the chair of the working group might have want to add something, but there was a report from, and I'm guessing December last year, that was withdrawn from the agenda, and the plan had been to put that back to council, I thought, in June. I thought that's where we got to. Yeah, or to put something similar that looked at a governance structure, a framework for groups, and if that was then approved, a series of other reports that would constitute the various advisory groups that you've mentioned, and a couple of others, I think.
I'm just going to ask, Councillor Walker, does that help you unravel, or you still want a staff member with a name on that people can go to?
Yeah, and Councillor Barker, you've worked on the other side of things, and for things to work, in business as well, somebody needs to own this thing, because if it starts, and it inevitably will, and that's for good reason sometimes, it will bounce around from person to person who's available. Somebody needs to own this thing and drive it, and that's, I think, sensible, but it's also the sentiment coming from I'm looking for the group, they're not sitting there, but that's the sentiment. And I think, again, how many times I said, we have to listen to the feedback we're getting from the community, in this case, people who have been entrenched in this process. And I don't think this is a big ask to have somebody who owns and oversees this. It can only be to our benefit.
Look,
because we want a good outcome.
Look, I don't know. We've had some information. We know there's stuff happening. There's things that need to fall into place in terms of council processes. I mean, it's probably not uncommon in the community for them to be impatient about things that happen at council. You know, but anyway, Councillor Melly.
Are we still in? Are we in question
We're still
time?
questions.
Or
We're
are
still
we
in questions. I'm just about ready to put it.
Okay, and I'll wait to speech.
Okay, so you want to carry on with the motion? Yes, you want to please speak to it. Now, who's your seconder? Councillor Gary. Councillor Gary.
Yeah, thank you very much. Covered a lot of it in those questions, but this motion doesn't ask for a new financial commitment. That's clear. Just a commitment to properly allocate existing resource, ideally one person as a single point of contact, trusted by the music community, to deliver on the promise outlined in the Otapoti Live Music Plan and the implementation plan, and report back to us how that's to be achieved, and look at required investment options in time for the LTP. That's all clear up there. If you all remember, to great fanfare back in August 2023, we as a council adopted the Otapoti Live Music Action Plan. It's a strategic framework. It's a good one, designed to support sustainable creative practices, development of artists, audience, the live music ecosystem, and live music infrastructure in Otapoti, Dunedin. The plan is full of beautiful glossy photos talking proudly about this city's rich musical history, and it tells us that the well-being of our creative communities is vital to the well-being of our city. I don't think anyone around here would disagree with that. It's a great plan. It's a bloody great plan. And it's a great example of council working collaboratively with the community, and we should be rightly proud of it. Sitting alongside the plan is the implementation plan, which covers off the 36 actions. Again, it's a great plan. However, as we heard during the submission process, there are now a number of concerns, particularly around action number 35, the music advisor position. Under this action, it states that the DCC is to provide operational resource, including new staffing, to coordinate and deliver the Live Music Action Plan across the Dunedin City Council. And that makes sense, eh? To deliver a plan, you need to have somebody operationally who owns and understands it, has relationships with the creative community, and who knows where and when certain actions need to be addressed and or implemented. And I think we all agree, again, we want this plan to work. Now, I want to focus on some of the sentiments laid out by submitters, and particularly Dave Bennett, because I think this gives some sense of how they feel. And I'm often paraphrasing some of what Dave said during submission, so forgive me, Dave, if you're listening. Firstly, most of the impactful points of the old map that would be considered transformative to the state of the live music scene in Otapoti require research, investment and community engagement. Secondly, the council-driven aspects of the plan include all types of music, as well as educational and vocational and youth music, and they currently lack direct actions. These communities need to be engaged directly in the process to identify the most effective ways the DCC can support them, and very pertinent at the moment. Thirdly, the plan was intended and communicated to us as a living document to work alongside community engagement and be reviewed and updated annually through continued engagement. Fourthly, the music advisor position through both direct stakeholder engagement and internal DCC collaboration was intended to continue identifying and driving the areas in which the DCC can support and implement the plan. 5, many aspects of the plan are still at the research and scope stage. What I said earlier, community engagement through the Music Advisory Group was key to advancing these points. Otherwise, they either don't get done or are done in a way that ignores the community's concerns and, importantly, forces upon them what the DCC thinks they need, which will never work out. We know that from experience. Also, many areas of the plan require direct funding. The live music venue funding pool are key to supporting the current venues and new venues, pertinent to our earlier discussion. Seventh, without funding, we will get a small flurry of acts and events and initiatives that ultimately have no long-term impact or measurable effect on the music scene. And finally, the planning is key to preventing the loss of more music venues and spaces. Without the music advisor position to drive this interdepartmental work, effective engagement in the planning process will be nearly impossible and unfairly dumped on the rate-paying concerned residents. Good point. So sorry for that fulsome overview, but what I'm trying to convey by recalling some of Mr. Bennett's comments is that this is not easy, and therefore needs a dedicated person on our staff to drive many of the things just listed and many other things in the plan that we want to see. We need a single point of contact to be all over this. It can't be done by allocating it to random people who may own it for a few days or months, and then it gets shunted somewhere else and bounces from person to person. That simply will not work. As I said earlier, to be honest, I wanted to push for a whole new position in council to drive this, but I am cognizant of the financial strain we are under. So asking for a singular person currently on staff, well known and trusted by the creative community, seems like the logical way to proceed. How long that person should spend each week on this is obviously an operational decision for the appropriate manager, but unless we commit to this, I really do fear that all the incredible work we have done in collaboration with the music community up until this point will go to waste, and that would be a real shame for us and sadly a real kick in the guts for the music community.
And I'll speak to this because I can't support this motion. This is a motion of impatience, I think. It's a motion we're trying to, push through the staff work programs and things that they've actually got in place. There's a whole bunch of things in place, and as has already been pointed out, the staff are waiting for things to fall into place. It's very common for the community and councillors and members of staff themselves to be impatient with the processes of council, but unfortunately that is the nature of the beast. And to demand that answers are produced in time for is all very well, but many of the councillors are going on holidays in the next 2 months. Many of the staff will similarly have dealing with holidays over school holiday time, and the staff resource to do this is limited, and things have to happen in sequence in order to get things lined up properly. And we've just talked a lot about having proper processes and deferring things till we can line up the processes, because one of the things that does happen in council is process, and whilst it's quite different as a private business owner or just an individual out there, you can make your own processes and make things happen ASAP as quick as you like. It doesn't happen in a machine like the DCC. So who else would like to speak to this? Councillor Houlihan.
Well, I have never heard Councillor Walker so worked up, and I have to say I thought everything you said was, I actually agree with everything he said, I'm sorry, but what he said was hard for some staff to hear, and I'm really sorry that staff had to hear some of those things, because I know staff are really trying hard to get things done. I feel like I've just heard myself in last term. I made speeches like that last term numerous times, but it is frustrating, and I feel Councillor Walker's frustration. It's not often him and I see eye to eye on a lot of things, but I absolutely support everything he said. I have to say the public do get extremely frustrated at the pace of, the time it takes for decisions to be made at local government. And so do we, I'm sure staff do as well. It is very frustrating, I must say. I have been saying this around a one-stop shop for consents and things to be done, because what it is, Councillor Walker is correct. It is easy, much easier for people to go to one person, have one point of contact for everything. And that's why I invited Dave Bennett to come to the Creative Dunedin Partnerships meeting, advisory group meeting the other day that I have pushed to get started again. And we had our first meeting to review the last term and to look at moving forward, hopefully getting the group back up and going again, and I hope that Dave will be part of that group. He was keen, and that will give him an area to obviously talk through that as well. But I can't say enough how how I agree with everything that was said in there, that so much frustration out there. For example, some of the things Dave said is that he wants answers on semis. He wants to know, like a lot of other people in the industry, what is the state of the building? When can people go in? How much would it cost to fix it? We have asked it as well as a governance level, and I know some answers are out there now, but I think we need to put a public statement out about it, telling people exactly those answers, because people need to know, want to know. There's a lot of interest around that building. And, there's so many things, for example, around noise complaints. There's a lot of people grumbling in the industry and saying we haven't done enough yet. So I think we need to look at that as well, and we need to review it again and get it right, because we cannot have good venues closing down because they're saying they've made too much noise. And there's a conflict when we've got people living in the city, and of course we've got entertainment venues that want to be able to operate in our CBD. We've got to look at that, and it has to be reviewed urgently.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to observe that this is the second arts-related debate we've had that has engendered high emotion, and it is, as I said before, a different tone to when we're discussing sporting matters. And I just need to say to the Mayor, I'm not going on holiday. I really find it difficult to be lumped into that, and I think it's a difficult thing to say to members of our community who are often in the arts community. We heard today the average income for arts practitioners, including musicians. So I just think we have to be careful. What I heard at that Creative Dunedin Partnership meeting was a highly appreciative group view expressed by Mr. Bennett of the significant work done by our staff in establishing a relationship with that group of the creative community and the work that had been done. And I think it was a desire to keep that momentum going. And we've all seen the benefit of having a designated film person, and yes, that's a 0.5 position, and we're not talking about that here, but a designated person certainly useful. What I heard from the staff is the timing's out, but what I'm hearing from the community, and this process is about listening to our community. What the community I hear saying is that they need a point of contact. They want a holding place, even if it's a holding place, until we put an extra staff resource. It shows intent. It's a conduit back and forward. I think it can only be helpful to both parties. So I'm going to support this because I do believe it's a way forward. The timing may not be ideal from a staff perspective, but I would ask that a way is found to put a staff member in place that can be that conduit going forward until these other matters are done. And I just make the point again, here we go again, actually it's our responsibility for the delays, colleagues, because we've got the strategic framework work, and it's not for the want of staff working really hard on that. We've got the advisory group work, the grants review, and there's a lot of factors that have meant that is not yet done, and we cannot put that on staff. It's not staff's fault that has happened. We need to take responsibility for that, but we need to find a way through this. So, and I don't accept that the community is impatient. I think they've been very patient and they want to work with us, and we need to find a way to do that.
Councillor Vandervis.
As someone that joined a rock band to get round being a bit socially awkward 40-something years ago, I have a lot of experience in the live music business, having subsequently run a hire business for some 30 years. My memory of the really thriving Dunedin music scene, this is going right back to the 60s and 70s, is that it thrived without any DCC involvement at all. It thrived because of the grassroots support that it had. It thrived because the 60s and 70s were all about music anyway. And it thrived because there was the opportunity and enough money around and enough empty warehouses and enough buildings around for bands to be able to find somewhere at next to no cost and do what they wanted to do in their own way, in their own time. If we really want to do something for live music in Dunedin today, and we want to do it now, my suggestion is that we get Ms. Nilsson and Mr. Aldridge to locate a couple or three of basements that are unused around the city, and I'm sure there's many of them. Organise for a lock and key, and a one person to be responsible for opening and locking that particular basement, and let them go for it. If we were to do this pretty much minimum, I think you would see significant results in a very small time of not just a whole lot of increased quality of the bands that we already have, and we have some superb bands in Dunedin currently. I don't know if anyone of you have seen Julian Temple's band recently. Utterly amazing, and I thought they were great a year ago. They just get better every year. But having a place to practice would allow a whole generation of new bands to come along, with a whole generation of new music as well, and it really wouldn't have to cost much at all, and we could have a hands-off approach. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have down the track a more coordinated plan, because at the stage where you start getting bands able to produce product, then I think the city has a role in being able to promote that product. I think that whenever we pick up the phone here, rather than having any other music on the phone waiting, we should have Dunedin bands there. I think there are all sorts of opportunities that we have as the centralised agency in Dunedin to be able to promote local product in terms of music. But the grassroots aspect of it needs to be able to develop by itself, and it needs to have the freedom to be able to do it as grungily as it wants to, in my view. So I don't really know what to propose in the way of a motion, other than just throw the idea out there that if perhaps unofficially, we don't need to have staff resourcing for this, an ear just be kept to the ground for any suitable basements around the place. Basements are ideal because the noise issue is much reduced. Get some basements organised, watch them flourish, and then make sure that whatever plan we have actually enables their product to become viable and sold to the world. We got away with it by sheer luck, I think, with the Dunedin sound. There's a whole lot else that has come out of Dunedin that should have gone a lot further and hasn't. That's the point I think that we could take over with a really dedicated plan, something that would build on a wealth of music that is created here.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you. We actually have a plan, and the plan's been debated over many meetings, and this request, which I will support, is actually about having a staff member for people to go to. That is, I think that's its real basic nexus. I hear the frustration from the community. I hear it via the Heritage Action Plan, and I hear it via I definitely hear it from the Tourism Committee, the tourism community, about the destination management plan. And I know that we have to take this on the chin, because we have had challenges around our strategic framework and around actually setting up the advisory groups. I just want to caution allocating staff resourcing, because I do want to understand around the opportunity cost, because we're also asking for a theatre report and work to be done at this time. So I'm happy to leave that to the CEO for direction around that. However, I've just looked through the Arotoa newsletters for the last 5 newsletters, and I guess the challenge is very difficult to find any contact details for anyone to go through. So I can completely understand the frustration. I think that B, we're going to get activity reports back to committees anyway, so I think that's pretty much covered. C is already in train, and I do want to point out that I have very patiently been awaiting the Heritage Action Plan, which has the same stuff about waiting for staff resourcing. So I'm being very patient and prepared to wait until we discuss all of the staffing requirements for all of the plans that we have during the long-term plan process. But I just see this as a simple fix at the moment to show the music community that we have been listening, and that we will have someone or a point of contact for them to go.
Goodness. So, Councillor Mayhem.
I agree with Councillor Barker, and I totally support point A of this. And just to quote Mr Bennett, he said that everybody is in a holding pattern until this resourcing gets sorted. There's so many concerns around noise levels and soundproofing and the lack of suitable venues in Dunedin, and we're talking about the Dunedin sound, one of the things that, you know, attracts people to the city because of our unique history of Dunedin bands. So I know that everybody, this is frustrating, and I know that we're all very impatient and there is always red tape, but it would be wonderful if we could just resource a staff member to act on this action plan. Kia ora.
Councillor O'Malley.
Want to remind everybody that the event at Dog with Two Tails was in April 2021. And a substantial amount of time has moved since that, and I'm not saying that no one's done anything, but I think all that Councillor Walker's resolution here is to say is that we've got to remind ourselves that while we're busy, time is still passing, and if we don't move on things, another year passes. And as I was flicking through finding ODT articles to get a sense, and I found one quoted by the Mayor of Dunedin at the time, who was Mayor Hawkins, saying that there was going to be looking at the variation of the district plan in 2022, and the answer will come back within the year. So the problem is we have had a lot of times we have given dates for delivery, and we've just gone past them. And I think that's all this comes down to, is just, you know, these guys have been on the other side waiting for us to get to the end of this delivery process, and we've just got to get to it. So I don't think it's impatience at this point, because you can find quotes of deadlines in the paper that we've already gone past.
Fair enough. All right. Right. Any more? Yes.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley's last point does segue into my first response, and I'll respond to most of you here. And Mayor Raddick, I'll start with you because you started. Waiting, I think you said, but that just has never worked, and I think you've just pointed that out by using examples. And just to be clear, I wasn't demanding anything. I didn't make any demands. I was simply asking that we do justice to a plan that we're proud of and we've spent so much time developing. Councillor Houlihan, thanks for your passionate comments. But just to be clear, I was in no way critiquing staff. I was in fact praising them, and I did that multiple times, for the incredibly good work that they've done on the OLMAP, and the incredible work they have done working with the music community. I didn't only just do that today, but I've done that to Miss Weekire, actually directly in person, passing on how much she is respected by the music community for the work she did on developing the OLMAP. Councillor Gary, this motion does absolutely stem from the desire to see the momentum on this maintained. Councillor Barker, you're right, it's a simple fix, and simple fixes are what we want. And Councillor Mayhem, yes, we absolutely are in a holding pattern. Councillor O'Malley, thank you for that reminder. 2021, it's amazing how time flies, eh? Dog with two tails, that meeting, and go figure, eh? Dog with two tails is long since gone. Delivery is not happening, and it's just leading to frustration, and we can be part of avoiding that. And I'll just close with Councillor Van der Vos. You were slightly off the point in the motion, but please do absolutely let me know if your rock band ever reforms, because I would love to come and see that. Thank you.
I think it's this one. Okay, we have to have the motion by division.
Councillor Ackland?
No.
Councillor Barker?
Aye.
Councillor Gary?
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan?
Aye.
Councillor Fiso?
Abstain.
Councillor Lucas?
No.
Councillor Mayhem?
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley?
Aye.
Councillor Van der Vos?
No.
Councillor Walker?
Aye.
Councillor Wetherell?
Aye.
Mayor Raddick?
No.
The motion is carried 7-4 with one abstention.
Very good. And that brings us to the end of item 15. Yes, but we'll come back to that when we've got a minute. Shall we have a break for a few minutes? And bear in mind, we'll need to pick up the pace, people. We could, but let's not. Let's not. So I move. Sorry, I move that we adjourn 5 minutes for a break. Thank you, Councillor Walker. All in favour, say aye.
So that resolution is added as staff. What have we done extension?
We haven't needed it yet, but we're about to. We're going to have to extend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Councillor. So, if I can, first thing, I move that we extend the meeting beyond 6 hours. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour say aye. Anyone want to go home early? No. No objections. Righto. So we've got a few agenda items yet to go. However, none of them look contentious or in need of great change. So moving on to amenity requests. Are we going to do?
Councillor Lafiso is ready to go.
It's ready to go. So Councillor Lafiso's motion is on the wall behind me. Right, an ORTYP action plan. Excellent. Okay. Seconded by Councillor Mayhem. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Fiso?
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, Mahalo whawhatai, Mole Avnoa, thank you very much for the opportunity. I have circulated the rationale for this, and I acknowledge that given the public outcry and public calls for Otipoti Dunedin to be made a safe city following last Thursday's stabbing incident, which resulted in the death of a 16-year-old secondary school student, Council's being asked to take some strategic action. And I acknowledge that the Mayor has announced the formation of a multi-agency group. However, it's my experience that coordination of longer-term actions which actually address citywide and historic and underlying systemic causes and issues involving experts and professionals who support young people and their whānau on a daily basis need to be involved. So that is why I am moving this motion, and I'll quote directly from Dan Whitburn, Kai Whakamarama at Te Ora Whānau Services submission. He took advantage of the how we closed them off and then we opened them again. He took advantage of that to make the submission, and I don't know if many of us have had the chance to read it, but I just want to make the statement in support of the submission. We note the absence of youth as a factor in the annual plan. We consider that Dunedin City has a significant lack of practical youth spaces, as clearly demonstrated by the de facto appointment of the bus hub as an area for rangatahi to congregate. Rather than looking to develop new spaces, or worse, doing nothing, we recommend the DCC strategically invest in growing existing youth spaces and programs. Dunedin is fortunate to be supported by a range of excellent social services and rangatahi-focused providers, many of whom were identified in the work from 2016 to 21 under Collaborating for Youth Success. Providers such as Te Ora Whānau Services and Pacific Trust in Otago have the mātauranga, the knowledge, the expertise to work with our diverse youth and the drive to deliver on new projects for our rangatahi. We submit that the Council consider what place the next generation has in this city, what is necessary for our rangatahi to thrive, and what will keep them in Dunedin when they reach adulthood. So I just want to acknowledge Mr Whitburn and Te Ora Whānau Services, and hope that we do support this motion. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Yes, I certainly support this. I think it's an excellent initiative, and it sits alongside the work that is going on already, or it's just started. So it'll sit alongside that and carry on thereafter. So I think it's very good. Councillor Mayhem.
I applaud this motion by Councillor Lofiso. We've heard again and again in our social wellbeing advisory group that the rakatahi of Dunedin need a place, a sense of belonging, a welcoming space where they feel they are part of our community and part of our city. And we all know that children are our future, so we need to do better by the young people in our city, and I want them to be 100% involved in this action plan for us and about us. For them, I mean. So I 100% support this. Thank you.
Great. We covered it. Right.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the mover and seconder for this motion. And I particularly just want to say, respecting Councillor Lefiso as the chair of Community Services Committee, and also as the chair of the Social Wellbeing Advisory Group, thank you for bringing this before us, Councillor. It is very timely. You have that knowledge, you have that mana in the community, and we thank you for this at such a difficult time. I know that our staff will do a great job with this. I've already seen the fruit of the vision, and I consider young people incredibly wise, many times articulate, but they are looking to us for leadership, and this provides that. So I have full faith in our staff and in your leadership, Councillor.
Thank you. With that, you have anything further to say, Councillor Lefiso? No?
I meant to say in my opening speech that rakatahi or rangatahi is conventionally used, but for those of us who have grown up and around those spaces, in terms of, it was pointed out to us that correctly, if you're familiar with Māori language and Māori society, there's tamariki, or there's the pepis, there's the tamariki, there's the tai tamariki, the ones adjacent to tamariki, and then there's tai ohi, which is the ones adjacent to, going on to adulthood. So that's why I've included tai ohi, because it was pointed out to us that, yes, rakatahi, of course, every day, but tai ohi acknowledges the correct usage and historic usage by tangata whenua. And of course, so Otipoti, Dunedin, rakatahi, conventional for young people, and same as tai ohi, the correct term. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you. With that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Next, we have item 16, amenity requests. Are there any questions? No. Would someone like to move that we note the amenity requests report? Councillor Mayhem, seconded. Councillor Houlihan. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Mayhem? Would anyone like to speak to it?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to signal I have a motion that isn't directly part of this, but it is associated, and probably following us dealing with the items on the table, we could potentially take it then.
We'll consider it then, yes.
Yep.
Excellent, thank you. Right, if no one wishes to speak to the motion, then Councillor Houlihan, yes. So if no one wishes to speak to the motion, it's straightforward. It's all the amended requests, all the answers are in there. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Now we should have the motion from Councillor Gary on the screen. And we'll have any questions to do with that, in case we're the first thing to consider.
This one, do you want to delay? There's no problem delaying this if you want to. Or it's up to you. Okay. So,
should we delay it for questions? Oh, the issue.
Just check with, if I may, I've just checked with staff, and we don't believe there are any issues if this report is delayed until spec in June. So with the leave of the meeting, I'd suggest that that's what we do.
Should we move to delay it or just leave it?
Right, I would move that this item be considered as part of the spec meeting. That would be my suggestion. Yeah.
Yes, we'll finish this and then that.
Just checking in with the chief. Just,
Yours is still problematic.
or do we want to wait and give some time to sort that?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to the Heritage Action Plan update, item 25.
Referring this until
Yes, so I'll move that we defer this, sorry, councillor, I move that we defer this agenda item until the spec committee meeting, seconded councillor Vandevers. The Heritage Action Plan. Councillor Mayhem. And so, we know we're deferring this to the spec committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Okay. So, next we have the Future Development Strategy. Considerations for the annual plan. There are some of those. However, our job here today is to note the report. In the first instance, do we have any questions? We have Dr. Johnson and Mr. Ward. So, a question, Councillor O'Malley.
Relates to the inclusion of the freight hub in the FDS and an instruction from the MPSUD 3.17, which says that every Tier 1 and Tier 2 local authority must have regard to the relevant FDS when preparing or changing RMA planning documents, and I think that's fairly obvious. But the next part, which kind of relates to what we're doing here, and is strongly encouraged to use the relevant FDS information in long-term plans, particularly infrastructure strategies and regional land transport plans. Now that that is sitting on the FDS, are we going to be obliged under the MPSUD to put it into the regional land transport plan?
I don't think there's an obligation for automatic inclusion of any FDS items in either the RLTP or the LTP, but they should be considered. So that was the reason for the report to you, so that you can consider them. We haven't been asked to do a report, obviously, to the RLTP process.
Obviously, no, that's been written as we go. The funding for the transport planning for the Mosgiel area is required for the heavy traffic bypass work that we made a commitment to Mosgiel anyway. Is that true?
Janine is here.
Sorry, councillor, if you could just repeat that question for me, that'd be...
It's the traffic assessment plan for the Mosgiel area. At the moment, it's not funded in the annual plan, is that correct?
That's correct, but we've got a bit of a situation with the timing of the RLTP, where the funding will kick in probably around August, September. And so we might have a little bit of runway before the next, the 9-year plan to be able to fund it, notwithstanding the fact that we are hoping to do a fair proportion of that work internally.
That's kind of my relevant point, because will it be ready for? It will be ready in 3 years' time for the next RLTP and our LTP that goes with that.
Yeah, absolutely. It starts off as a kind of a program business case level, identifying all the elements of that, of the things that come out as a result of that need to be addressed and funded. But yes, 3 years is fine.
That was more or less the commitment we made to the public meeting in Mosgiel on just the heavy traffic bypass, which I know is not part of the FDS, but effectively it's starting to wrap into each other. But that, okay, we're on track for that. Good, thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Gary?
Thank you. I noted in the summary in the report that a matter that was of high significance to the community. We had 76 submissions on Peninsula Connection, and I noted that in the FDS draft proposal it was in the 10 to 30 years time frame, and that was changed as a result of the hearing from people. And I just take up the point about the RLTP. So now the timeframes are out of sync. How does that work? It's kind of, again, the chicken and egg situation, isn't it? Because you have to put things in the RLTP at a certain point, and then the FDS kind of followed that process, but now there's been a change. So how does that all work?
I'd like to say I wish I knew the answer to that question myself. I think when the NPSUD was drafted, there was a reasonable degree of thought about the interaction with LTP infrastructure, and there's some additional words that it needs to be prepared ahead of or at the same time as an LTP. While it has this line that was read by Councillor Malley relating to the RLTP, there is no equivalent line in terms of the timing relationship between the RLTP and so I just feel like that when they drafted it, they didn't really give that a lot of thought, and there hasn't been a lot of supplementary instruction around that. So it's the first cycle of doing these FDSs. I suppose for the next one we'll have hopefully understood better how to do that.
And thank you for your work with it, and I did see the changes made after our feedback, so appreciated that. It's just very hard for the community to understand how this all works, to be honest, and I understand there are different processes going on, but thank you for your explanation.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
On page 153, 9B, the Strategic Transport Study talks about specifically addressing the need for a heavy vehicle bypass to remove heavy vehicles from Gordon Road. I've certainly had that feedback, but I've had much more feedback over the bottleneck of the railway crossing and the amount of traffic that we get backed up quite often, even up the hill on State Highway.
Ms. Benson, sorry, just to interrupt. Could you come to the chair here? I think that'll be best.
So my question really is, have we looked at various options for dealing with the railway crossing bottleneck, including an underpass or an overbridge?
It's not an easy answer to that, Councillor Vandervis. It will be part of that study because that intersection is problematic, and we do know, particularly at the moment, that that it is incredibly congested, even under normal circumstances. So yes, it will be part of that study.
And can you tell me when I can expect some kind of result of the study so that I can give people some idea of the time frame that we're talking about, given it's going to be a complex solution?
So, as I said to Councillor O'Malley, it kind of goes in the 3-year regional land transport cycle program, so that we would be looking at that strategic study alongside NZTA for the next 3 years, because they will also be looking at various parts of their network and what they have to do to optimise their network to get to enhance movements around that area as well. So it would definitely be a 3-year period, because then we would have to apply for funding in the next National Land Transport Fund round for any construction work.
3 years is not an answer that any of the people in Mosgiel I've spoken to want to hear. Why is it not possible for at least some proposal to be floated, or even a range of proposals to be floated, for instance, within a year? Desktop type stuff. This is what an underpass might cost, this is what an overpass might cost.
I mean, that's it's difficult to answer that. I mean, any proposal that we did do that was kind of done inside of a year would be very rough order costs. And there's certainly when we go through the start of looking at options for Mosgiel, there will be all those things on the table. So we may very early on have a range of options for the transport solution in Mosgiel that may include one of those. But again, it's going to be really rough order costs.
Can I ask then that in the absence of actually having, anything definitive, that we can, towards the end of this year at least, let the people of Mosgiel know that these things are being considered, that they are being progressed, and that we recognise there's some urgency?
Sorry?
I think Councillor O'Malley's probably best placed to answer.
Yes.
Just to Councillor Vandervis, we had a public meeting about the transport and Mosgiel and the timings of delivery, and I told them there and then you're not going to see much within 9 years. And that's because of the 3-year cycle of funding, how you have to get to each stage at 3 years. And if you turn up with the wrong paperwork, you might as well turn up with no paperwork. That's the problem. So we are in that cycle, and that's why I asked Ms Benson, are we doing the planning component of it this year? Because in order to stay on time, we have to have, by the time of the next regional land transport plan, something like a program business case, or at least a business case of some sort, to achieve the funding requirement. With that paperwork not in the right form, it just will simply not get read, I think would be the answer. So it is frustrating. It's very frustrating, but this is the framework in which we work. And I was going to give it my speech, but I'll give it now. The FDS is designed to align with the Regional Land Transport Plan and your LTPs to try and save you 3 years. Because if it comes out of cycle, then it will be 3 years before it's seen again. And that's the whole point. And that is the function of government and the way that government has been designed. And we really don't get anywhere unless we align ourselves to it, I guess.
Yes.
And
Sorry.
My apologies for cutting you off, Councillor O'Malley. I was just going to, through the chair, if I may, sort of echo your points. There's a hierarchy here. There's a suite of documents that we're navigating, in order to make sure that our position is adequately articulated. We receive feedback as we have done, and for this particular report, it's the role of the future development strategy. Where does that sit? And to somewhat answer your earlier question, Councillor Vandervis, there's a real difference between concepts and developed conceptual designs. And if a concept is ill-considered, it could result in unnecessary effort being put forward, because people might focus on a particular concept that might not be realised as you work through the various hierarchy of the various documents.
My question really was, can we not float a number of concepts now so that they can be considered? Can we not let the people of Mosgiel know that we are actually doing something? Because the words and talk of 3 or 9 years, quite frankly, I don't think is anything. It's not a message I'm going to take back to people. I don't need that much hate. If we can't actually float some idea, some series of ideas, hopefully, concepts, that people can then start discussing, I think that we're doing ourselves a disservice.
Okay. I'll just mention to Ms Benson, there's a spare microphone there to your right. And so in case you need to speak to the next questioner, who is Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Part of my question has been asked and answered by Councillor Vandervis, but if I can just first of all just confirm what Councillor O'Malley said. I was at that public meeting, and I think the public understand there is a process, and also because there's State Highway 1 and coming off State Highway 1 and State Highway 87 there at that Mosgiel interchange, it is a complex problem, and they understand the NZTA need to be very much on board and involved. So I think there was the support of the meeting, and I think what they want to hear, and that there is progress, that we haven't forgotten, and I think that would be fair to say, and that's good what Ms Benson said earlier. But my next question is in terms of the 9A, assessment of the appropriateness of a freight hub. because that was part of the FDS, was whether that was the appropriate site. And I'm just wondering, are we going to do some work on that? Because there obviously needs to be quite a bit of investigation of where freight's coming from, Otago Southland, where it's going, all of that. So, yep.
So, sorry, Anna. So we've recognised that that's really important strand to the whole Mosgiel freight study, because obviously of the relationship with Gordon Road and the surrounds. So we'll be doing that at the same time. And you're absolutely right that understanding what freight movements are doing, going where, coming from to, what commodities are doing, that's just so important to that picture of Mosgiel.
Thank you.
If I just add to that as well, so there's two parts. So there's what council might do proactively, but there could potentially be a reactive planning process that gets triggered if this landowner decides to proceed with a private plan change, in which case the responsibility for some of that transport assessment would lay with them, and depending on the outcome of that, potentially some part of solutions laying with that landowner. So the timing of this could change depending on whether we're sitting in the front seat, that this is, or they want to go faster and then they jump into the front seat by trying to undertake a private plan change.
Right. Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
What happens if it gets fast-tracked? Who is responsible for coming up with the paperwork at that point? Do you know? I mean, I don't think anybody knows, but do we have any idea?
Well, any type of application, so if you have a resource consent or a plan change, or even under this fast track, it's still the applicant's responsibility generally to make their case. So they would be, in the first instance, responsible for doing that. However, typically we end up having to do a lot of our own evidence because we don't necessarily want to adopt the evidence of an applicant. We may engage our own experts to satisfy ourselves with another perspective on a matter. So in essence, in the end, it ends up being a bit of counsel and a bit of the applicant undertaking that work.
A question that's a bit more strategic, I guess. Currently, our FDS, we confined ourselves entirely to the footprint of Dunedin City alone. But I've raised with Three Waters that if we are looking for water intakes further into the future, 30, 40 years out, we may be involving Clutha District. And obviously, during the discussion of a freight hub, the potential freight hub at Melbourne also came up, which is not in our district. When we go to do these in the future, will we always confine ourselves to the footprint of Dunedin City, or will we try to define what our actual urban footprint is? In other words, we've got people coming out of Clutha every day for work, kind of thing.
So an FDS is meant to be done for an urban environment, irrespective of territorial boundaries. That is the instructions under the NPS, and part of the process that we undertook in developing this FDS was to contact our neighbouring territorial authorities. So we did look outside the boundaries of Dunedin, at least to get some feedback in a general sense from neighbouring territorial authorities. In the proposed FDS, of course, it talked about the freight hub as somewhere south to the city, and it was, and I think it described it slightly differently in different parts of the FDS, but I think in one part of the FDS it even alluded to it being within Clutha District. So certainly the FDS did try to look outside the boundaries of Dunedin when it was developed.
And the reason that was in there, because that's where it was identified in the Regional Land Transport Plan. Thank you.
We appear to have covered questions. Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you all. So that's good. All right, so moved and seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. So Jim, would you like to, Councillor O'Malley, would you like to speak to it, please?
As Dr. Johnson pointed out, this is actually the first time that anybody's done an FDS. It came from the previous government, and the intention is that you are supposed to establish strategic needs and strategic objectives looking well into the future. So you can identify something you'll have to plan for quite a way out, and then once you've done that process, then obviously you should be able to see that in your long-term plan. So effectively, this is all the FDS is. I think a lot of us took a long time to get a head around exactly what we were looking at here, but really, and this one was highly dominated by three waters, because that's probably our most obvious issue we've got to deal with in terms of planning. I imagine the next time we do it, there'll be significantly more transport in it, and as I encourage at the very end of this, we want to think about Dunedin as it's Dunedin's total footprint. And even if our neighbours don't answer us, it doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't some sort of interaction. But I want to thank staff for what was a very big body of work. We've had some of the Three Waters programs be requested or suggested to come forward more, and they were largely responses into requests from the local community, and especially mana whenua out on the peninsula and up on the north coast. Both of those we brought forward in the FDS suggestions of delivery that were directly in response to mana whenua feedback. And I also want to point out that the mana whenua feedback on the north coast was identical to the community board feedback on the north coast, which I think says something else too, which is good.
Very good. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I'd just like to echo Councillor O'Malley's comments, particularly in reference to the staff. I think the staff did an excellent job, not only our own DCC staff, but the OSC staff, and I think the process of working with our colleagues at ORC was a very good process, and I would like to see us working more closely. But during the hearing, I think the response from all staff to so quickly answer any requests and provide information was exceptional. I just think that I would just like that to be passed back.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I want to acknowledge and thank colleagues who were on that panel. And I also want to acknowledge staff who, before it went to the hearings, took the draft proposal and listened very carefully to the detail of community feedback and included that. That was greatly appreciated. And I was impressed at the way that the panel listened so carefully to mana whenua. I watched all of that online. And I would echo Councillor O'Malley's comment that the comments by mana whenua, the views that were mentioned around Peninsula, are echoed by the community. And I think that is a magnificent place to be. If you think about what happened outside here today in relation to what is happening in society, it is a point of pride that our communities stand beside one another and in a unified way on these kinds of matters. And I think it's a real asset that we have that echoed in the final decisions of the FDS. The problem is lining it all up with the other bits because they get out of sequence. But however, that's for another day. But thank you.
Okay. So with that, do we want to say more?
Very quick one on timing, and I would say if I was talking about the government, I'd actually say make your FDS about a year out earlier than your other ones, because it's actually a strategic direction position. The other ones are budget dated, budget related, and it is already quite hard to put a regional land transport plan and a long-term plan together simultaneously. But what you have to get used to is you just have to go, I think I want to do it, even if you don't know you've got the money yet, and then you sort it out later.
Fantastic. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So now to the revenue policy compliance, unless we have the motion ready. Very good. So we have Councillor Gary's motion. Hopefully it'll come on the screen.
Just while we're getting that up, I want to thank staff and the Chief for advice. This is making sure that it doesn't contradict the previous resolution, and just making sure that it fits with standing orders and achieves what I'm after. It doesn't involve any money, I'll just add that. Or new money, yes indeed. Sorry, it doesn't involve new money.
Yeah. Carry on. Just getting a battery.
That's fine. So just for understanding, you'll remember that there was a previous council resolution asking for a report on the unfunded sections, plural, sections of the Peninsula Connection. Yeah, and the other resolution will be put up there. as we've listened to the 76 submitters and then the people at the hearings and the very clear message they gave us, and I'll talk about that when I'm in debate, it seemed to me that it was important to show intent. It doesn't involve us making a decision around funding right now, other than staff resource. And so it involves an add-on really to the previous resolution. So it requests the timings in the resolution include consideration of the 3 unfunded stages being progressed in years 1, 2 and 3 of the 9-year plan, which shows intent, and doesn't commit us though, and requests that in addition staff to commence preparatory work necessary to inform the report, such as land tenure investigations and preliminary geotechnical investigations from within existing budgets. So this is the bits of work required for us as a council to be ready to push the go button if that is what we decide to do when we come to the 9-year plan. Because what we don't want to have happen is to get to that point and go, oh, we've got these things to do before we can actually go ahead with the project, and remembering that consent's in place, design's in place, just a little refresh of the design, but anything up until the point where extra resources are needed. Okay, so I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Councillor O'Malley.
It's just the years 1, 2 and 3 of the 9-year plan. Is that?
Yeah. Yes. That was my wording, sorry. The first 3 years of the 9-year plan.
But that,
good point. The first 3 years.
if we adopt this, are we committing ourselves to $25 million worth of work in the first 3 years or not?
No, we're not.
Or are we committing it to years 1, 2 and 3 and not years?
No, we're not. That's not the intention of... so the intention of the motion is that the work is done towards the point where we do make the funding decisions, and that includes working towards, and my original motion had work towards, so we're working towards the possibility of it being in the first 3 years of the 9-year plan. So if there are things that we need to do, Councillor O'Malley, between now and then, in order to make those decisions, and we've also got the report coming in with those other matters, so that by the time we get to December, we've got all the information we need to make a decision.
Please do. And Lauren's just pulling up resolution 28, because, and I think it's 3.3, timings that would allow the work to be progressed in stages, and what Councillor Gary would like is part of that consideration is to see if it can be staged in the first 3 years of the 9-year plan, because without that direction, staff probably would have it in out years. So this means, so that's what we're trying to finesse, and that's what we were just working on, because we have a clear council resolution there, and we just needed to make sure that what was being proposed wasn't in contravention of the existing council position. And my advice would be what has been moved by Councillor Gary complements this. It doesn't.
Doesn't commit. Thank you, Chief. And it doesn't commit us.
I'm not offering a view about what I think about it, but it is not inconsistent with the existing resolution.
Thank you. And so it shows intent. It's responding to the submissions we've had showing intent, and the work continues, because what has happened in the past, I honestly didn't expect to be back here 10 years later advocating this again, but what we're wanting to do is to keep it on the books. We don't want it to fall between the cracks. So this is to keep that work going that doesn't require extra resource beyond the staff resource. It's not that I don't value the staff resource, it's very important, but there are some things that need to be done. I'll give you an example. Part of the road that goes through the cutting by the school, and you remember hearing from the children, is owned by the Ministry of Education. And so what work can be done around those negotiations without money changing hands at this point to get that reactivated again? So that's the intent. Does that answer your question?
Actually, that's fine. I'm happy with everything. It's consideration of the 3 unfunded stages being progressed in years 1, 2 and 3. At the moment that reads that all 3 are being considered for progressing in the first 3 years.
No, it's kind of staged across the 3 years.
I just want to be careful of the language, because if someone comes and reads this out of context later, they're going to look like we've agreed to funding all 3 in the first 3.
So my preference, I understand what you're saying, and my preference was working towards, but I'm taking my advice from the chief.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
Making a commitment to get moving on the unfunded stages, and we will do at least one of them in the first 3 years. That, like,
That's not what
There's consideration given to funding one a year for 3 years.
So
Only considering it.
I just want to point out that the back of the envelope guess of that is $25 million.
It's considering, it's the working towards was the words that I used, because the section at the bottom is what I'm wanting to have ready. That's the thing. So that when we come to make those budget decisions, that we have all the information we need. Now, it's quite possible that the staff may come back with their report in December and say, actually, we're going to advise that stage 3, just I'll give you an example, stage 3 could be done over the 3rd and 4th years, for example, because that's the one the community. But we don't know that yet. We've been waiting for this report. And so it seems to me that the problem is the wording, that wording, include consideration.
And I'll speak the initial resolution, the one that we have on the books. We initially thought that 3.3 as it's numbered there was enough, but the councillor was keen to ensure that there was a bit more certainty about when the work might be progressed.
I'm responding in this motion to what the community told us. It doesn't commit us to this. It simply shows progression towards intent, shows intent.
Can I ask a question, Councillor Gary? Is the essence of what you want to achieve in this motion is the preparatory work, thus avoiding the very thing that Councillor Malley often brings up is we're ready to go, but we're not ready to go.
And I also want to avoid us getting to a point where we've forgotten what the community's told us, and they were very clear on this, around the when.
Subsequent to that, we don't know what government will do in the future and what colour.
And that's, sorry.
We want to be ready in a way that we haven't been ready previously.
This is to my point before about the problem of different timings and different processes. It's changed in the FDS, it's different in the RLTP, and I'm not expecting Whakatahi to come to the party, I have to say realistically, but hey, if we're not there and show intent, then they're certainly not.
Sorry, pardon.
If a fund did come up miraculously from Whakatahi that could be applied to this, say school safety, for example, we've shown intent. We haven't committed to it, but we've shown intent. But I would be guided by the chief's advice around this. Because I do want to get this across the line. I think it's really important.
Yeah, no, given that we've heard the concerns of the councillor, I think that those, if you go, no, not that one, sorry, down, the 2 requests are probably enough. But if you want some certainty around that, I get that there's a tension. We have heard, and is Janine here or Scott's here, he has heard that the timing element of that initial resolution, which is part 3.3, is to look at how we might stage it early in the plan. But if you want the certainty of having the resolution, then you'll need wording that does that.
I think the community wants certainty that that's how we're thinking. It doesn't commit us to it. I can see that some colleagues have issues
you want to have 5
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea.
5 minutes seconded. All in favour, say aye.
Are we adjourned? Are they on?
Adjourned, yes, adjourned. Early in, just early in the 9-year plan. That's what I'd like to have. Early in the 9-year plan. No, early in the 9-year plan. Yes. Yes.
Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's what I mean. But are we all happy with that?
And if we're back on councillors, the one thing I would say, and to temper everyone's expectations, even with the preparatory work, deliverability will be a thing. Aside from funding and all of the work that needs to be done, our ability to deliver will have to be tested, and that was Mr. McLean's advice. So, just saying.
let alone the funding. Anyway, look, certainly I'm happy with that. You happy with that, Councillor O'Malley? Righto, and that's... Yes. Thank you. Councillor O'Malley, you happy? Councillor O'Malley's very good.
Thank you. Thank you for your advice, Chief, and the staff, and thank you to colleagues for working with me on that. There is no money involved with this beyond staff resource, and I appreciate that is a very valuable resource. But this acknowledged a cross-section of the community on the peninsula for whom this directly affects through lots of different lenses, and they were informed, they were articulate, and they were respectful. And I want to emphasise that because they've waited a damn long time, 20 years, and some longer. And I recall Councillor Weatherall, I wrote this down, saying, your community, to other submitters, is absolutely fantastic. We have to complete it. He did add, we've got to find the money. I'm proud of the fact that the community that I live in and have represented in my role as a community board chair and now sit on council, that the community stood beside mana whenua. Absolutely stood beside mana whenua, and that is a point of great pride. And so they came and told us that a promise was made. We all know the history. I'm not going to go over that again. They talked about equity. We heard about safety. We saw safety. I had my hand over my eyes at several places, and we were warned we do not want anyone to be killed because of the danger of the first particular piece of road. We heard the argument around the extra danger with the intermittent nature of the completed sections and the incompleted sections. But in addition to that, I just had an email in my inbox from within the organisation, and yet again a photograph of that of Te Awa Otako was there. We often promote our city, and in our Economic Development Committee meeting on the 26th of May on page 38, the top key insight was around the newly introduced harbour cycleway, of which Te Awa Otako is a part. And I recall Edward Allison saying, this is not a road to nowhere, this is the centre of our universe. And I thought that was very poignant indeed. We've had rough figures, and I emphasise they're rough figures, rough costings at this point. And I did check with Councillor O'Malley around being able to discuss these. And so there was total agreement from those who submitted to us that the order of the project, the first from Otako bus stop round Fisheries Corner, should be the first in the order, the second, the school section, and the third, the inland section. And the rough costings at this point are 9 million, just over 9 million, just over 9 million for the second section, and just over 4 million for the third section. And remember that one of the suggestions that was pretty consistent from the community was the idea of potentially spreading that third section over several years. It's about a commitment that the community's after. We know the design has been done, the consent has been done, but we do know there's some work that can be done between now and then. And one of the things that will have to happen further down the track is the design will have to be reviewed and refreshed in terms of current standards, because there has been quite a delay. We've got a report coming in December, and my intent with this motion was to ensure there were no loose ends left at the point at which we make a decision. It is highly frustrating to come to make a decision, as we've experienced today, and not have those details. We got a message from the community that this is a highly desired project. I'm not holding my breath for Wakatahi funding. I think Councillor Wiley at one point said, I don't know what magic pot you're thinking of, Councillor Gary. That was a few years back. I still had high hopes that there might be a Wakakatahi fund, but in fact, we've tried all of that. Staff, despite the best efforts of staff, we have not been successful with any of that. So the community doesn't understand how all of the different processes work in terms of the RLTP, Wakatahi funding, and how we make our decisions. They really don't. And so it's about showing intent, that we have heard what they wish for, we have heard what they believe they were promised, and that we are working towards that. We have not yet made a decision, that's for another day, of funding. I would not have brought that today. It would have been inappropriate. It's about getting this all ready to go. And I thought you heard the community particularly well. You listened carefully. So that's what this is about. I do hope you can support it. It's extremely important to the community there. And I was, again, proud of the way that members of the community have seen the benefits in their particular area, were prepared to come and tell us that they were standing by the folk out on the end of the peninsula, the gateway to a significant wildlife attraction of global significance, but for their community and their everyday life, this is really important. So it's about showing intent, colleagues. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the mover and seconder. I have no problem in supporting this. And to the mover, every time we talk about this, I fall back, my memory goes back to the wager we made many years ago about which side of the harbour would be completed first, and Te Aramoana won that particular bet. I think I'm still waiting to be paid out on that particular bet, but I live in hope. This is a sensible motion, and it's a vital part of a jigsaw, actually, in terms of completing Te Ako Tako. And if we don't do this, I just think it leaves us in an awkward position when we are in a space where we have the ability to press go, and that may come. It may come via us. It may actually come via Wakakatahi and the government. It may come externally, but I think we need to be ready to go. And I think it really is worth reminding us always that we are on a promise to complete a facility we take pride in thinking is already completed.
Thank you, Councillor Vandevers.
Councillor Gary has said that the design has been done, the consent has been done, but the design needs to be refreshed. You could refresh the design every year because the costs are always going to change. Situations with suppliers are always going to change. I ask, given that the design is done and the consent is done, why would we put ourselves to the extra staff cost of actually refreshing what's been refreshed? The NZTA has said they won't. We can't. And this gateway that Councillor Gary is talking about has to be the longest and most expensive gateway, not just in our history, but probably in the history of the whole of New Zealand. Okay. We have spent hundreds of millions on this gateway. And it seems to me that despite the fact that most of the people on the peninsula are now well served by it, and their property values have risen dramatically as a result of everybody else's investment in the city in their area, that there is simply no end to the amount that is going to be asked for in this area. I think what's been done out in the peninsula is beautiful. I've voted for a lot of it. But we have real priorities, we have real urgent needs, and I don't believe this is one of them. And this particular motion is simply trying to jostle a particular project that NZTA will certainly not fund to the head of a queue in the hope that something might happen. I can't vote for it on that basis.
Councillor Hulan.
Yes. Well, I suppose what you could say is that Councillor Gary has, with her experience, cleverly taken all those steps, and is probably going to put this project ahead of others that have possibly waited longer. But that's politics, I suppose. I heard the concerns from Mana Whenua, and there's definitely issues around that road. No one's denying it would be good to get the road done. I'm just wondering, so this is me putting questions into my speech that hopefully someone will be able to answer and reply, but are we hoping that some sort of miracle will happen in our 9-year plan and bring us some money to pay for this, or how are we planning to cover this cost? Will this just go to debt, or how will this be covered with Waka Kotahi funding obviously not being available? I'm just wondering how we'll do it. I mean, I will support this spread over the 9 years, but I'm wondering what that will mean, what the implications of that will mean, and how we're going to pay for it.
Thank you. Some good rhetorical questions there. Thank you. Councillor Lafiso and then Councillor O'Malley.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. For me, this project has been waiting for 20 years. And I just want to acknowledge that tangata whenua have been waiting for 184. And I see this, I congratulate all the Tauiwi residents, all those of us who are not Māori, who came and talked to us in tautoko of the call. For me, this is the Te Tiriti o Waitangi principles of participation, protection, and the other thing, the other P in action. And while our society is going to gradually, over time, I hope it's not another 200 years, but while we're waiting for the treaty to be genuinely honoured, this is an excellent example of collaboration and trust and support of mana whenua aspirations. Kia ora.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm more than happy to second this, but I just need to put a certain word of caution. If you look at our annual, what we're budgeting for this year for all new road and footpath construction across the whole of the city is 9.5 million. So this would constitute 2.5 years budget of our new road and construction. Now I will stay committed to where we are heading towards getting this thing completed. But if we're going to complete it in the next 5 years, then we're going to have to take out $30 million worth of extra debt, because it's the only way we're going to be able to do it. So we need to consider all of that. The section that is near the wharf, that is considered number one section, that has to be, I completely agree that there is a resilience and flooding issue that needs to be dealt with straight away, right away. But we need to have need to go out to Otako and have a big long conversation of how and when we're going to execute this based on how expensive it is and what it means to the rest of the relative to the city. So I completely support keeping the pressure on getting it done. I'm quite concerned about picking a date, because if we set the wrong expectations, we're going to upset somebody quite badly. We're either going to build something very expensively, or we're going to say we're going to build it and then we didn't build it, and we certainly cannot have the latter. I want to see that at some point in the future, in the foreseeable future, and I'm still alive to see it, that it is completed. But I can't tell you exactly how we would fit it into any one particular year at this moment until we've figured out exactly what we're willing to commit ourselves to. Because if we're not willing to commit ourselves to much debt, then it's a 15 to 20 year project. If we want to bring it in faster than that, then it will be a requirement of commitment to debt. We have treaty obligations to meet. We need to have a lens on Otako's relationship to the centre of town completely differently based on the calculations we use now for investment. So I am for investing in this. I'm just saying it's actually a lot of money. Like, it's a lot of money, and we just need to be sure how we're going to do it.
And I certainly support this. There's a whole lot of considerations, and thank you, Councillor O'Malley, for pointing so many of them out. I've had the alarm of hearing a car fall off that Peninsula Road right at the Fisheries Wharf and do a barrel roll into the harbour, and landing on its feet, amazingly enough, but and then seeing it dragged out the next day after a tide went through it. So it's not a very safe section of road. And as we know, it's very difficult to negotiate with a bus, and almost impossible with two buses. So I do have some hope that government funding will come available under a range of different categories, and certainly safety being one of those. So we'll explore those as we get closer, and I'm happy to support this. Any reply?
Yes, definitely. Councillor Walker, I remember the wager. And I think you got the champagne afterwards. But you won that. My mantra, as I said, is to look after what we've got and to finish what we've started. And this is about finishing what we've started. And I want to take you back as to why this isn't completed. It would have been part of the original business case had the Waka Kotahi criteria taken into account the matters of climate resilience, tourist attractions, a treaty, and it didn't, and it doesn't, and that's the problem. The design refresh is required, Councillor Vandervis, and it may be quite a short thing to do because it is an agreed design, but it's simply, as I understand it, to make sure that it fits current standards and so forth. So I don't understand that that's a big job, but it is required when there's been such a delay. And contrary to what you believe, Councillor, it is a city asset and it is used to promote this city. And we've heard about the safety issues. Frankly, I was sick of picking people up out of the water, off the road, in the days when the part near where I live was the kind of stage that the road is in these unfunded sections. It is deeply distressing. It is astonishing that more people were not killed, but it was always a great fear of mine that somebody would get killed. And in fact, the last accident at the bottom of my drive was a young father with two kids in the back, and it was just a miracle that they weren't drowned. So that is what we're talking about here. Councillor Houlihan, it's not about being smart or jumping the queue or anything like that. I'm responding to what the community came as part of this process and told us. And this project has been a great long time. The funding matters are for another day. I want to respond to you by reading this. And you might not have seen this in the submissions. Professor Janine Hayward. I am a professor of politics at the University of Otago, and last year my master's students co-designed a research project with Otako Runaka to analyse the speeches that Southern Maori Member of Parliament H.K. Tairoa made in Parliament in the 1870s and 1880s. This was the time when the road out to the Heads was under construction. For years, H.K. Tairoa gave impassioned pleas for the section of road outside the marae to be completed. It was the final section of the road, does that sound familiar, to be finished, and progress on this section had stalled. Ultimately, it was his arguments that this would benefit Pākehā communities beyond the marae that won favour with the House and saw the road completed. I am sure that the Council does not want to repeat the injustices of the 1870s and 80s in failing to provide equitable services to all of the peninsula communities. Councillor Lafiso, thank you for reminding us about our obligations to mana whenua. Councillor O'Malley, we have consulted on this till the cars come home, to be honest. We've talked about it for so long, and I thank you for your support of this. And I know that you will do everything you can in your role to move this forward. And Mayor Raddick, thank you for your comments around safety, because that is the nub of this. I urge you, colleagues, to vote in support of this, which is about doing the work so we are ready to make decisions further down the track. Thank you.
I think we'll take it by division.
Councillor Ackland,
Aye.
Councillor Barker,
Aye.
Councillor Gary,
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan, Councillor Fiso, Councillor Lucas,
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem,
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley,
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis,
No.
Councillor Walker,
Aye.
Councillor Wetherall,
Aye.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 11-1.
Very good. Moving on to item 18, revenue policy compliance. Now, so I'll move that, unless we have any questions. You've got questions, yes.
Oh, no, just a quick one. I note that in the city development it mentions that there's some better off funding, and so 2 questions, which are there any other activity groups that have better off funding as part of their funding that applies to this formula? And then my next question is, do we understand the changes in the better off funding as announced in April and the impacts this may have on the budgets?
So there are a range of other areas supporting the Three Waters Strategic Work Programme that qualify for better off funding. And to your point about do we understand the changes that are resulting from the DIA's recent announcements, not fully. And so staff plan will be to bring something back to council probably in July to look at, to try and unpick that and to see if there are opportunities to change how that funding has been allocated with the new guidance from the DIA.
So in the meantime, is there the better off funding that's woven throughout many of the budgets? Is it kind of on pause where it can be on pause?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Were there any other questions? Yes, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Just a question regarding the note 4 about Lan Yuan Chinese Garden, because it doesn't meet the policy, but the commentary says the increase in external revenue has reduced the rate level requirement, which is that compared to the current year? Obviously not compared to the policy, because we're obviously very outside of the policy. The wording didn't I didn't have time to look back at the current policy.
The current policy for the garden is a 75% contribution from rates and 25% from other revenue. Currently, we only require 45% contribution from rates, and we're achieving 55% other revenue.
Councillor Vandervis.
On page 162, community housing, the current revenue policy for this activity has not been complied with over the last 2 years. I noticed that we haven't complied with the Waipori policy for 2 years as well. I'm wondering, what are our actual obligations in complying with policies if we can not comply with them so readily over more than 1 year?
We have to report on non-compliance, which we do, and as part of the work on the 9-year plan, as you know, we are looking to check whether we've got the settings right for some of these, including the community housing and many of the other things that are highlighted here. Work on the fees and charges generally will be a major focus for the upcoming 9-year plan.
So we have to note that they're non-complying. Is there any obligation to actually get them back on track within a time period, or can we just always just keep noting that we're not complying?
Ideally, we would be complying with all of them all of the time, but it's fluid, and at the moment, as I've said, they're not adequately. That they need a refresh, and they haven't been for a while. But I think there's no legislative requirement to comply.
Thank you.
All right, I think that's it for questions. So I'll move that we note the Revenue Policy Compliance Report and note that a full review of this policy will be undertaken as part of the 9-year plan. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. So, speaking to this, I think the main thing here is that we will review this along with so many other policies that we have as part of the development of the 9-year plan, and any changes deemed necessary can take place at that time. In the meantime, we have issues of non-compliance, but generally we're not too bad. Anyway, anyone else got anything to say? In which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 19, a summary of submissions on the annual plan. Does anyone have any questions?
And I'm happy to answer them if I can.
Are there any questions? Yes.
Just about how we communicate with people who have submitted to the annual plan. Are they each sent I guess letter/email showing them how council has responded to their losing at the end of the day, you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, and Ms Bodecker will be able to answer that.
All the submitters who have put in a funding request or an amenity request will get a response directly. Otherwise, we traditionally have done a spread in the Star which shows the decisions that have been made.
Rightio. And we're done with questions, therefore I'll move that we note the feedback received from the committee through the annual plan community engagement process. Seconded, Councillor Walker. And speaking to this, I think we have quite a comprehensive report, and I do like the way that staff have analysed the numbers and given us a lot of feedback, and I thought our collection process was good and useful because we did refer to all of that stuff as we were having the hearings, and we did have 3-4 days of hearings, so I thought it was very useful, and some things have changed. We have certainly listening to the community. Councillor Mayhem.
I echo what the Mayor has said, and I also would like to commend the staff for capturing the comments that were made on social media, which made for some light and entertaining reading in our papers.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just a big thanks to staff who were involved in putting together all the consultation, putting together this document. But the biggest thank, I think, goes to everyone in the public who decided to make a submission to the annual plan. And even if you didn't get your way, never give up.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, following on from that, I'd just say to people, reinforcing what Councillor Walker said, I suppose, but, this is a bit much, isn't it? Goodness. But that if you came and you presented the annual plan and you presented the year before and the year before and the year before and you feel like you're not getting anywhere, we have heard you. And while processes seem slow, be aware that we are considering your considering what you've said, and I think it's worth keep coming back. Come back, just keep coming back and be in our faces, not right in our faces, thanks, but tell us what you need and we are listening and we'll do everything we can to try to do it, but we've got limited budgets. But for some particular groups, you've really, you need to keep coming back. Thank you. We have heard you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just agree with everything that everyone said, but I also just want to point out that I thought the councillors getting out there was incredibly valuable when we had, especially being at the farmers market, because we had lots and lots and lots of people come and talk to us at the farmers market, and I took my notebook with me and made lots of notes. So it was incredibly useful for us as councillors to get out there and communicate with the public. And many expressed cynicism about us responding to their asks, and I hope that they have watched this process and feel that their concerns have been heard, and I do encourage them to keep talking to us because we are there as their representatives.
Great. Thank you. And with that, I'll put Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And in relation to the motion, the resolution that just passed in the last item, I just draw your attention to page 172. The people who came to speak to us about the Peninsula Connection, which was top equal, and I know it's not about numbers, but it's about the community sentiment that is expressed, and we heard it, and we've just done something with that. So I really enjoyed this process. I think the opportunity to go out and meet a cross-section of the community in a whole lot of different spaces, including the farmers market, community boards, and at the top of the escalator, is a really valuable thing for councillors an opportunity for councillors to meet members of the community and talk about what is concerning them. And often what is concerning them is everyday matters. I've always said the pothole outside your door. The pothole this year was the curbside collection. Very practical questions, and they do appreciate it when we respond. Even if one of the things I learned a long time ago in community board times, which was the grassroots, is that the problem is when people talk to us, engage with us, and then it disappears into the ether. It's around the response. I was alarmed at some of the social media stuff. I found it racist, frankly. There was a lot of racist comment there, which was unhelpful. But it was good to see the level of engagement our community had with us for this annual plan.
Okay, with that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 20, fees and charges for 24-25. Are there any questions about fees and charges? Yes, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I have a question on page 242, in the middle of the page, about car parking building fees for a Sunday, which we do not charge car parking fees. And I know that there's been talk about a parking review, and I'm not sure where that's at. But I've heard from a number of retailers who are concerned that those parking buildings are used by, let's call them workers, that people getting in early and parking in there all day, and so therefore there's not the opportunity for shoppers to come in. So I'm just wondering why we don't charge a parking fee on a Sunday when the Meridian Mall does.
And I've looked at that, and there's, at the minute, while we can potentially charge it, our ability to enforce it will be really challenging, because the employment agreement we have with the union for the staff who do this work doesn't cover Sundays.
So is there an opportunity, I don't know where the parking review that I understand was coming, and I would see that this is part of it, because I would like to be able, to free up those spaces for shoppers.
And it may be that there are different ways that we can do it that doesn't involve enforcement. So we're certainly going to look at that, but it will need to form part of a wider review with that parking review.
Sorry. Yes, Councillor O'Malley.
Do we have the number plate recognition stuff working in those car parks?
I believe it is, and it's going yes.
Great King Street.
Is it yes or no?
We have the LPR software in Great King Street car park and have plans to roll it out into 414 Morrow Place and Frederick Street.
So if we start charging on Sunday, enforcement's about getting home. The gate won't come up unless you pay. I don't think we need staff. I think we just need to. I think the machine will determine whether you want to go home or not. Yeah.
Yes. Rightio. We have covered the questions. Sorry?
Another question. So we can't just move a resolution here today to put a fee for Sundays on those parking buildings?
I'd have to check. I think, councillors, the delegation for off-street parking sits with me to charge for it. I think on-street parking is a council delegation, a council decision. On-street parking is the chief executive, and parking buildings is probably me. How about I review that and provide some advice?
Very good. Yes. Okay, so we're done with questions. Thank you. That's good. And speaking of the motion, I'll move that we approve the fees and charges schedule. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. So we'll just, I think we've already spent quite some time on the fees and charges back in our workshop and so forth and in the relevant meeting. So everything here has been agreed. So I think we can just proceed. Does anyone else wish to speak to it? Yes, Councillor Vandervis.
just briefly just express my thanks that we haven't done a regular 3% increase across all fees as had been done in previous years. These have been looked at. Haven't had time to interrogate them individually, but just scanning the ones that I have looked at, I can see that staff have actually been across them and increased them quite significantly in some cases where they felt the need, but most of them haven't been increased. So appreciate the staff have actually put the work in to try and get the fees and charges to actually represent the actual costs that we incur, and thanks for that.
Thank you. With that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. And item the last, completion of annual plan deliberations and decision making, number 21.
Mr Mayor, in case it's useful to know, the with all the various decisions that council have taken today, rates are sitting at 17.5%.
Right, that's good. It's good to hear. Okay, so do we have any questions about the executive summary? Not much to say, so I'll move that we approve staff comments and feedback topics as we see there in the resolution on the screen, and approve the changes to the draft 2024-25 budgets resolved. And although it's not written, we can be thankful we've managed to maintain the rate situation as we've proposed. So seconded, Councillor Walker. So would anyone like to speak to it? Councillor Vandervis.
I voted against this increase because I believe it's unaffordable, and that a lot of the value that is claimed for the increases I don't believe is there, and I don't believe that in a time of inflation and interest rates still being in single digits that we should be having to push the prices up so high. The challenge that I've had from a number of councillors, I'm thinking particularly of both Councillor O'Malley and Councillor Barker, but others, has been, they've asked me basically, if you don't think the budget is prudent, and I don't, what do you think should change? This is a list just of the items over $1 million that I think should have changed. We get to this budget because of decisions that have been made for a number of years back. The furthest back of these is 5 years, but most of them are fairly recent. So in the last 5 years, this is a list I read out to a crowd of over 200 people at the Northern Oaks recently, and asked them at the end of it whether they really necessarily wanted any of these particular things. So, $1 million to purchase Fulden Mar, plus ongoing maintenance. $1 million annual cost of 50 new staff members to meet MP Mahuta's new Three Waters compliance regime. $1 million plus annual cost of...
Point of order.
What is the point of order?
Disrespect.
It's not just MP...
Minister. She was a
minister. Well, look, I think it's a pretty minor thing, but however, yes, Councillor, could you just put the word Minister Mahutas?
I am not about to be forced to pay respect to somebody that, quite frankly, I don't believe deserves my respect. If this council demands that I use minister instead of MP, I'll say minister, but don't take it as a mark of my respect, please. Carrying on, $1 million plus annual cost of calculating carbon footprint data for all DCC departments and requiring contractors to audit carbon. $1 million for new hockey wet turf, recently ticked off. $1.2 million for 800 metres of cycleway from Andy Bay BP station to the foreshore. $1.2 million for the Leith Cycleway Bridge. There was a dedicated cycleway 40 metres away that had already cost us $500,000 only 3 years earlier. $1.5 million of new surface treatments for Bath Street. $2.4 million annually on Dunedin Railway hibernation. $4 million on...
Point of order, that's not correct. $2.4 million, you might have read it out, that might be correct, you read it out that night, but that number is not correct.
Look, we did I think I won't uphold the point of order. I mean, we put, if we're just going to be interrupting the list, look.
So I'm going to raise the rates to 0.2%. You can't make a number up and then just make it up and then be allowed to continue it in the debating chamber.
It's not. Hang on a minute.
It wasn't 2.4 million spent on Dunedin Railways.
It wasn't spent, but it was what we authorised. So
it was what I voted against. This is the list of what I voted against. And believe me, as Chair of Finance, I've checked all these. These are exactly what I voted against. 2.4 million annually on Dunedin Railways hibernation is what I voted against. I voted against $4 million for the Moana Pool new hydro slide and suggested we just fix the old one. Now, luckily, that's actually been taken up. But again, a thing I voted against. $9 million for parking wayfinding app and signage, $10 million for park and ride remote car parks plus buses to town, $10 million for the city forest farm to forestry conversion that I voted against, $13 million purchase of Forbury Raceway that I voted against, $16 million for diversion of one-way traffic behind the railway station, $17 million for the new curbside multi-bin system, $20 million for cycleway plus surface treatments of Albany Street, $32 million on the most recent slew of cycleways, excluding Peninsula Cycleway, $56 million for the initial cost of Smooth Hill, News waste disposal area, cost now threatening to double, $60 million for Central City new surface treatments, $100 million in accelerated Three Waters capital spending since refocused to more renewal spending. The total there is $357 million worth of spending that I voted against, and that is my answer when you say, what do I think should have changed? If we had changed those things, and remember that none of the 200 people in that audience, when I asked them, I said, is there anything in that list that you really valued and really wanted to keep? There was a resounding no across the whole audience. We have spent money on things that are either unaffordable or poor value, and this is just the $1 million plus items. The answer is that if we want to balance the budget and if we want to stop having to pay extraordinary amounts of interest on an unsustainable debt, we have to stop spending this kind of money on stuff that most of the public don't particularly value.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Mayhem.
I hate to end all of this hard mahi on a bung note, so I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank all of the staff for your incredible hard work and perseverance with what has been a difficult annual plan in light of the deference of the normal long-term planning. I also want to acknowledge our audio camera people who are sitting, waiting patiently for today to end, and for all of my colleagues, and I appreciate all of your opinions. While I don't always agree, let's just remind ourselves what a wonderful thing it is to be sitting around this table making decisions for the well-being of all of our people in the city and the future of Dunedin. So thank you very much, everyone. I'd like you to give yourselves a pat on the back. Yay, we made it to the end of the day. Kia ora.
There's almost a couple of wee things to be done yet. So, Councillor O'Malley.
Just, have to reply to Councillor Vandervis's list. So, Smooth Hill, let's not bother with the landfill. That's all right. I can understand that that's a really good idea. $100 million extra in Three Waters. Well, thank you very much, because if we hadn't spent that $100 million, we'd been now looking at nearer to $200 million to catch up, because we got ahead of the inflationary impact. And of course, the Water Services Bill does point out that the Chief Executive, Mr. Ward, can go to prison if they do not do what they're legally required to do. But Councillor Vandervis and his audience of 200 obviously feel that that's all right. That's all right, Jack. We don't need to worry about the safety of our water systems. We don't need to worry about the quality of our waste and environmental solution systems, because we can save money all over the place. $60 million on surface treatments. I'll ask how many of those people in that room now want us to redig up George Street and go back to the thing that was there beforehand. Seriously. Come on. $357 million over what I reckon is around about a $2 billion spend. I mean, you're picking out numbers that carried 5 or 6 years across. and you've been telling your audience, we are going so mad we can't control ourselves. Do you really want George Street to look like it did before? And we're still going to have to spend 20... Well, actually, you do. I shouldn't say that. That is a rhetorical question. Does anybody else want it? Do we want to live in a city that basically doesn't even have a landfill? Come on. Seriously. Smooth Hill's a terrible waste of time. So it's not in this budget. But frankly, we've got to do some serious thinking and some serious balancing and stuff, backwards and forwards, and rhetoric like that is not serious. It's just straight out drumming up a group of people to go behind you to go off to your next Angryville. You know, and I don't know, I'm lost for words. I'm lost for words after that tirade, to be honest.
Thank you. Look, enough already. I think Councillor Walker.
Yeah, pretty hard act to follow. You pretty much said what I was going to say, but you've in a much more animated way. But I do want to obviously thank our staff who work hard to do all of the tremendous things that this city needs, wants, sometimes doesn't get, and those endeavours should never go unnoticed. And I will say thank you to the other 14 people around this table who want to advocate for the 128,800 people in this city, and Councillor Van der Vos has every right to represent the 0.0015.
Point of order.
Yeah. Now, I think I will uphold the point of order because, you know, there's the people around. Anyway, enough already. I think we've finished. Everyone finished? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. The thing that was missing from that rant was in fact...
Point of order. It was not a rant. It's offensive, and it had more content in it than anything any other speaker has had to say here.
Now, look...
Can I just be sure we've got a quorum?
Yeah, we do. We've got 9. 9 is a quorum.
If you can stay for the big okay.
9 and 10. It doesn't count for the quorum. Look, quiet, councillors, look, please be quiet.
I'll make it quick, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, be quiet, and councillor, please be quiet. And you don't need to stay because we do have a quorum. Now, you know, you're just getting into inflammatory adjectives now. Stop that.
I will stop it, Mr. Mayor, and I will withdraw that. But the thing that was missing was context, which is what we have when we make decisions. And what I want to say to my colleagues is that thank you for your sense of responsibility around this table today. It is not an easy job. It is our job to make difficult decisions, and I believe that's what we did. And Angryville will be a new word in my vocabulary, but I want to just shout out to all of the community who took the time to make submissions, to come and see us, and to come out of their day and speak to us at the hearings. And I want to add my thanks to our amazing staff and thank the Chief for her leadership in this annual plan. It has been a difficult annual plan, but I think we've navigated it well, and so thank you to you all.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for chairing. It's not easy meetings to chair, and thank you to our CEO and staff, obviously, and thank you for the character. All of us around the table, like, it's great to get this animation. It's kept me wakened me up. It's great. But what I want to say is there's numerous people though who have come over the hearings, and obviously will be really disappointed because they haven't got their wish of 1,000 or 100 or $1 million or whatever they've asked for. So I'm sorry that they didn't get everything, but at the end of the day, it's not a bottomless pot, as Councillor Van der Vos has reminded us, and we can't give to everyone, but we've tried our best, and that's all we can do.
All right, thank you. And so, here we go, Council Officer.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. I just want to add to the deep gratitude and thanks to the CEO and her staff. I want to particularly acknowledge Mana Whenua and Mata Waka staff. the aroha ki te tangata that you have in terms of being in an institution such as the DCC. My heart goes out to you, and just having to put up with this, whatever, for the last 184 years. There are governors who do actually consciously think of the mahi that you're doing in those in the silos in our wee organisation, and I know that you are always juggling and working beyond what you're paid for to maintain those relationships of aroha ki te tangata with mana whenua, with the mata waka communities, and with everyone else. So, kia ora.
Thank you all, councillors, for getting right to the end of this. And I think the critical thing about council is that everybody gets to say their piece, because everybody does represent a good chunk of the community, and a lot of those chunks are different. So there's quite a diverse range of people around the table, and there are quite a diverse range of people out in the community. And it is important. And you can't sit here and say that, oh, we've heard everyone that comes along and submitted and we're listening, unless you're prepared to listen to everyone who's around the table. And by and large, we do. And so the representation of views here do represent a good portion of the people in our community. And everybody deserves to be listened to with respectful silence. And so I think we all need to keep that in mind. But I think we've got here at the end. It's taken us quite a while, because some of the views of the community are quite loud and take a while to hear, just indeed as all of the councillors. Some of the councillors take quite a while and have quite a lot to say. So it's taken us 3 full days, and here we are at 5:15, ready to pass the last motion of the day, which was that we approve staff comments and feedback and so on, and approve the changes to the draft 24-25 annual plan. And thankfully we have managed to contain ourselves to the original rates rise that we proposed. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against?
No. Recorded, please.
Thank you. And I call the meeting closed at 13 minutes past 5. Thank you.